Well, good afternoon, everyone. Just about good afternoon, everyone. It's Father's Day, and we are here at Donington Park for another action-packed race day. We've got cars lining up behind us for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup that were great spectacle to watch yesterday. Nice close racing up and down the field in these little retro rockets. We've also got the ZEO Prototypes making their debut on the Donington Park meeting today with two action-packed races. We've got the ClubSport Trophy, and we've got the little endurance race known as the Silverlake C1 Racing Series that have their 3-hour race at the end of the day. Stay tuned, folks. This is going to be a brilliant race day, lots of great formula, and we're starting off with the MG Metro Cup. We had some fantastic racing yesterday as well. We had the likes of the National Formula Fords. They've got another race to run today as well for some brilliant single-seater racing. We had the 2-hour SuperSport Endurance race yesterday. Just fantastic racing all day. Compact Cups, we had the Audi TTs as well. They had one of their biggest races in only the 3rd race that they've held this year. Another healthy grid for the Brscc formula. It's really looking good. It's a summer race day. We've got to wrap up and get off the grid now so we can get these Metros going on their green flag lap. So it's time to hand over to Scott Woodwis up in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of this Brscc summer race weekend here at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. And as Rob has filled us in, plenty of action today. 5 sprint races, 1 45-minute pit stop race, and today's main event being round 4 of the 2023 Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. 3 hours of racing on the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, fresh from their 24-hour centrepiece at Silverstone, which saw Trojan Motorsport take the victory. We'll get to that later on this afternoon, but coming up now, of course, as Rob says, with the green flag flying, off onto their formation lap goes the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. After an excellent race yesterday that saw Rhys Clayton, the championship leader, take his 2nd win in as many races, after he took his 1st Metro Cup win in the 2nd race at Snetterton, and then went on to win the 1st race yesterday by just about a few seconds, and he's looking to make it 3 out of 3 in a row from race victories in the last 3 races. He'll have Mike Williams for company on the front row of the grid. A couple of the faster cars towards the back, which thankfully I can see are at the back of the grid that didn't start yesterday. We'll get to those in a second. Ben Williams and the defending champion, Mark Eales, in car number 1. Mechanical issues prevented both of those cars from getting going. But as the cars now head through onto the formation lap, we are going to see, looks at Rhys Clayton on pole position. Rhys Clayton will start on pole with Mike Williams alongside him on the front row of the grid. Matthew Simpson and John Moore will be on row number 2. Matthew Simpson really had to hold back the tide of cars trying to get involved, trying to get past him yesterday, but he had some advances from both first Phil Goodwin and then from John Moore, but thankfully managed to hold both of them back and hold on to take his 2nd podium in a row. He took a 2nd place that was in the 2nd Snetterton race and then went on to pick up 3rd place yesterday. So adding to that as well, cars making their way around on the formation lap here in what is turning out to be actually rather wonderful Donington sunshine once again. It's a little bit clearer, a little bit brighter than it was when we started racing yesterday. It was rather overcast and murky and rather confusing conditions because the temperatures were about 19 degrees. It was warm, it was showing plenty of heat haze coming off from the bottom of the circuit, but also it was overcast, it was grey, it was muggy, it was humid, it was very confusing conditions. But thankfully, at least to kick off today, it's much brighter, much clearer and much more straightforward, so the drivers know exactly what to expect out there here today. So just go through the rest of the grid then. It's Rhys Clayton and Mike Williams on the front row of the grid. Matthew Simpson and John Moore on the 2nd row. Phil Goodwin, who had a good run yesterday, and will start from 5th on the grid alongside Tim Shooter in car number 4. Then it's Dick Trevitt and Dan Willers on the 4th row of the grid from Richard Garrett and Robbie Kenning, who will start at the back of the top 10 in 10th position. Tim Davies and Neil Burnett then come next on row 6 from John Wall and Richard Cowley, and then Paul Deacon and the 2 drivers that didn't make it onto yesterday's grid for race 1. That being Ben Williams, who would have started on the 2nd row had he not had mechanical issues that put him out before the race even got going, and also Mark Eales, the defending champion, also didn't take the start, and therefore he is out on a bit of a back foot in his quest to try and defend the title. He only picked up from the first 5 races of the season a pair of 3rd places, didn't attend the Snetterton round. Unfortunately, that's a non-score for him from the 1st race also. So lots of work to do for the defending champ. He's the grey car with the black bumper just going through the hairpin now at the back of the field. So has a bit of work to try and get himself up there from the back, but towards the front of the field, it's all about Rhys Clayton, the ex-BMW Compact Cup driver, who certainly has made the rather swift transition from rear-wheel drive BMW Compacts to front-wheel drive MG Metros. And I think I was learning last night from the BMW Compact Cup coordinator Clive Brookson, who of course still talks to Reece Claydon quite regularly, didn't spend very much on the car, has picked it up and has done virtually nothing to it, and the car has been not only pretty quick in his hands, but also proven that he's adapted very quickly too. You can see the temperature's still quite warm out here. Looking at the my phone screen, telling me it's 18 degrees out there, but it looks like it's a lot warmer, at least in terms of the track, which means that will have a bit of an effect on tyres compared to what it did yesterday. As the last couple of the cars come into position, Ben Williams and Mark Eales line up. It is a 17-strong field then for our second Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup race. So on pole, Reece Claydon in yellow and black. It is red with the Union Jack roof of Mike Williams alongside him. We'll watch for the orange and white car of Matthew Williams and John Moore in black and red as well. Lights out, and the second MG Metro Cup race is on. It's a clean, equal start from the front row men. It's going to be Reece Claydon who will hold the inside line, and a rapid getaway from Phil Goodwin from the third row of the grid. He's done it again, like he did yesterday. He's already passed both Matthew Simpson and John Moore, and Moore's also going to lose out to Tim Shooter as they head towards Redgate Corner for the first time. It's a quick start from the back of the grid also for both Ben Williams and also the board of Mark Eales, but down through the Craner curves they go. They cascade their way towards the old hairpin, and Mike Williams on the outside line is side by side with Reece Claydon. He's got the inside line for the old hairpin, turning into the right-hander, and he takes the lead on the opening lap of the race. Phil Goodwin already under pressure for Matthew Simpson, and as for Ben Williams, who started towards the back of the grid, it's the green car with the orange wheels. He's already up half the spots already. He started back in, 16th place. He's inside the top 10 already. So a rapid start for car 75, trying to pick his way through the pack if he can get towards the top 5 in no time at all. He is 8th already. He's behind Dick Trevette in the orange and yellow machine. And for third place, John Moore didn't get the greatest of starts from the second row of the grid, and he's dropped down to about 6th. And I saw there that Phil Goodwin was already under pressure from Matthew Simpson. He lost the positions to both Simpson and also now the fast-starting Tim Shooter. So a quick start for Phil Goodwin. His car's got plenty of pace, but he also seems to lose out a little bit on the brakes or possibly in a straight line. Meanwhile, these two are at it again like they were yesterday, but it was more advantage Claydon than it was Mike Williams. Lock up from both into the S's, and they're all piling in together. You can see you've got Tim Shooter has got past Phil Goodwin, like we mentioned. John Moore stuck behind him. You've also got Dan Trevette, and it looks like I think Dan Willers is in there too, as well as Ben Williams. So first and second together into the hairpin. Then it's Matthew Simpson. Then it's Tim Shooter. Then everyone else trying to be fifth. It's Phil Goodwin who leads that pack. Also getting around the outside there looks like Richard Garrett in the green and bright yellow machine. And he's side by side with Ben Williams. And as for Mark Eales, he's only made up a couple of places, I think. He's made up possibly 2 or 3 spots. So he started 17th and hasn't really progressed that much further than 14th at the moment. There 3-wheeling through the hairpin goes Ben Williams. Around the outside of 49, then goes rally crossing on the exit of Goddard's hairpin. But Mike Williams then doing what Reece Claydon did yesterday, and that's just pulling away. Wasn't a great exit from the hairpin onto the pit straight to end lap number 1 for Reece Claydon. So he's now got some work to do to catch up to Mike once again. But Mike Williams leads the way at the end of lap number 1. It's a 15-minute race. Yesterday's race was 20 minutes, so a little shorter for the second race today. But it's Williams that leads then, already trying to spread eagle the field in car 28. It's then Reece Claydon in car number 5, the bright yellow car with the black. It's two-tone yellow and black in that car. And it's Matthew Simpson, then Tim Shooter, then Phil Goodwin under attack from John Moore, who slices through the apex of the old hairpin. And then just further back, you've got Ben Williams, who's recovering after his little rallycross adventures, exiting the final corner at the end of the opening lap. And he's now battling away with both Dan Willers and Richard Garrett over 7th, 8th and 9th position. So the rest of the field comes streaming through the lanes. There is Phil Goodwin. I have to say, it's honestly one of my favourite looking cars in the field. It's really nice. It's a unique colour, but also it's quite a nice, clean, simple design on that car too. There's some really nicely turned out cars. Again, regardless of the fact that these cars are more than 30 years old, there are some really wonderfully put together cars and some brilliant looking liveries, and they're really lovely, really well maintained, very smartly presented. I have to say, it's a really wonderful little field of cars in the MG Metro Cup. And I was talking to Emma Cross, who's the coordinator of the championship, and she was saying that many people who drive these cars for the first time actually get stunned because they're faster than you think, because they are quite lightweight, they have a little bit of a power upgrade, and they're genuinely the definition of a pocket rocket. They are absolutely rapid little machines, and they're being such a big smile on people's faces. It's absolutely amazing. So they make their way now up towards the end of the second lap. The rest of the pack goes streaming through the hairpin. And Mark Eales, I should mention, is also up to 11th place on the back of the field, so he's made up 6 positions from where he started. As for Ben Williams, he's up a couple of places higher, currently showing in 8th position. So 3 places above him. Mike Williams comes across the line and sets the first proper flying lap of the race, which immediately then gets bettered by Reece Claydon. And the gap that was 1.6 seconds is down to 1.2 at the end of lap number 2. So Williams, Claydon, then it's Simpson and Shooter together for 3rd and 4th. Phil Goodwin 5th, John Moore is 6th, and it was there Dan Willers looking up the inside of Richard Garrett. That would have been for 7th place. Ben Williams also in there too. You can see the green and orange car just darting out to have a look. You can see the leading few cars just spreading out a little bit here and all separating off into their little battle packs and pairing off as they can go into their own little scraps of position. So essentially, everyone's trying to form a dance partner here. There goes Mark Eales having a look up the inside of Garrett. He's also under pressure from Dick Trevette, who is currently sat in 11th position. So Mark Eales has squeezed through. I think Dick was trying to squeeze back past, if he could, try and find a way through up at Starkeys. For Schwantz curve, but nothing really coming to fruition on that occasion. Here comes Ben Williams, who's all over the back of Dan Willers, the red car number 75, as they come up towards the top of the hill at Coppice, that blind apex. And Phil Goodwin, he kind of did this throughout the rest of yesterday, where he was kind of on the inside or on the outside line and was in all the wrong places but in all the right times to be able to hold off the cars behind, or at least try and attack the cars in front. And the fact that John Moore didn't get a great exit trying to get past Phil Goodwin up the inside has only benefited, you can see, Dan Willers. He's now on the tail of the John Moore car number 72 as they swing through the S's. Just going through the shot there was Robbie Kenning in the old school kind of Works MG Metro computer vision livery, which they ran in class in the British Touring Car Championship, and also those who are Group B rally fans will recognise the Works colours from the Metro 6R4s. So good to see that car running well. He had some problems in qualifying, managed to pick his way up into the top 10 finish, which is good to see for Robbie. So good form from him, and also another one of the cars that I quite have a bit of a soft spot for in terms of how it looks. So here you can see the scrap that's going on for 5th position. So it's Goodwin, Moore, Willers, Ben Williams, and then you can see the number 1 of Mark Eales. So he's now up into 10th position, ahead of the Richard Garrett machine. It's 8th and 9th now, in fact. So Williams 8th, Eales 9th. You saw a silhouette there of one of the planes coming across. Of course, Donington Park is situated right next to East Midlands Airport, so you do get some rather low-flying aircraft, either flying into or from EMA. You can see a few spectators who are on the banks watching trackside as the pack just files its way through the corner curves. And here comes John Moore with a dive up the inside into the old hairpin, and he kind of left Phil Goodwin no choice to give him space, but none of them got a great exit. And here comes Ben Williams and Dan Willers. It's now going to be 4 of them battling over what will be 5th position. Now John Moore's got the place, but Ben Williams might get all 3 of them. He's got past Dan Willers, he's got past Phil Goodwin, and he might well be on the tail of John Moore. So it could be from 8th to 5th in one move. Mark Eales is up there to take the inside line into McLean's as well. He pushes Phil Goodwin down another spot. So literally in the space of about 2 or 3 corners, Phil Goodwin's gone from about 8th, 5th down to about 9th position. Up through Coppice, onto the back straight. This is the whoops, that's Dick Trevette skating off wide onto the gravel. I know these Metros made good rally cars back in the day, but I'm not quite sure that's what they had in mind with this one, Dick. So back onto the circuit you go. Meanwhile, John Moore then down towards the S's once again. This is on lap 4, and Ben Williams is keeping him honest here. Willers is in the mix as well. So is Mark Eales. You see there Richard Garrett and Robbie Kenning. Meanwhile, there's been a change for the lead. So up into the lead has gone Rhys Claydon ahead of Mike Williams. So Williams is now back down to 2nd place, and Rhys Claydon has made the move stick. It is Tim Shooter now up to 3rd place. He's got quite a gap on the 4th place car of Matthew Simpson. So through over leaders once again. Rhys Claydon back into the lead, as he was yesterday. And now as they make their way up towards the timing line to start another lap. 4 laps in the books now, so we've just gone past half distance in this second Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup race. So Rhys Claydon wants win number 3 of the season and win number 3 in a row. He did win on the road in the second race at Brands Hatch, but got it taken away due to a 5-second penalty for track limits. So in the end, it turned out to be a double win for Mike Williams. And Mark Eales actually did say afterwards that he was mentioning that it's going to be quite a long season for him to try and defend his title, because he knew that the likes of Mike Williams and indeed Rhys Claydon were very quick indeed. And also, as I say, Mark Eales missing the Snetterton round meant that he's a little bit on the back foot when it comes to points. Didn't start yesterday's race, and so he's got some work to catch up throughout the rest of the season. So Rhys Claydon trying to pull away early doors here. Well, I say early doors. He's now that he's got past Mike Williams, he's trying to escape as quickly as he can to try and cement that 3rd victory. We've still got 6 and a bit minutes to go, so anything can still happen, as we know in motorsport. It usually does. It ain't over until they get to the checkered flag. I think if you watched yesterday's SuperSport Endurance Cup race, you saw that the lead in 2 classes changed in the last 6 minutes. We had a spin for one of them and an oil sump that either was punctured or completely taken off the car, And as a result of that, we saw 2 lead changes right towards the end of the race. And I'm sure that Rhys Clayton won't want to see that happen. He's just to keep doing what he does for the next 5.5 minutes or so, and all should be well. Back to the Melbourne Loop again. Rhys Clayton still in command. Mike Williams a second. And this battle going back and forth here between Matthew Simpson and Tim Schuster is quite interesting. This is for the final podium place. Now, Simpson wants his 3rd podium in a row. Tim Schuster would very much like his 1st of the season if he can manage it. John Moore, meanwhile, seems to have broken away from any attack from Ben Williams. And in fact, actually, Ben Williams is under attack from the cars behind him. Big lock up into the Goddard's hairpin for Simpson. In front of a rather bemused Tim Schuster, who'll think, right, now you've flat spotted your tyre, now it's my chance to have a go. As the leaders come back in towards Redgate for another time on lap 6. Is there a possible change for 3rd coming? Because Schuster is still looming large in Simpson's mirrors. As for just behind them, Mark Eels has moved up to 6 because Ben Williams has dropped down 2 places. But both Dan Willers and Mark Eels have got past him. And now it's Mark Eels' turn to have a go at John Moore, who was in great form at Snetterton really quick and took his 1st win, at least of the season, and then had mechanical issues that forced him out of starting the 2nd race, so it meant he couldn't actually follow up on that one, which was a shame. But he's had some work on the car, some work with his driver coach, and Mark Hills goes for the woo. He gets very sideways, out of shape, all over the gravel. Can he save it? No, he can't. Off into the gravel. The defending champion goes too hot into the old hairpin, and unfortunately that is his race over. Now, I'm not sure if it's far enough in the gravel to possibly avoid a safety car. It might well at least be a yellow flag covering it down there, but poor Mark Eels, who was pushing so hard, just got a little too wide on the entry. The car snapped sideways. He tried to correct it, just tried to boot the throttle and get it around. It swung one way, then the other, and unfortunately ended up sideways in the gravel, beached where it is at the old hairpin. And I'm afraid after a really good effort from the back of the field, he is out of the race. The marshals are really quickly running over to essentially make sure that 1, Mark is okay, and he should be perfectly fine, hopefully, and 2, to make sure that he can get to safety. And if they can possibly try and push the car a bit further back in the gravel, I'm sure they'll cover that with local yellows before they have to do anything else. Well, they're trying to push it forwards rather than back, but you can see the tram lines of where the car's gone and the evidence with the wheel spinning. I'm afraid, Mark, that ain't going any further. That car is staying exactly where it is. I think the marshals are certainly realising that. Yeah, wheel spinning in the gravel. That car's going no further. And that's a shame, because that was such a good run race up to that point for Mark. He was having a good run from the back of the grid. And I'm afraid his chance to get into the potentially the top 5 ends in the gravel at the old hairpin. So Rhys Clayton continues to lead. 3 minutes to go. Mike Williams in 2nd place. They've got quite a big lead over everyone else because Matt Simpson's come across the line and he is some 10 seconds off the leading pair, which is quite extraordinary. These two really are the class of the field here at Donington Park. Now then, there will be some local yellows. The snatch vehicle just going through the front of the shot there is going up to retrieve Mark Eels' stranded number 1 car. So they will be covering it with local yellows and a live snatch. So great effort from our marshals and recovery teams to get into action pretty quickly. Big thank you to them, of course, as always. Race on still for 3rd, although Matthew Simpson has pulled away a little bit from Tim Schuster. You can see the gap has visibly increased. Across the line it was half a second, but that looks a bit more than half a second, at least a couple of tenths more. Now they head towards the top of the circuit towards McLean's and up towards Coppice, and Simpson looks as though he's potentially on his way to a 2nd podium in a row, 3rd podium in a row. 2nd, 3rd place of the weekend too, and that will certainly do his points tally no harm either. At the back there's John Moore, then it's Dan Willers. Ben Williams' charges seems to have halted at 7th place. He can't quite get around Dan Willers at this point, but he's let's keep on trying if he can. And Phil Goodwin, after a really strong and fast start at the beginning of the race, has settled down into 8th place, and he's now being under threat from Richard Garrett. There's the recovery crew taking Mark Eels' car back to a safer place, which means thankfully it's only just local yellows to cover that, and I'd like to think they'll be withdrawn by the time the leaders get back towards the old hairpin for the final time, which means if Mike Williams is close, and by the looks of things he's not, he's dropped back by at least another few tenths or so, then anyone looking to make an attack into the old hairpin can do so as they come through. There is Mike. Yeah, that gap looks a bit bigger now. It was 7 tenths per second. That's now about, what, 1.5 at least across the line. 1.9 in fact, so it was 1.2 seconds slower on that lap. It was a 56.2 for Rhys Clayton as he starts the final lap of the race, compared to a 57.4 for Mike Williams. I'm not sure if either he's just sliding around on what might be overheating tyres or just losing a bit of pace in the heat, because it is quite warm out there. It may well show the temperature being 18 degrees, but certainly it feels a lot warmer than that as they cascade their way down through the Craner curves for the final time. Rhys Claydon appears to have it all under control now with less than a lap to go. Now for third place it's closed back up again because Matthew Simpson now has Tim Shooter underneath him. This could be a final change for the podium. Tim Shooter wants his first podium of the season. Matthew Simpson wants his third in a row. But who's going to get to the checkered flag first? And John Moore's not far away, but he's probably a bit too far away to make an attack. But he's just waiting in the wings if anything happens between these two. He'll certainly pounce if he can and try and get close. So scrap for third continues to make its way up towards McLean's for the final time. And Shooter then just desperately trying to push as hard as he can. He's getting a little bit closer on the apex as he drives his way out of McLean's up towards Coppice. He's still got the back straight, he's still got the Grand Prix loop to go, and he's a bit closer than he has been before. So he might well have a chance to get through here. Meanwhile, John Moore makes his way through Coppice corner, followed in hot pursuit by Dan Willers and Ben Williams. And Phil Goodwin's pulled away a little bit from ninth place man Richard Garrett. Now, Tim Shooter's got a good run down the back straight. Can he get a good run equally through the S's to try and set him up for a move maybe into the hairpin? Let's see, does he get close? He looks pretty even through the S's for the final time as the leaders make their way out of the Melbourne Loop and up towards Goddard's for the final time. And the checker flag will wait, it seems, for Rhys Claydon, who's set to take his third win in a row and of the season. He's getting a bit good at these Metros, isn't he? Even though it's his first season, he's certainly taken to it like a duck to water. Up to the checker flag. It will be win number 3 in a row and of the season for Rhys Claydon in the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. Oh, and Tim Shooter gets a 5-second penalty right at the end. That has to be for track limits, I presume. So Mike Williams will be second place, and even if Tim Shooter did get past Matthew Simpson, it's not going to be a podium anyway. So up towards the checkered flag, it will be Matthew Simpson who will take third. Now, Tim Shooter will be fourth on the road for where he will end up in the result. The answer is 5th, 6th, 7th, 7th. So he ends up behind John Moore in 4th. Ben Williams gets 5th after he started back in 16th on the grid. And then it's Dan Willers in 6th position. Tim Shooter's penalty pushes him to 7th. It's then 8th for Phil Goodwin, 9th for Richard Garrett, and Dick Trevette after his little excursion here through the gravel early in the race sees him round off the top 10. So Rhys Claydon, I'm sure, very happy with his weekend's work. 2 more wins in the MG Metro Cup, and that should certainly cement his lead in the championship. So he's taken to front-wheel drive pretty quickly. All the lessons he's learned through the BMW Compact Cup. Yes, it might be rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive. He's certainly using all the lessons he's learned from particularly racing alongside the likes of KC Motorsport and Stephen Daly and everyone else that's helped him get up there. And so a successful weekend for the Claydons. A couple of podiums yesterday in the BMW Compact Cup, and 2 more wins for Rhys in the MG Metro Cup. Still got 2 more cars to come across the line. There's just a reminder of Tim Shooter's 5-second penalty from TSL. So he finished 4th on the road, but ends up 7th in the result. Here's one of our rookies in the field, which is Paul Deacon in car number 40. He comes to the line and looks like he's had a clean weekend. 2 weekends where he sees the checker flag, so it's a good start, good progress. And also, we should be seeing 6 of Richard Cowley come through as well, so we'll wait for him to cross the line shortly. Here he comes. He's the last car to make it to the checker flag. And he will come across the line, and yeah, he will take the flag. I thought for a second he was diving into the pit lane, but not quite this time. He trickles across the line and takes the checkered flag to finish 15th in this second MG Metro Cup race. So, after an entertaining start to today's action, here's the result from race 2 of the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. A third win in a row and of the season for Rhys Claydon. He wins by 2.5 seconds from Mike Williams in second place, and Matthew Simpson, with his third podium in a row, takes third position. John Moore was 5th on the road, but he takes 4th after a penalty for Tim Shooter, so John Moore takes 4th. Ben Williams 5th from 16th on the grid. Dan Willers 6th. Tim Shooter was 4th on the road, but gets demoted to 7th after his penalty. Then Phil Goodwin, Richard Garrett and Dick Trevette, and then Tim Davies, Neil Burnett, John Wall, Paul Deacon and Richard Cowley round out the 15 finishers. We lost both Mark Eels into the gravel, and unsighted we also saw Robbie Kenning, who also retired after just a handful of laps at the side of the road also. So a bit of clear up for these cars to go before we get the next race out shortly. That means we might have a bit more time to talk to at least these 2, because we have our top 3 heading into the top of pit lane. They will stop behind the Brscc 1, 2, 3 boards, and they'll be having a chat with Rob Lewis very, very shortly. So that, I'm certain, as I mentioned, is a handy weekend's work for Rhys Claydon. He'll be very delighted with that. As Matthew Simpson comes into the top of the pit lane to pick up his third place, we can hand down for the first time today to Rob Lewis to have a chat to our top 3 from the second Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup race.
They're very, very warm, these Metros, I can tell you that. It is very, very muggy, and one man getting out of the car that's completed another perfect weekend in these Metros. Rhys Claydon, fantastic win.
Yeah, what more can I ask for, really? 2 wins, pole. I don't know about fastest lap on this one, but that'd be nice.
It was certainly up there with the fastest lap. You were swapping it between yourself and Mike Williams, but he got the jump at the start. Was it easy enough just to reel him in?
No, I wouldn't say it was easy. I had to try with everything to catch him and pass him. So I managed to block past him going up the back, and then yeah, he still stayed with me after that. So yeah, he's quick today, really quick.
He is a bit, isn't he? It might be. We could sort of say something about the older generation not losing, still being the wily old fox.
Yeah, definitely that.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a superb win, and it's time to chat to our second place man, Mike Williams. Although certainly from the start, it looked like it was going to be you leading from the off.
Yeah, got a good start, and I don't know what happened to Reece. I think he caught a bit of the grass to give me a bit of a, I don't know, probably a couple of seconds, was that? Yeah. So, yeah, I got a good lead, and I thought I'll try and defend on it. But I think it was probably 5 laps in or 4 laps in or something. I lost the back end, go around the old hairpin, so it slowed me right down, so he just passed me on the way up to the hill. But I was catching him up, I think. I'd got on your tail, but there was a yellow flag, wasn't there? So I don't know whether you saw it or not. I was flashing you because you were going full chat, and I'm thinking, oh, you know, this could be. So I backed off, and I basically couldn't catch him after that. So
still got it though. Great pair of second places. What's your thoughts heading towards Cadwell?
Yeah, more of the same again, I hope. I mean, we come here for fun, you know. We're not here to, it's not touring cars and things like that. So we come here, and the primary thing is we have fun, and racing like that is absolute great fun. So I can't ask for more than that, can I?
I mean, you say you come here for fun, but certainly when I was on the live stream at Snetterton watching you guys go, and here, you know, today and yesterday at Donington, you guys have certainly proved that these Metros, they're no slouch.
Yeah, they're great cars. You know, they're not so great fast in a straight line and stuff, but they go around corners like you wouldn't believe. Neutrally balanced, you get the 2 out on the back, you know, you pretty much oversteer when you're going around the faster corners. So they're just great fun to drive, and that's why I love driving them. You know, I've never driven any other race car in such a time. So I started in 2004 with the Metros, and even when I went to the MG Cup, I drove this car with an 1800 engine in it to compete with the top guys there. So yeah, it's just a great car to drive.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a great pair of results this weekend, Mike. Good luck at Cadwell. And it's time to speak to our third place man once again, Matt Simpson in the Tiger striped MG. Another great race.
Oh yeah, it's brilliant fun. I had a good battle there with Tim. Unbeknownst to me, he got penalised for track limits at some point during the race, and so I probably didn't need to push quite as hard. In fact, I missed a gear coming out before the checker flag, and I was like, no, he's going to catch me, but it was good. It was a brilliant race, and yeah, it's good, a lot of fun.
Fantastic, and another great set of third places. What's the thoughts going to Cadwell?
Well, I don't really know what I can do to make the car grip up. We'll see. I might have to do a bit of testing.
Maybe so. And just a quick thought on fellow driver John Moore. He's actually sponsored this weekend for you guys.
Oh yeah, it's great. There's a few of us that have chipped in. The championship, you know, needs funds, and we need to push it forward. We need some more drivers out there. There seems to be a few people we've been meeting in the paddock that are really interested in coming and joining us. So and they're a cheap car to buy, a cheap racing relatively. So yeah, hopefully we need some more drivers come along and play.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on another superb podium for the weekend. That concludes our podium. As you can hear, the sirens are going off behind us, which means there's cars on track. So for some red hot single-seater action, it's back to Scott Woodward for some Formula Fords.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rob. Good to hear from our MG Metro Cup. They'll be out next time in a few weeks to continue their season here with the Brscc. Meanwhile, it's back to Formula Fords for their second weekend race of the weekend for the National Formula Ford Championship. Grid set by the results of race 1 yesterday. So it's Lucas Romanek who starts on pole position courtesy of his win, alongside Chris Middlehurst on the front row. Jamie Sharp and Elliot Budzinski make up the second row, followed by Jordan Kelly and Nolan Orlire. And then it's the fourth row of the grid for Brandon McCorkin and Johnny McMullen, who had a car issue yesterday but has changed cars. We'll take on that in a second. So 7th and 8th for McCorkin and McMullen. McCorkin was 7th after his penalty for track limits earlier on. And then Donald Downey and Bryn Kinch, who hopefully is on the grid, will round out the grid for our National Formula Fords here this weekend. So the racing all set to get underway shortly. We've got the cars off on the formation lap right now. So yesterday it was a victory for Lucas Romanek, but there was plenty of typical back and forth Formula Ford action, as you always tend to get in a championship like this. And the leading group was constantly together, lots of back and forth moves. Chris Middlehurst led for quite a while, but then lost out in the last couple of laps to a move from Lucas Romanek. So he will be hoping to try and redeem himself there and get back to the top step of the podium. As I mentioned, Brandon McCorkin right at the end of the race got himself a time penalty for track limits, which means that he had to start back in 7th after he was demoted to 7th in the result. And then it's hopefully some good chances for both Elliot Brdzinski and maybe even also the likes of Jordan Kelly and even Jamie Sharp, who's come back this weekend after the last time we saw him in a Formula Ford was at last year's Formula Ford Festival. He's back for the first time this season with BM Racing once again. Now I do want to quickly just check in with the National Formula Fords in terms of what happened to Johnny McMullen, because 2015 champion, good to have him back on the grid this weekend with BM Racing. He was a bit off the pace yesterday, but apparently there was an explanation for that, because he did post on social media earlier that he had an issue with apparently got worse as the day went on, that stemmed from the last session on Friday testing, which affected their performance. So they got P7 and P8 in qualifying yesterday. They've actually changed cars overnight, and they're good to go starting from the back of the grid. So obviously they've had to change cars, and therefore because of that, the reg is if you do change the cars, it's not the same car you qualified, so therefore you have to start from the back of the grid to try and do so. But if the car is into the form which hopefully will suit the or something like John McMullen, as Jamie Sharp just drifts his way around the final hairpin to get a bit of extra heat into the tyres. If he has got the form which we expect to have someone who's a former National Formula Ford champion, then I'm certain he'll be up there in no time at all. So getting set then for our second National Formula Ford race. As we say, Lucas Romanek starts from pole and looking to make it his 4th win of the season. It'll be his 3rd in a row if he can manage it today after his win yesterday. But Chris Middlehurst, we know how hard he can race. Jamie Sharp looking in good form after his first race comeback after a while. And I can see also Bryn Kinch is also there after he missed the start yesterday. So everyone in position, all set for another 15 minutes of awesome National Formula Ford action. It is race 1 winner Lucas Romanek, the championship leader on pole position. But can Chris Middlehurst or anyone else depose him from the top step? Red lights on, quickly out once again, and we're away in racing. It's a clean start from Romanek. Everyone immediately sweeps to the inside line to get the toe down towards Redgate, and they pile down towards the first corner. Sharp's weaving around to have a look up the inside, then the outside. Chris Middlehurst darting one way then the other, but the former 2021 national champion holds his line into Redgate corner and keeps 2nd place. It's side by side for 4th behind them between Jordan Kelly and Elliot Brdzinski, but away and clean from pole position it is Lucas Romanek, car number 73, the championship leader through the cascading crane of curves for the first time, and it is Romanek into the old hairpin who leads them. Middlehurst 2nd, Jamie Sharp on his gearbox in 3rd, then it's Jordan Kelly followed by the 2 Ammonite Motorsport cars in 5th and 6th. That will be both Elliot Brdzinski and Nolan Olaya. 7th place for McCorkin. It's now 8th for, good start for Bryn Kinch, in fact. He's ahead of both Donald Downey, and also a clean start to keep him ahead of the red and yellow machine of Johnny McMullen. Now it's side by side for 6th between McCorkin and that's Olaya in the Martini livery car. Martini sponsored car, I should say. Martini liveried Formula 4 would look quite good, I think, I'd imagine. But as they come down towards the back straight for the first time, looking to see if there's any chance that Lucas Romanek can keep his lead by the end of the opening lap. It looks as though he can. So he's now pushing on hard to try and make this move stick if possible. I guess Johnny McMullen already getting past Donald Downey, so he's taken the first half lap to settle into his new car, having changed it overnight. As they come into the hairpin, it's still Romanek with the commanding lead. Well, not commanding too much, they had the first lap, but still leading Middlehurst and Sharp as they come up the hill. I did mention it yesterday. Yes, there's not as many cars as you would expect in National Formula Fords, but so far this season, this group of cars has been very evenly matched and very tightly bunched at the front, which means regardless of the numbers, it's produced great, clean, fast, hard, wheel-to-wheel single-seater action that you expect from Formula Ford. You can see already Romanek trying to break the toe down the pit straight towards Redgate, but he leads at the end of lap number 1 then. Romanek 2nd, Middlehurst in 3rd place, and now the rest of the field goes streaming through at the end of lap number 1. See the Jordan Kelly under threat from Elliot Brdzinski. Jordan Kelly, the rather rapid young Irish driver who debuted in Formula Ford, at least in Brscc circles, last year at the Formula Ford Festival. It's been in for a full season in the National Formula Ford Championship this year. Looking to make the most of that opportunity now that he makes his way towards the exit of the old hairpins. He's now trying to chase after the top 3. Middlehurst is having a little peek, but he's also having to play basically he's in a catch-22 situation here. He's got to try and attack Lucas Romanek where he can, but also get the punch from Jamie Sharp. It could be 3 abreast on the run towards Coppins. That might not work. Side by side by side. Good undercut there from Jamie Sharp, might give him second place. That's Middlehurst goes for the lead, which he does, and they're 3 abreast again on the exit. This is proper typical Formula Ford action, and now charging out of Coppice onto the back straight. Middlehurst pushes his way into the lead, and Jamie Sharp may come with him if he can get a good run down the outside. We know how quick Jammer can be on the brakes. Around the outside for 4th place there, that was Elliot Brscc trying to get past Jordan Kelly. I think somehow they both managed to make it stick. Now, what kind of order are they going to be down towards the hairpin? Here they come. It is Middlehurst that leads it. Yes, it is Middlehurst. I was trying to work it out because both Middlehurst and Romanek have got very similarly liveried cars. But it's Middlehurst that leads it then. Sharp's up to 2nd place. He's got ahead of Lucas Romanek. So a quick start for Lucas. So a quick move from Jamie Sharp has got him past then. Romanek down to 3rd. And McCorkin now on the tail of both Brscc, who did get past Jordan Kelly after that move into the S's. Jordan Kelly 5th. And then 6th place, it is for, Brandon McCorkin. Now, Chris Middlehurst did this yesterday. He pulled away a little bit in the early stages of race 1, but then was reeled back in again and passed by Lucas Romanek. So we'll see if he can try and hold on this time. Coming down towards the Craner curves again. I have to say, what I mentioned just now is the fact that even though, yes, again, not as big a grid as we normally have, but this lead pack is so competitive and tightly bunched in terms of pace, they definitely are feeding off each other in terms of being able to race each other hard but fair. Really is quite excellent, been some great battles already throughout this season in National Formula Ford. Particularly the opening rounds at Alton Park, where there was a lead group, I think lead 6 covered to finish the race covered by about less than 2 seconds, which was just how competitive it really was. So 15-minute race in National Formula Ford, just coming up towards 3rd distance already, which is quite incredible. But then again, lap times in the circuit are about the low 1-minute 40s, or in sort of 41s, 42s, 43s. In fact, McCorkin set the first proper flying lap of the race in terms of fastest lap, 141.491. He's the only driver, aside from McMullen and Kinch, who are in the 141s. Everyone else is so hard, battling hard. They're in the 42s and 43s, and that should bring everyone else back together as they tumble down towards the hairpin. Brscc having a little peek up the inside of Romanek. He just about tried to get up the inside there, bailed out at the last minute and only got the car just about anchored up so you could slot back in behind the championship leader, and that will have put both Jordan Kelly and also Brendan McCorkin on his tail on red alert, thinking there's an opportunity to get through here. There is McCorkin. Again, somebody who made his proper debut, I think, in Formula Fords, at least in this country, at the Formula Ford Festival in 2021, and was very quick in a historic car and actually took 3rd, or it was on the podium at least in his first weekend racing a historic car in the historic final at the festival, and then elected for a full season National Formula Ford this last year, and was quite a decent front runner. Was one of the 3 drivers that got through to the end of season GB4 Championship shootout, which is happening again this year. That's for any drivers in the field which will be still aged 19 or under, still a teen essentially by the end of the calendar year, and that means that they will go the top 3 of those drivers that are eligible in the championship will then go through to the end of season shootout, like Colin Queen did last year, who won the prize the first year, and they will get, if they win the shootout, they get a £20,000 prize fund to go towards racing in the GB4 Championship in 2024. So a big thank you, of course, that goes to Jonathan Palmer and MSV and everyone involved in GB4 for being able to make that happen. It's in place once again this year as it was last year. So these young guns really are going for something that could certainly help them catapult their career a little further forwards. At the moment, they're trying to not catapult over each other. I probably shouldn't have mentioned it. Wrong choice of words, I think, but they're all also on top of each other in terms of pace. It's quite close to see how they're all going to try and get past each other. Now, Jamie Sharp is going for the lead here. He's trying to squeeze his way up the inside and force a gap through on the inside of Middlehurst. Couldn't quite make that stick. He was very close right on the Middlehurst gearbox at the middle of the Melbourne Loop. Now back towards Goddard's. He's going to try again. He's right underneath him there. Romanek's in there too, as is Brscc, as is Kelly. There is the young Irishman Jordan Kelly, the second of the 2 Team Dolan cars this weekend. No Morgan Quinn or Nathan Yu. Unfortunately, their cars unable to be ready in time due to 1 or 2 problems, I understand, that were unable to be fixed in time for this weekend, sadly. But they should be out for the next rounds, hopefully, in a few weeks' time. And there's Brandon McCorkin, who would rather much like to be higher than 6th after he was demoted to 7th after his track limits penalty yesterday. She mentioned Johnny McMullen is back in 8th place. He's now on the tail just to the background there. You saw going to the top shot. That was Johnny McMullen's red and yellow machine on the tail of Nolan Alleye. There he is. Johnny McMullen, 2015 National Formula 4 champion, having a look up the inside, but Alleye's got the better pace to swing through the old hairpin and hold on to the position. So McMullen's pace is sort of thereabouts. but still struggling a little bit to keep up with the leaders. It's been a while since he's properly raced one of these Formula 40 in succession, and contact between Jordan Kelly and Brandon McCorkin. McCorkin went up the inside line, and I'm not sure Kelly was expecting the Oldfield Motorsport Van Diemen to be that far up the inside. And even though he took a very slight flight through the gravel trap, he certainly seems to be getting back going again. Not that much damage, hopefully, and it's also put him into the clutches of both Allire and McMullen, and that will be over what will become 6th position if he can both get past. So the leading 6-pack now becomes a leading quintet now that Jordan Kelly's car's dropped back. Back down to the hairpin we go. And is that Sharp looking down the outside? It is. And can he get the switch back here? Also under threat for 3rd place is Romanek, with Brscc to his inside line. The Ammonite Motorsport Ray having a look to try and steal the podium place, but Romanek has better traction off the hairpin and will get the better run up the hill towards the left-hander at Goddard's. As Jamie Sharp, how much would he love to get a victory on his first weekend back in National Formula Ford? He's trying to go the right way about it. He's on the tail of Chris Middlehurst as they come back down the hill again. And Jordan Kelly, in fact, incredibly... No, that can't be right. No, it's not. Sorry, I thought for a second Jordan Kelly was... I looked at the best times rather than the last lap times. And I thought for a second Jordan Kelly just set the fastest lap of the race. But clearly he hadn't, because he's just had a tiny piece of wheel-to-wheel touch with McCorkin's car, and he's lost a few seconds and dropped back. So that can't be a fastest lap of the race. It is a personal best for Chris Middlehurst, though, 140.558. But he's actually literally a tenth slower that time than both Sharp and Romanek in 2nd and 3rd position. So they sweep through towards the top of the circuit once more, and Middlehurst back under threat again. You can see there McCorkin now trying to get round the outside of Brscc. He did this once to try and get past Kelly, and it ended in the two tangling on the exit of the corner. McCorkin this time has to sit back just a couple of car lengths to try and reassess his options. But the top 3 now nose to tail as they come out of Coppice. It's still Middlehurst leading in the black and orange Team Dolan Van Diemen. It's then the red Medina Sport car of BM Racing's Jamie Sharp, and then championship leader Lucas Romanek in his Oldfield Motorsport prepared Van Diemen. And Brscc and the Ammonite Motorsport race are 4 different teams in the top 4. Just shows how competitive this paddock really can be. And they come over the crest towards the hairpin again. This is on lap 6. Just ticking over to a fraction past 2/3 distance in a moment. 10 minutes down, 5 minutes still to go. Jordan Kelly is trying to catch it back up again with the top 5, but he's at least keeping McMullen and Allire at bay. McMullen has got past Allire meanwhile, so he's now into 7th position. But the top 5 nose to tail as they come out of the Goddard's hairpin again, now to start lap 6. Or end lap 6 and start lap 7. Down the hill. Towards Redgate once again. So, Middlehurst. Kelly. Middlehurst, then Sharp, then Romanek. Then Brscc, then McCorkin. That's the top 5. Again, look at him, line astern, all the way through the Cascades. It's a great sight to watch race cars through this. It's one of my favourite circuits out there, Donington Park, and it's a wonderful, naturally fast and flowing track. It's been mostly untouched from its original layout. Well, it's different from when it first started back in the 30s, of course, but it's one of those circuits where when it's been rebuilt, it's kind of, especially when it's essentially the baseline current layout that we have here was built around about I think it was the 70s or so, when it was late 70s, early 80s. Apart from some of the construction that had to go into it when it was sort of ceased to be for a couple of years, when it was attempted to be redeveloped as the new home of the British Grand Prix and then failed. Thankfully, when they managed to get it done and back up to racing operation again, it's pretty much the same circuit it always really was back through the 80s and 90s and 2000s. It hasn't really changed too much, and it has got this wonderful, fast, flowing nature. You get a really good rhythm around this circuit. Lots of really long, fast corners you can sweep through and carry lots of speed in. It's certainly a driver's favourite, and the Melbourne Loop also adds another different element to it because you get lots of big braking duels, particularly as we've got down here on this current race here. As Sharp looks to try and go up the outside, almost stuffed the front of his Medina Sports nose right into the back of the gearbox of Middlehurst's Dolan Van Diemen. He's having another peek up the inside line, but Middlehurst is keeping it for one line astern here, and you just sense with 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go that there's possibly something about to kick off here in the best possible way, because I think that possibly these guys are just starting to bide their time a little bit, trying to set, it's like a high-speed game of chess here, just trying to work out their best move. Lock up from McCorkin right on the back a bit with Brscc. He's getting a bit impatient. But yeah, 5 of them all together. Genuinely, any one of these 5 drivers could win this race, but exactly who it's going to be, we'll find out in the next 3 minutes or so, plus change. Down towards the old hairpin. Sharp has a look on the outside line, dips a wheel onto the curb, looks to try and get the undercut, but Middlehurst parked the Van Diemen right on the apex and stopped Sharp's stopped Sharp's momentum dead. I'm so excited I can't speak. Stopped Sharp's momentum dead right at the apex, as here comes Romanek trying to make a move, but also he's got Brscc to his outside line, but also Brscc has McCorkin to his inside, exiting McLean's, but the American holds on ahead of the Irishman. Up to the top of the hill. Through Coppice once again, literally close as you like, all 5 together. Middlehurst trying to make a small breakaway, but he's got Jamie Sharp towing round Lucas Romanek. Further back, we've got Donald Downey in the white car, another one of the Irish drivers and the independents. Meanwhile, for second down the outside, looks Romanek into the chicane, but he's on the curb, tries to turn in, finds Brscc to his inside, rattles over the curb, possibly over the gravel. That was Brscc going through for third place. So the Ammolite Motorsport Ray with the American at the wheel might be into third place now. And the answer to that is yes, he is. So up to third, it's gone Brscc. That was a failed attempt getting past Sharp on the outside. He backed off, then tried to get to the apex. And Brscc saw the opportunity, slipped up the inside, and forced Romanek to cut across the gravel. That's cost him at least 1 place. Now he's got his teammate Brandon McCorkin in for company. They're going to start the last lap of the race as Romanek looks back around the outside to reclaim that was McCorkin, in fact, to reclaim third place. He's going to take third place because Romanek's been shuffled right back down from what was third down to fifth. He's at the back of the queue now. And Jordan Kelly, despite the contact with McCorkin, sets the fastest lap of the race in clean air to 1 minute 40.050. So it turns out having a tangle with Brandon McCorkin has made his car faster rather than slower, ironically. So, last lap of the race. I thought we were going to get a last lap scramble here, but it looks like everything's calmed down for the most part. McCorkin darting around this way and that, diving up the inside! Sideways from McCorkin, he's lost it again! Exactly what Mark Eels did into the gravel trap in the Metro Cup race, and off into the gravel goes Brandon McCorkin. And I'm afraid he pushed a little bit too hard, looked up the inside, couldn't get it stopped. Brscc took his normal racing line. McCorkin realised he's made a mistake, slid off onto the gravel, and I'm afraid he will score no points from this second race. But it's a relief for Jordan Kelly, in fact, as a silver lining. He now gets up to 5th position. So as they come out of Coppice and up towards the back straight for the final time, that'll be gutting for Brandon McCorkin. He clambers out. He's okay, of course. It's a simple spin, but jogs away and will be absolutely kicking himself for that mistake. But that's motor racing, and he'll come back to fight another day later on this afternoon in their third race of the weekend. This at least promotes Romanek back up to 4th. So that means he gets up 1 place off the podium. Just going to quickly check to see if there's anything on the race control to see if anyone's got any penalties. No penalties incoming, so we should be as it was to the checker flag. But Chris Middlehurst, having absorbed all of that pressure from Jamie Sharp, from Lucas Romanek, from Elliot Brscc, Brandon McCorkin and co behind him, he's going to head to the checker flag, and after lots of up and down fortunes, finally Chris Middlehurst will turn out at the hairpin for the final time in another frantic but fantastic National Formula Ford race, heads to the checker flag, and Chris Middlehurst takes his second win of the season here in Formula Ford, and race number 2 victory at Donington Park. Jamie Sharp is back on the podium in second place, a place higher than he was yesterday. Elliot Brscc also backed onto the rostrum with third place. Lucas Romanek picks up 4th position. It's 5th for Jordan Kelly, 6th for Sir Johnny McMullen, who finishes ahead of Nolan Allire. It'll then be Donald Downey across the line, because Brinkinch has not come through. So he's obviously had some problems also. And as we say, Brandon McCorkin down in the gravel track. His car will need to be retrieved. So it might be a small break before we get our next race underway. And Brinkin, sadly, also not at the checker flag just yet. Oh, there he is. And is he going to pit in? He needs to check a flag, Bryn, but he's going to do so in the pit lane rather than on the track. Either way, he will finish in 9th position in the pit lane. And that means, sadly, Brandon McCorkin does not make it. Fastest lap of the race, as we know, went to Jordan Kelly. And that was 1 minute 40.022 in the closing stages, despite a bit of a tangle with McCorkin up at McLean's, which pushed him wide and onto the gravel. But after what was, again, another typical Formula Ford race in the best possible fashion, it was a second win of the season. Finally, at least, that'll be relieved Chris Middlehurst that takes another victory. Jamie Sharp in second place, another strong podium on his comeback to Formula Ford. And Elliot Brscc, another podium for Ammolite Motorsport in third. Then Lucas Romanek, who could have started on pole and took a victory, ends up 4th. Jordan Kelly recovers after his contact with McCorkin to 5th. Then McMullen in 6th, Allire 7th, Downey 8th, and Brinkinch 9th. And we saw, of course, Brandon McCorkin go a little bit too hot into the old hairpin, slide off onto the gravel, and out of the race. So Formula 4 will be back for one more race later on this afternoon. Until then, we've got more action coming up. Our first race of the day of 2 for the ZEO Prototypes Cup. So if you're a sports car and sports prototype fan, stick around for that one, because that'll be our third race before we head into a lunch break. And we've got 4 more races after that. We've got the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy race. We've also got the second races of the weekend for both the second races of the day for both the National Formula Fords for their third and final race of the weekend, and the second ZEO Prototypes race. And then, of course, we have our main event for today, which is 3 hours of Silverlake C1 Endurance Racing action. The cars already making their way into pit lane, where they'll be greeted at least with the top 3 with the 1, 2, 3 boards. They'll be lined up into the top of the pit lane, and once they are out in the way,
we did spread it out so that wouldn't happen.
We'll be able to and there's a handshake and celebrations for Chris Middlehurst. And let's see what Chris, Jamie and third place man Elliot Brscc found about that race, as Jamie Sharp's rather relieved for second place. A hug there with Andy Brickles. Let's get the thoughts of the top 3 from that second National Formula 4 race down the top of the pit lane with Rob Lewis.
I still maintain that Formula Ford 1600 racing is the best junior single-seater racing you can ever do. These cars are fantastic to watch. They're certainly a spectacle, and one man that is a spectacle while driving one and has been for several years now is Chris Middlehurst. Fantastic win, Chris.
Yeah, brilliant race there for Team Dolan. Got in the lead quite early on and just sort of kept my head down and tried to sort of get a gap really. It was hard with Jamie behind in the tow, you know, he couldn't quite break it. So I was strong in some areas, he was strong in others, but overall I could sort of eke a little bit of a gap, and you know, come the start-finish line there I had a few car lengths gap, and I know I could kind of maintain that throughout the lap till the next one.
Is it a case of the experience that you've had driving these cars kind of helped a little bit, just the little extra 1%? I
think, yeah, sometimes in certain racing situations. Yesterday, you know, I backed out a move and obviously for the win there on the last lap, but you've got to bring it home, you've got to keep scoring the points. At the same time, we've got to win, you know, we're chasing Lucas, so that win there was crucial really. He obviously lost a couple of places back. Fourth, yeah, so that's brilliant for us, and not sure about fastest lap, but I was in the lead, so probably didn't get that. I doubt it anyway, but yeah, try and get my head down for race 3 and try and repeat that.
Fantastic, so just get your head down, crack on and get that third win.
Definitely, yeah, just got to get that other win, and going forward now just push for the wins and poles and fastest laps to try and get these points back.
So how difficult is it to sort of maintain that mindset between keeping the consistency and going for the wins to maximise the points?
I think it's just a case of, I always think just pretend I'm testing really, you know, and not really think that you're in the lead of a race. It comes from when you're younger, karting and leading races, leading championships, you know. Since I was 10 I've been go-karting at club level, so you just kind of build that and it's kind of in you, you know. It's just experience and be able to cope under pressure. It's like a lot of sports, you know. Obviously racing's quite intense, but likes of football, you know, a top game, you've got to really, you know, roll yourself up, you know, and get ready for the race or, you know, or game or whatever it may be in a sport. So when you're on the top of your game, you know, it just kind of, you feel relaxed and you can just sort of focus on what you're doing. I think it comes down to your brain in either conscious or subconscious, and if you can be subconsciously driving, all you're thinking about is, you know, how you can brake a bit later or keeping behind, and you're not thinking about driving. So when you first start off, you're thinking more about your gears and clutch and lines, and once you've been experienced, that all goes out the window. It's purely just you eking out the most from the car.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on another superb Formula Ford 1600 win. That's our winner there, Chris Middlehurst. I am actually going to grab the third place driver who's closer to me, Elliot Brscc. Elliot, on the podium this weekend, fantastic result.
Yeah, no, I'm super happy with it. I think it was a good race considering, and I'm very happy to bring it back on the podium.
Although it's a slightly smaller field than usual for Formula Ford 1600, the talent, the top drivers like yourself, Jamie Sharp, Chris Middlehurst, it's really tight at the top, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, it's a bit of a shame that it's only 10 cars, but if you look at those 10 cars in qualifying, we were all separated by, what, 6/10? And yeah, you have festival winners, past champions, and I think the numbers don't show how good of a field it actually is.
But the racing doesn't, you know, the racing never stops. It's so hard up and down the field. You can almost pick a winner out of those 10 cars.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at the last one, until the last 2 laps, there were 5-6 cars within less than a second, and we were all dicing it out. So I think, yeah, it's just fantastic racing.
Game plan now from here on in?
Just push to move forward. I don't think you can say anything else. I don't know how the reverse grid's going to stack up, but I think it's just push to make positions up.
More points, more prizes.
More points, more prizes. And thank you to Team USA, Doug Mockett, and the whole Ammonite crew and everyone involved, because it is definitely definitely them that makes it happen.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on another fine podium there. That's our third place driver, Elliot Brscc. I'm going to grab a chat with Jamie Sharp, who's finished in second. Jamie, fantastic result. He's a wily old fox, that Chris, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got good experience, especially within defending side of things. But yeah, he's quick, and honestly, the whole race he just defended really well. But yeah, he made it very difficult for me to make a move on him.
Because of how experienced he is, obviously multiple champion, does that kind of make you up your game and give you the benefit of learning, battling such an experienced campaigner?
Yeah, no, because I mean, I'd say when we're out on track, I mean, you take it as it is. You just deal with it at the time. And racing-wise, we've proven that we know what we're doing on track. So yeah, I mean, you do take little bits here and there, but I mean, definitely we're there or thereabouts with the racing side.
Awesome. And what's the plan now going forward for the rest of the weekend?
I mean, we're hoping that the rain comes in. Yeah, we've seen on the forecast there's meant to be a bit of rain, but we'll see about that. But other than that, I mean, we'll just take it as it is, and we've got a good setup now, so we just need to keep them tyres intact, and then just go from there. Keep battling, keep trying, and hope we get a good position in this last one.
Well, the last I checked, we are supposed to have thunderstorms around 3 o'clock. So if we see you doing a silly little dance in the paddock, are you asking for the rain to come?
Absolutely, yeah. I won't be complaining.
What is it about the rain that sort of gives you the? Do you feel it gives you the upper hand?
I mean, the car itself, unbelievable in the rain. We've found that at a lot of tracks. I mean, the guys have done a great job at Medina developing that chassis. But I mean, myself, I just feel comfortable in it. It's nice weather to drive in for me. I really enjoy it. So yeah.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on another fine podium. Hopefully we'll have another chat with Jamie Sharp later on, but he did mention there something that we can perhaps see in the distance. There's not too many clouds around, but the forecast is saying it's due to be thunderstorms later, and you've got that feel in the air. It's very muggy. But that concludes our Formula Ford 1600 podium roundup. I can hear cars out on circuit that are about to make the ground shake. I know Scott Woodwis is looking forward to this one. So am I. It's time for the ZEO Prototype. Said it's time to head back to the commentary box with Scott Woodwis.
Tell you what, Rob, you're not wrong. Thank you very much. I am certainly looking forward to this one. First of 2 races today for the ZEO Prototype Series, their second meeting of the year after they had a fantastic opening with a couple of races at the Silverstone GP circuit just under a month ago, supporting the C1 24 Hours. Lots of exciting sports prototypes here, not just grid for the radicals. There's all sorts of cars in here, including Polesitter Graham Charman's Juno. He starts on pole position ahead of one of the Pragas in the field, the Praga R1T and Ruben Stanislaus. Then Max Windhauser's Norma starts on the second row of the grid in third, alongside Richard Morris, and the first of the Sports Prototype Cup Revolution 500 SCs. Then it's Joaquin Penteado and Jess Hawkins who starts this first race, alongside who's sharing that car with Shane Kelly. She's on the third row of the grid in her Praga. It's then Alistair Smart and Charles Graham in a pair of radicals. Alistair Smart's SR10 and the SR3 SRX to Charles Graham. Ian Charles and his radical PR6 comes next, alongside Dominic Landon Down in his SR3 RS Radical. Roger Green in the Revolution, alongside Antonino La Rosa in the 6th row of the grid. Mike Genvy, who should be towards the front, but looks like didn't get a time in qualifying, starts in 13th on the grid, alongside Rodolfo Gonzalez. And hopefully we've got the back of the grid if we can, who didn't set a time in qualifying, the Pro Sport Radical of Robert Gilman and the SR3 of Richard Gilman. Hopefully they're at the back of the grid there if possible, but if not, sadly we have just 14 cars rather than the 16 which we had. I think we were supposed to have as many as 20, but I was talking to ZEO coordinator this morning, Grace Williams, who said they had a few cars that had 1 or 2 issues in issues with engines, etc. towards the before the round, so we could have as many as 20 cars. But good to see there's plenty of appetite for sports prototype racing. This weekend's a bit of a collaboration between the ZEO Prototype Series and the Sports Prototype Cup, which usually goes around to a few Grand Prix venues, particularly supporting races such like Monza and Portimao and others. I think Zandvoort's one of them also in there. But they had a collaborative race at Silverstone. We had a really good entry of over 20 cars competing at that one, and lots of fantastic battles at the front of the field. The 3 Pragas at the front of the field, that was between Ruben Stanislaus, I think Jess Hawkins, and Rodolfo Gonzalez battling away with the Genvy gun of Mike Genvy's in the mix. That's good to see. Both Robert and Richard Gilman are at the back of the grid, so we do have 16 ZEO prototypes ready to rumble for half an hour of racing around the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. Lights out on the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car. So now on the run towards the hairpin, we should see a nice, hopefully 2x2 formation up of 8 rows of sports prototypes, and it'll be Graham Charman's white and blue Juno on the front row of the grid, alongside the number 18 silver and fluorescent yellow Praga R1. Good to have the Pragas in ZEO Prototypes. Everyone starts to form up nice and neat at the back of the grid. A couple of the cars get into position. And hopefully, as they come out of the hairpin, we should see 8 rows neatly stacked up of sports prototypes set to go for the first of 2 half-an-hour races here for the ZEO Prototype Series on the full Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. Graham Chalmers Jr. on pole. It's Ruben Stanislaus in the Praga. The red lights go out any second now. And the power and noise explodes onto the pit straight as ZEO Prototypes gets underway. And a great start from the front row. They go for Ruben Stanislaus, gives him the lead. Going for second down the outside there is the kind of Red Bull racing coloured Richard Morris Revolution. Also in there too is Max Windhauser. He's in the turbocharged Norma, but they picked their way through Redgate for the first time. It looks that everyone's through cleanly, and what a sight they make, cascading their way down through the Craner curves. It's Stanislaus that leads, Charman in second place, everyone stacking up behind Max Windhauser for third. Passing there is Jess Hawkins, and off the road I'm afraid already goes number 6, that's Robert Gilman, so I'm afraid whatever they fixed over qualifying but saw him miss it, I'm afraid has already gone wrong on the exit of Redgate corner, sadly. So Stanislaus leads, Charman second, Windhauser third. Jess Hawkins up to 4th place there. She's in the car she shares this weekend with Shane Kelly, so she'll drive the first race. Shane Kelly will drive race number 2. And then it's just behind them was Richard Morris in the first of the Revolutions. And he's got, I think, possibly the 74 of Joaquim Penteado, who's not too far behind him. Through the S as they go for the first time. The 2 Revolutions chase after Jess Hawkins' Praga. Oops, that was a 73 car skating off the road. There's the number 6 car that's parked up now, I'm afraid. I think it's far enough potentially at least to cover just that with a yellow flag, I'd like to think, because it's on the exit of Redgate corner. It's not a particularly high-speed part of the circuit on the exit of the corner. You're accelerating, yes, but you're not going too far. He's parked it way off the road, so I wouldn't anticipate that's going to be a safety car. Probably just a local yellow to deal with him getting out of the car and over the barrier, but that should be fine after he's got to safety. So Stanislaus leads then. In the Praga, it's then Juno second, Norma third, Praga 4th, then the 2 Revolutions of Morris and Penteado. Mike Gemby, from where he started back in 13th, has made a quick getaway. He's up to 7th already. Then it's 7th place for the number 7 car, which is Green. I think that's Robert or Richard Green, and he's sharing that car with, of all people, Sir Chris Hoy this weekend. So Sir Chris Hoy, no stranger to motorsport, of course, the multi-time winning Olympic cyclist, turned racing driver. He's been a champion driver, I think, in the European Le Mans series, and he has raced a few cars, not for 24 hours, but he has raced, I think, at the Road to Le Mans races at Le Mans. He's been no stranger to the Sports Prototype Cup either. He was here racing last year as well. Good start that we got from Chris Hoy in the second race, I remember last year at Donington Park, and that was on the national circuit, and it's really good to get away from him. Saw him get towards the front in the early stages before his Revolution hit some kind of problems and dropped back in the order. So Stanislaus then leads the way then still with 0.8 per second over Graham Charman, who his pace sometimes goes up and down a little bit, but he seems to quite suit Donington Park, does Graham and this Juno. Through the hairpin they go. And Jess Hawkins now fancies a go at a podium as she can try and get past Max Windhauser. They're slightly longer races than normal than we had in the past couple of years for the ZEO Prototypes. They're usually around about, I think, 20 minutes in length, but instead they've gone for half-an-hour races, possibly to satisfy 1 or 2 of the Pragas that are in this race. Stanislaus across the line does a 1:28.1 and is already at least a second faster than anyone else on track. Next fastest car on the road is the second of the Pragas in the order there, Jess Hawkins. Of course, those who know Jess Hawkins from her exploits in TCR, when she won a race in TCR UK last year. She's done W Series, she's done BTTC, she's done all sorts of plenty of stuff. VW Cup she's raced in as well, all sorts of different formulas. She's also raced a couple of Brscc ClubSport Trophy races as well. In fact, I remember 2020, I think it was, she raced in one of the development Fiesta ST240 Turbo cars, and now racing the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. She drove that car solo. It was an invitation class car, but she crossed the line first and essentially won, in inverted commas, the race outright. She wasn't classified really as the proper winner because she was at a invitation car, so she was the first invitation class car home, but she was on track at least the first car past the flag. So Jess Hawkins, one of those incredibly talented female racers who certainly proving her worth behind the wheel of anything she drives. Of course, she's an ambassador, of course, well for the Aston Martin Formula 1 team. So she's also quite busy in terms of travelling the F1 paddocks. Well, she's not here, not in Canada this weekend, obviously. She's behind the wheel of the Praga because we've got the Canadian Grand Prix happening later on in the UK time, at least this evening. So I'm sure people will be tuning in for that. Meanwhile, the sports prototypes continue on. That is the number 18 machine of La Rosa. And probably just running I thought potentially there was a problem with the car, but it's probably just him running at his own pace and keeping out of the weights. Antonino La Rosa in car number 80, the two-tone silver and grey Revolution. Max Windhauser's Norma's got quite a bit of pace here, so he's managing to hold off the similarly turbocharged Praga. It's really nice to have the Pragas in ZEO Prototype Cup. It's good to see them appear because it's nice for them to start finding a home within British motorsport. They have been around in their own series the past couple of years, but they're now joining the ZEO Prototypes to get amongst some other machines. There's the number 7 car of Green. And he'll be trying to hold on as much as possible. That car in very similar livery to the old Ferrari Formula 1 cars, as Jess Hawkins creeps up the inside of Max Windhauser and picks off 3rd place. So both of the leading Pragas at the moment are into the top 3 positions. Stanislaus leads by 1.7 seconds now from Graham Charman. So it's now Praga, Juno, Praga in the top 3. And there, is motoring along in the background, you can see, is the hard-charging Mike Genvy. He is never one to count out on a ZEO Prototype weekend. There he is in the Genvy Gun race. Now, you won the first race at Silverstone, but only after a fantastic 4-way scrap for the lead between Genvy and the 3 leading Pragas that day. That was Ruben Stanislaus, Rodolfo Gonzalez, and indeed Jess Hawkins. And Hawkins was up there in that battle for quite a while until she had some kind of a mechanical issue that dropped her out of the race with a couple of minutes to go. There is Jess, still being chased down by Mike Genvy. And there's Max Windhauser, who's also lost another place. He's lost out to Genvy, runs very deep into the final hairpin, and he's all arms and elbows trying to get his car back on track. He's now slipped from what was 3rd down to 5th in just a couple of corners. So Mike Genvy certainly keen to try and get himself on the podium. His next target, of course, will be to try and get past Jess Hawkins if he can. And wherever that car goes, that Genvy gun is so well built and so well put together. Sometimes has 1 or 2 tricky reliability issues, but the team always works hard to get them fixed as quickly as possible and get it back out there. When that car's on form, it is near untouchable in Genvy's hands. He's been around in the Brscc Sports Prototype Circle for quite a while and been a former champion in what was the OSS Championship before. Charging along to try and get up the inside to have a look at Hawkins, who is not going to just open the door for Genvy. She's going to make it as difficult for him as possible. Down the back straight. You know how quick this Genvy gun is, but the turbo of that Praga is certainly going to try and keep Jess Hawkins in front as much as possible. Genvy's having a sneak up the inside into the S's, forces Jess Hawkins to capitulate. She went to turn in, didn't realise that Genvy was there, and kind of rattles over the curb on the exit of the chicane to try and get through. Stanislaus, meanwhile, has got this race relatively under control. 2.5 seconds in the lead. And there's no pit stops in this race. Simply just, oops, that's a Revolution that's gone around. I think it might be. I wanted to say it was the 500 car. It's either Richard Morris, I think, or Joaquim Penteado. I think that was Richard Morris going through there. So potentially Penteado's had a spin up at the S's. It looked as though it's about to get going again, so it all seems to be well. Now, this is interesting as well. Max Windhauser, now he's back up to speed. Now he's managed to sort himself out after losing 2 places in as many corners. He's now right back underneath Jess Hawkins on the tail of that Praga. There's Richard Morris. So he is comfortable in the highest place of the Revolutions, in the dark blue, red and yellow colours of very akin to Red Bull Racing. So through the old hairpin they go. Max Windhauser, who is no stranger to racing Brscc. I remember several years ago he brought one of the Spire GT3 kind of sports prototype cars to Silverstone, one of the last rounds of what was then, I say, OSS back in about 2016. And so he's raced in the Brscc paddock before. You can see him out there in the Norma and pushing as hard as he dares. So I see some variety in this series. It is a series rather than a championship, but you've got the Genvy gun, which Mike Genvy prepares. You've got Radicals, you've got Junos, Normas, you've got there's other cars that compete. You've had the CTR-01 that's been in the hands of Richard and I think it's Richard and Robert or Michael Chamberlain number 2. Again, I apologize if I butchered the name at all, but Chamberlain's in their CTR-01 cars are pretty handy. This is looking pretty handy too. This is number 14. You've got Rodolfo Gonzalez, who is battling away with Alistair Smart in his Radical SR10. This is over 4th and 5th in Class A, and also 7th and 8th overall. This is for position outright and indeed in class. It's off the podium, but it doesn't matter. It's still quite a decent battle nonetheless. So wait for that battle to come over the crest, which it does, and here comes Rodolfo Gonzalez, diving up the inside. Better brakes on the Praga, dips into the apex and sweeps through into 7th position. Here a bit further back, I think that's Dominic Landon Down coming through in car number 23, which it is. Good to see him back out as always in his Radical, and just behind him is our race leader, Ruben Stanislaus, who is pushing on in the Radical, in the Praga. Here's one of his compatriots in the other Pragas in the field. That's Gonzalez now up into 7th place. Now his next target is Richard Morris, but his last lap was a 131.7 compared to 130.6 for Morris, so he's got some work to do to catch him up now. But Rodolfo Gonzalez, who has had quite a bit of experience in racing in general. So the man from Venezuela, who is an ex-IndyCar racer. He's raced in Formula 3, he's raced in Formula Renault. Had a brief spell of a GP2 series as well. A couple of sides. He's also been a test driver as well for Lotus and for Brscc as well. So a little bit of European Le Mans series, IndyCar as well on top of that. So quite vast array of experience. He's done with Le Mans 24 hours as well, so lots of experience racing driving various different machines. And certainly getting to grips with the Praga pretty well. There is Ruben Stanislaus. He's about to put a lap on, is that Gilman, I think it is, possibly. Yes, that's the 666 car, so that's the Robert Gilman, that's the Richard Gilman car, I think. Richard Gilman in the 666 car, the Radical. And you can see now in the background that Graham Charman is being caught by Mike Genvy now, so he's really put his foot down and chasing after Graham. In comparison lap time, Stanislaus is doing a 129.3, whereas Genvy's lapping about 1.4 seconds better. Charman's lapping quicker than Stanislaus on that last lap at least, and Genvy's lapping quicker than both of them. So that gap of 1.6 seconds between Charman and Genvy is going to come down pretty substantially in the next couple of laps, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see Mike Genvy making that move for second. There is the number 7 machine of green, which he's going to share with Chris Hoy. And behind him is number 24. It's Ian Charles and his Radical PR4. And that's them having a run for, that's different classes. So green second in Class F. And then you've got the Charles car of Class C, which actually leads Class C, in fact, from Charles Graham in second place. And then it's the 666 car of Richard Gilman in third. The Sports Prototype Cup cars, particularly the Revolutions out there, we've got 3 of them still running. The one car that we lost was the Antonino Penteado car, which we saw, I think, spinning up at the S's, and looks like that car has pulled off the circuit and stopped. Meanwhile, there has been a change for second, so Mike Genvy has managed to pick his way past Graham Charman. So he's now going to set off up the road to try and reduce this 4-second deficit to Ruben Stanislaus in front. We're really trying to gap Graham Charman pretty quickly, and Charman's not slow. Of course, he took pole position in qualifying, and certainly does know his way around Donington Park and this Juno. But let's see what lap time Genvy's got underneath him. He was only 3/10 quicker on the last lap than Stanislaus, so I reckon that Ruben's had the hurry up from the Dolo Motorsport team that are looking after him. We're giving the hurry up on the board or on the if they have a radio, telling him he needs to start pushing now because Mike Genvy's on his way. There is Mike. I remember for one year he took that car out into the Time Attack series and was in the Unlimited class and was, I think, pretty successful in that car. It just shows how quick that car is at the very least on a single lap compared to just over a race distance. And you can visibly see there that he's using all that pace available to him to create that large gap to Graham Charman and also start reeling in Stanislaus. I think that's about roughly maybe 2 seconds now. He's probably maybe 2.5 at most. Across the line they go. Gap is now 2.8. A new fast lap of the race from Mike Genvy. He's the only man so far to dip into the 26s. And it's a quite quick one as well. Went at 26.247, a whole 1.2 seconds faster on that lap than the leader. So Ruben Stanislaus did set a personal best, but even that wasn't enough to ward off any challenge from Genvy as the gap continues to come down. So what was 4 seconds is down to 2.8, and there's still half the race to go. Still got 16.25 minutes left in this first ZEO Prototype race, so we could be seeing quite a battle here. But that depends on how much of a fight Stanislaus puts up against Mike Genvy. Here he goes. Always familiar white self-developed Genvy gun with the red flashes on the front wheel arch, front wheel haunches. There is Stanislaus in the silver Praga with the little fluorescent accents and the red roof. Here further back is Alistair Smart. Just checking in on class leaders. So Alistair Smart is 5th in Class A. Class A is led by Ruben Stanislaus's Praga. Class B is led by Mike Gemby's Gun. You've then got Ian Charles in Class C. And the only other class represented is Class F, which is the Revolutions, and it's Richard Morris who leads that from Green in 2nd place, and then it's Antonino La Rosa in 3rd place at the moment. Right, Gemby goes past again, sets another new fast lap of the race, a second quicker. And Stanislaus again is picking up the pace and going faster, but he just can't match the outright pace of that Gemby Gun, which is quite extraordinary. It was another personal best for Stanislaus on that last lap, which was 1:27.166. But Gemby lowered the fastest lap time again to 1:26.1. It's a full second quicker again. So the current gap is a fraction under 1.8 seconds. So another second taken out of Stanislaus. Seeing here Ian Charles and Charles Graham. This is actually the Class C fight for the lead in this class. So Ian Charles in the PR6 against the more modern SR3 RSX of Charles Graham, who is not racing radicals. He's generally looking after Daytona Motorsport down in Milton Keynes, I believe. So good to see him getting it out behind the wheel and giving his radicals some mileage out there in ZEO Prototypes. Through the S's, and they're being caught actually by the leaders now. This is the Class C lead battle, being led by the overall lead, being caught by the overall lead battle. That's Stanislaus and Gemby. And Stanislaus wants to get a little crossed up. He locked up into the hairpin. This now gives Gemby the chance to get right underneath the Praga as they come out of the Melbourne Loop and up the hill towards Goddard. Now is Gemby going to make the dive here? There's traffic in front. He might well be daring enough to go up the inside if he can, and he doesn't make it stick this time. But Charles Graham, they're both holding their line, which they're meant to do, but Gemby got more caught out with the traffic than Stanislaus did. Stanislaus does get past both Graham and Charles. Here comes Gemby getting past the PR6. And so a little bit of respite there for Stanislaus, but only briefly. And even then, through the traffic, another 1.2 seconds taken out of Stanislaus. And look, he's right there, almost underneath his rear wing as they tumble down through the crater curves and back towards the old hairpin. Again, just in the corners, that Gemby carries so much grip and downforce. It's incredible how this car's been developed over the last few seasons. Seems to make their way up towards McLean's now. I have a feeling you might see a lead change before the end of this lap because Gemby's pushing on. And he knows that if you can keep on putting Stanislaus under pressure, well, crack, he saw him go lock up at the hairpin last time by. Again, the straight line speed, at least of the Gembys, he locks into the slipstream, has a little peek up the inside, puts himself into Ruben's mirrors, saying, look, I'm here, I'm on your tail, what are you going to do about it? They've got two more cars, two of the Revolutions, I think, that are going side by side. This could be a factor also. That is going to be Green and La Rosa, and you saw there Gemby again darts to the inside to try and find the better line, slots in behind the Praga, gets the toe up the hill, and there in fact is Graham Charman in 3rd place, quite a way away from Hawkins as Gemby takes a peek round the outside, trying to set him up for a move down the pit straight. He's right underneath the rear wing of the Praga. They're getting past the two Revolutions. They go side by side the pit straight. Gemby might have to thread the needle here through the middle between the Revolution and the Praga, which he does. Round the outside, under brakes into Redgate, and through he goes. I say tentatively because Stanislaus tries to come back at him, but he does get through and now nose to tail through the crater curves. They got past the number 7 of Green, but into the lead in this first ZEO Prototype race goes Mike Gemby, and all Stanislaus can do now is stick in his wheel tracks and try and keep close with him. So again, even through the traffic, Gemby was half a second faster through there, but now Gemby's in front. Now he gets the chance to stretch the legs on the Gemby Gun at this point in time. And see if he can build the gap to Stanislaus. Should check in that Jess Hawkins is still running in 4th place, but she's in a bit of no man's land in 4th place. She's about 7 seconds back from Graham Charman, but she's about 12 seconds ahead of Max Windhauser in 5th position. So she's got quite a substantial gap in front and behind to try and make up, but still comfortable in 4th. She'll be 2nd in the Praga class, or in Class A in fact, behind Stanislaus. Down the hill. Oh, and that's Stanislaus back in front of Gemby now. Now, this happened a little bit at Silverstone where there was a bit of back and forth, and I think there was something to do with either throttle or fuel pickup on Mike Gemby's car, but saw him sort of get in front and then sort of lose a bit of power or acceleration or lose the throttle a bit, came back again, and it sort of went back and forth throughout the rest of the race until he was just about able to hold on. So I wonder, is that coming back to him here at Donington Park? Because Stanislaus is back in front. What was Gemby's last time? 1:29.864. He was a second slower than Stanislaus. and the Praga managed to make its way through. Interesting. So Jemmy's car appears to be back up to speed again, chasing after Stanislaus. We did suggest possibly at Silverstone whether or not he was simply just having a bit of a play and just backing up a tiny bit to make sure it was a bit of a duel between Stanislaus and himself, because they were so far ahead of everyone else. There was potential whether he was looking to try and just enjoy himself racing amongst the Pragas, but you've seen Jemmy come before, and he was insistent at the first race, in the first race at Silverstone, which he won. But he wasn't just backing off purposely and trying to make it more of a race, more of a battle for the spectators. It was genuinely him having one or two issues. He doesn't seem to have any issues right now, though. He charges past the Dominic Landon down Radical and almost looked to the outside into the S's to try and get past Stanislaus again. Now, the exit off the final court off the S's might give him the chance to get inside or outside at Melbourne Loop. There goes the number 80 car of Antonino La Rosa. Meanwhile, at the hairpin, again, Jimmy goes to the outside line. This will looks to the inside on the exit, but he'll put him again to Stanislaus' right on the run towards the hairpin at Goddard's. Into the hairpin he goes, and he was almost obscured out of view because he was that sort of locked in behind Stanislaus. He couldn't quite make it stick. He's over the curb on the exit, darts out from behind the Praga, down the pit straight towards Redgate next time for lap number 15. And again, with a slightly better traction, slightly better straight line speed, he's back into the lead once more. Now, will he stay there, or would he possibly have another intermittent problem that might push him backwards? He'll certainly hope it's the former, will Mike Genvy. Whereas Stanislaus, I'm sure, would like to take the victory any way he can. So 9 minutes now for Mike Genvy to truly escape from Ruben Stanislaus. Still Graham Charman in third, Jess Hawkins fourth, Windhauser fifth, Richard Morris sixth, Rodolfo Gonzalez seventh, Alistair Smart eighth, Green in ninth, Ian Charles is rounding out the top 10. But still battling away with Charles Graham. They're still separated by about 3/4 of a second, so that's probably a battle to watch out for. As Genvy gets caught up behind Alistair Smart's Radical, that's going to give Stanislaus the opportunity to close back in. Or maybe not, because I thought he would be right on his tail, but it looks as though that the Radical backed off a tiny bit, or at least wasn't as quick off the corner as he would have liked. And even with the slight hold up, it still gives Genvy the chance to pick his way through. Stanislaus does the same into the hairpin. The next car they're going to put a lap on looks to be Richard Morris, I think. Let's see who it possibly is at the hairpin. It is... No, it's not. It's the 666 car of Richard Gilman. So Richard will very kindly move out of the way as both Genvy and Stanislaus pick their way past. And 8 minutes to go. Less than 8 minutes to go now. Genvy now pulling that small gap now. 2 seconds is now the margin between the top two. There goes Richard Gilman, followed by Alistair Smart. And also then there was Graham Charman, just saw going into the end of the shot. There he is at the top of the picture, the white Juno. Down the crane occurs back towards the old hairpin. Through goes 666. Oh, that's Max Windhouse that's gone around. And that looks like... Now, he's either lost it at the hairpin. He's coming out of the hairpin. He's looped it around at the hairpin. Driven almost back the other way, which might get a bit... Oh, no, he's looped it around up at the... He's possibly gone straight on. So he's gone around on the piece of tarmac they use for the... Basically for the S's for the national circuit. Looped it around again and got back going. I thought for a second he was going the wrong way up the circuit, which had been certainly frowned upon by the clerk of the course. He was off on the runoff area, which means that he was able to recover. Oops, that's the Rodolfo Gonzalez Praga off the road at Redgate on the exit. So obviously he's either... Well, the question obviously is, did he jump or was he pushed? Having not seen it, it looks as though it's difficult to tell. You can go through Redgate and possibly lose the back end and spin off. But that means... And that's Windhauser's car off the road as well. He's parked up. That's at the Craner curve. So that's interesting. Now then, Windhauser's car is quite far off the road anyway. That shouldn't problem a problem. Rodolfo's car, meanwhile, that's quite on the edge of the circuit. And I wonder, is that going to prompt potentially either a late safety car or at least a late live snatch covered by waved yellows? Because I know that the clerk of the course wants to try and minimise the use of a safety car. That was the Antonino La Rosa revolution, which is going a bit slowly. And then late in the day then, safety car has been deployed. So this now means that Mike Genvy, the lead he was trying to build, excuse me, is down from what was 3.5 seconds down to nothing. Now, it depends on how quickly they can recover this car from the live snatch, because if they can do it quickly enough and pull it further into the gravel trap to safety, then there's a chance we can get the race restarted pretty quickly, and we'll get probably a couple of laps sprint to the flag. I hope it's as simple as a quick retrieval. Windhauser's car I don't think should be a problem, because he's parked it way off the road onto the grass. And everyone's slowed down a little bit under the safety now that the safety car boards and flags are out. But ideally, you want to kind of catch the safety car up as quickly as you can, where possible. And the recovery teams who are standing by to try and grab Rodolfo's car where possible. They will need the live snatch vehicle if they can, as Rodolfo, helmet off, trudges away. And so the marshals on top of our ever fantastic marshals on top of the tyre barrier, waiting to spring into action. I have a small feeling that the restart that we're going to get is probably going to be a couple of laps, because lap times, of course, in these cars at their fastest are sub 90 seconds. So this needs to be quite a quick recovery. And if they get going with about roughly 2 minutes to go or so, there'll be another time for another 2 laps to see if Genby can pull away. Right, but snatch vehicle's there in place already anyway, so good work from the recovery teams and the marshals to quickly get in there. They can quickly hook the front of Rodolfo's car towards the snatch vehicle. They can possibly quickly drag that car to nearer to the barrier where they can, or into a slightly safer place, possibly onto the little service road right on the outside of the entry to Redgate. I reckon what might happen here is that the safety car might go a little slower than it usually does, in order to allow more time. We only have to spend 1 lap behind the safety car. It'll be a long lap, but it'll mean more time for the recovery crews to very quickly grab Rodolfo Gonzalez's car and then get it, and then pull it to a place of a safer place on the outside of the circuit, and then get racing back on the way. They're just very quickly trying to to connect the Praga. Mike Genvy, meanwhile, currently leads the way. Stanislaus in second place now by only 0.8 of a second back, because we are on the safety car. Third is Graham Charman, and they have got that Praga moving quickly enough, so that's good to see. So we might even possibly, maybe even get a restart this time by, if they're quick enough to snap to recover it away, which I think they might well do. There's a good chance here. Would not surprise me if by the time we get to the Melbourne Loop, that the safety car lights are extinguished and we get back on the racing underway again. Probably with just over 2 minutes to go, I'd imagine. That'll give us enough time to do, I think, 2 more laps by the look of it. The pack is just about forming up behind the safety car. And yeah, there you go. Safety car lights are indeed out. So very quick work by the marshals, by the clerk of the course, and by the recovery teams. Really good work from everyone involved. Some great teamwork to ensure that we can get this race finished under green flag, and we are going to get roughly about 2 minutes of racing left. That's Antonio La Rosa, who is going at his own pace under the safety car. He won't catch the safety car, but he'll certainly be he's running at his own pace all day, really, so I don't think he'd be too bothered about not catching the safety car. I'm not quite sure why he's braking in towards Starkeys. You don't need to go that slowly through that corner. I should probably stop roasting him, and actually just I don't mean any ill by that comment. It's just obviously everyone goes at their own pace in terms of these race cars, so he's certainly just, as long as he's enjoying himself, that's the only thing that matters. Max Windhauser's car is back through, and he's being tended to. He's on the inside of the circus. He should be okay, as the safety car lights are out on the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car, and that means now we're just over 2 minutes to go. It will be Mike Genvy who leads the pack across the line to get towards the end of this first ZEO Prototypes race here at Donington Park. So back across the line we go. So we'll have time for 2 more laps. So Genvy leads, Stanislaus second, Graham Charman third. Jess Hawkins is back together with them in fourth. Not a great restart for Jess, but she's still there in fourth position. Fifth is now Richard Morris. Sixth is Alistair Smart. Seventh is Green in car number 7. Ian Charles 8th. Charles Graham 9th. Richard Gilman rounds out the top 10. Through Starkeys and up towards Schwantz, and now back into the right-hander at Plains for the first time back under racing speeds. Charman trying to go with Stanislaus as much as possible, because it looks like Genvy's got a decent pace advantage early on to try and pull a few tenths of a second. Second place still for Charman, though. Well, he has designs on second place. Stanislaus might have to give up here up the inside. A huge dive into the S's and a big lock-up as a result of that, because it looks as though that Graham Charman tried to catch Stanislaus unawares, but Unfortunately for him, Ruben was wise to that, and now this also means that not only has he fallen back from Stanislaus, it also gives an opportunity, potentially, for Jess Hawkins to snatch a third place if she can take advantage of the Juno locking up a little bit. There goes Genvi, there goes Stanislaus, but now Charman under potential pressure here from Jess Hawkins, then the 111 car. There she goes. So, on to the last lap of the race then. Genvi has a slightly more comfortable lead of 1.8 seconds now as we go on to the final lap of the race. But is Stanislaus going to hold on for second place? Not if he keeps locking up like that, he won't. This now puts Charman right under his rear wing, and they're just starting to pull away slightly from Jess Hawkins, who is still keeping in touch. And she knows if anything happens to either of these two cars, she will be on the podium. Meanwhile, that's 24 of Ian Charles ahead of 2 Charles Graham. The recovering, I think, that's Boris going through the traffic, I think. He just got past the Richard Gilman car. And that was over first, second and third, those 3 cars for Class C. That's one to watch. There goes Jess. She's still chasing hard to the flag. It looks as though at the moment it seems that Mike Genvi, it looks as though he's on his way to his victory. But as we know with that car, sometimes it can be a little bit temperamental. But hopefully it'll hold him well, as it has done many times before, to get to the checkered flag first. Up to the S's for the final time. No big dive this time from Graham Charman's Juno. Unless there's a mistake here from Stanislaus, it looks as though it's going to be first, second and third for Genvi, Stanislaus and Charman as they come up through the end of Coppice and now down towards the S's for the final time. And no dramas, it seems, for Genvi or any of the top 4 out of the Melbourne Loop. Up towards Goddard's for the final time as we have another of the East Midlands Airport's planes in the background. But the man who's certainly been flying today in the ZEO Prototype Series is Genvi, as from what was 13th on the grid, it is victory in race 1. He's absolutely delighted. You can see him punching the air in celebration. Victory for Mike Genvi in ZEO Prototypes. Second for Ruben Stanislaus in the Praga. And third for Graham Charman, only just holding on after that failed overtaking attempt at the S's to take third. Jess Hawkins takes fourth in her Praga. Fifth for Richard Morris, who's coming across the line now in amongst some lappery here. And it's going to be a Class C win, meanwhile, for Ian Charles ahead of Charles Graham. Richard Gilman will come across to round off the class top 3. Also in the order we had Alistair Smart and the number 7 car of Green, which he'll hand over to Sir Chris Hoy for the second race. Finished a very respectable 7th place, Carter 7. Also Dominic Landon Down takes the flag in 11th place, and also we'll wait for Antonino La Rosa. And the 4 cars that dropped out, hopefully, will be back in action for the second race later on this afternoon. So cars touring around back to the pit lane. We're going to be heading into today's lunch break when we get to our afternoon's action. It's mostly of an endurance type flavour. We've got the 45-minute pit stop race for the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy. Packed, sold out grid for that. 42 cars on the grid for that, which is going to be quite a sight for 45 minutes. We've then got the second races of the day for both the National Formula Fords, their final one of the weekend, and the second race for these fantastic ZEO prototypes. And then our main event for today is the 3 hours of the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series, fresh off their C1 24-hour centrepiece. They're here for round 4 here at Donington Park on the full Grand Prix circuit. So, after an intense first ZEO Prototype race, here's how they ended up from race number 1. Mike Genvi takes victory overall and in Class B for Ruben Stanislaus in second and wins Class A. Then Graham Charman and Jess Hawkins third and fourth. Richard Morris wins Class F for the Sports Prototype Cup Revolutions. Then Alistair Smart and Roger Green. Ian Charles wins Class C from Charles Graham and Richard Gilman, who round out the top 10. And then it was Dominic Landon Down and Antonina La Rosa in 11th and 12th. And we lost Rodolfo Gonzalez into the gravel. Max Windhauser pulled his car off at Hollywood. Jackie Penteado had a spin up at the S's, and Robert Gilman's car pulled off right at the start, exiting Redgate on the grass. So, as we head into the lunch break, of course, our top 3 from that race are going to be having a chat to Rob Lewis any moment now as we head down towards the Venter pits. And here comes the man of the moment in ZEO Prototypes in P1 for car 35, and as Ruben Stanislaus climbs out of his Praga, and also Graham Charman will neatly park up behind him. I don't think there's room to slot in next to Mike Genvi next to him. Mike Genvi stands up and gives the thumbs up. He's delighted with that victory, as he always seems to be. No matter how many races he does, he's always delighted to get the flag first. So good to see Mike still as enthusiastic as he ever was, and he'll be talking along with Ruben and with Graham down in the top 3 Parc Ferme area at the podium section with our river reporter Rob Lewis.
Well, I'm down with Mike Genvi in a very well-developed car by now. You've been racing this for years. You had a few issues at Silverstone, and you've come back today. First race, great win.
Yeah, well, we had issues in qualifying as well. So obviously, yeah, from the back of the grid, half-hour race, which is a bit longer than normal for ZEO. So I knew I had a bit of time to kind of get back, but everyone was going really fast. So when I got kind of halfway through, I was like, they were just extending and getting further away. So yeah, just luckily, I don't know, just sort of knuckled down in that middle bit. Took a person every couple of laps, and then made it through. Had a great battle. Then I went a bit wide in the chicane. I didn't go wide, but I was going to go wide, and made sure I didn't. So he got back by, and yeah, I managed to get him back. And then obviously safety car. It was kind of just trying to bring it home.
The issues with the car, is that the same that reared its ugly head at Silverstone, or is this a different?
No, just some new challenges. So we haven't had time. It's a new engine for this race following Silverstone. We haven't had time to test, or it's not even been on dyno. So it's a bit of sort of breaking it in, checking it's all okay, and it wasn't all okay in qualifying, but it wasn't terminal, so we fixed that. But it obviously gave us a great challenge for the race, and I think we got exactly the same thing to do in race 2.
It's one way to run an engine in.
Yeah, I know. It was pretty rapid running in. So, but yeah, no, it's okay. It works well.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a great win there for Mike Genvy. Now, let's. Ruben Stanislas has just been nabbed by the circuit commentators, so we'll head over to third place, who is actually our pole man initially, Graham Charman. Congratulations on a wonderful podium position. Hard race?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you know, they've got more grunt. They pulled away from me at the start. I struggled to stay with them. The safety car helped me out a bit, actually, because that meant I could catch this car. And I know I can get past those cars coming out of the loop and onto the start-finish straight. So had the checkered flag not come out, I reckon I could have got him after the safety car. But yeah, it was hard work. I was nursing the brakes like anything, almost constantly pumping the brake pedal to try and keep it working. It was hard work. Good fun.
Certainly looks it, but good fun. That's the main word here.
Yeah, it's a lot of stress. Yeah, but yeah, it's good fun. Yeah.
So tell us a bit about racing these ground effect cars. They're just a different gravy to anything normal, aren't they?
Yeah, I came to this from a Caterham, and yeah, just having the bravery, you know. Just so this morning I managed to turn it on, damp track, and I just went out, guns blazing, and put in a 127. So, you know, that was terrific. And it just comes down to don't use the brake pedal so much. Just drive it, let the car do the work. And it worked this morning. I think I probably went quicker this afternoon, but or in the race, but I'm not sure. We'll have to look at the times.
One more race to go. What's the aim?
Well, if it stays dry, same again. Nurse the brakes and get them. I don't know where I am on the grid for the second race, so I think I'm on pole again. Not sure.
We'll wait and see what happens.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
No worries. Congratulations on a fantastic podium. Thank you. So let's head to second place. Ruben Stanislas in this beautiful Praga. I mean, look at this thing. It's like an LMP car's crashed into a Formula One car almost. It's certainly a unique beast. Ruben, great second place. That Mike Genvy's a wily old fox, isn't he?
Oh yes, he definitely is. I mean, he started at the back, and then about halfway through the race, I saw him in my mirrors, and I thought, if he's come from there, it's going to be tough to hold him off. Had a little battle, defended here and there, but I thought rather than let the cars behind me back up, let him go, get in his slip and hopefully get him back later. But safety car made it interesting, but no, it's a really good race.
What is it you find racing in this series amongst the other different prototypes? Does it give it that extra edge?
I feel around corner curves it's on it. I don't think any other car can really hang with it. So around the high end, high downfall stuff, we're good. But going around the hairpins, that's where we really lose a bit of time. Obviously, the car's much lighter. It is hard to outbrake that, but yeah, they balance out quite well. So it's quite an even sort of race.
It's just a wily old fox behind the wheel, isn't it?
He definitely is. I mean, he got me last time at Silverstone, so I thought let's not let that happen this time, but there's nothing you can do.
Now, there's always race 2, so what's your plans?
I mean, we don't know what the weather's going to be like. Apparently, it's going to be quite wet.
As it stands, about 2 o'clock now.
Right, so if it is wet, obviously that's going to be something for me to get used to. Haven't really driven the car in the wet, apart from one round at Silverstone. So it's going to be a lot of learning in that race, but the main thing is just keep it on the track and bring it home towards the front of the grid.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a great podium position there. That's our second place man, Ruben Stanislas. And just look at these cars. These prototypes are absolutely phenomenal. Different gravy, as I would put put it. I don't know whether Scott would agree or have something different to say about them, but they are certainly a unique beast. Now we are heading towards the lunch break, so what I am going to do is hand back up to the commentary box to my colleague Scott Woodwis, who's going to close off. We're going to go for a break and head to the lunch break.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, indeed. That's our first part of our Sunday programme here at Donington Park wrapped up. So stay tuned. We've got just about an hour's worth of lunch break coming up. We should be getting racing underway, I'd imagine, right about still on timetable at about 20 to 2. And that's going to be kicking off with the 45-minute pit stop race for the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy. Sold out grid of 42 cars. It's going to look absolutely amazing, all lined up. Definitely not one to miss at all. Then we have 2 more sprint races. We have the Brscc National Formula Fords out for their 3rd race. The ZEO Prototypes you've just seen out for their 2nd race of the weekend. Then we finish off today with our main event, which is round 4 of the 2023 Silverlake C1 Endurance Series race here at Donington Park. 3 hours of racing, 45 teams all set to go for 180 minutes to see who can win round number 4. With the likes of Trojan Motorsport, Emax Motorsport, Silverlake and more back for this one, particularly Trojan and Emax to try and pick up where they left off after their grudge match at the conclusion of the C1 24 hours. It should be quite the occasion. So stay tuned, go grab yourself some lunch and get yourself refueled for more action here this afternoon at Donington Park. We should be starting roughly round about, if we're on timetable, at about 20 to 2 this afternoon. So get yourself some lunch, get yourself back in position, and we'll be back with more action here at Donington Park after the break. See you then.
And welcome back to Donington Park for our summer Father's Day race day here on the GP circuit. As you can see, we've got the Orange Army getting ready to grid up our first race this afternoon in this second session that's going to take you right through to the finish later on tonight. The first race is a bit of a warm-up endurance race. We've got the 45 minutes of the ClubSport Trophy, and then there's the little-known races of the National Formula 4s, the ZEO Prototypes. Plenty of action to keep you going. And then the crescendo, the final race of the day, just before 4 o'clock, will be the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. They've got a 3-hour endurance race there with Team Trojan putting 2 cars on pole, followed by Silverlake 2 in 3rd place. It's a great looking podium, and as the planes come in to land at East Midlands Airport, we're just getting ready to grid our cars up for the ClubSport Trophy. So it's time to head up to the commentary box, and our main man up there, Scott Woodwiss.
Thank you very much indeed, Rob. Yes, welcome back to the afternoon session here at Donington Park for more racing in store. 4 more races left to go here at our timetable, but we've got 2 slightly longer races. The first one of which coming up, of course, very shortly is the 45-minute Brscc ClubSport Trophy race, which has got an absolute capacity sold-out grid of 42 cars ready to rumble for 45 minutes of pit stop racing around the Grand Prix circuit at Donington Park. We've then, of course, got sprint racing in the form of the second race of the day for the Brscc National Formula 4s and the ZEO Prototype Series that you saw just before lunch. And then, as Rob said, we are concluding it with a 3-hour endurance race, round 4 of the 2023 Silverlake C1 Endurance Series, where it should be quite fun with both of the Trojan Motorsport cars on pole position together. So, ClubSport Trophy then, it's out for another race. Its previous race was out at Snetterton, but we've already had races at the Silverstone GP circuit and also at Alton Park as well. So plenty of action in store all the way through. The cars already making their way around now to the grid, so they can line up now in 2x2 formation. 21 rows of cars headed by James Alford and his VW Golf. So he takes pole position on the front row of the grid alongside Scott Parkin in one of 4 Audi TT cars on the grid. Matthew Bolton and Feroz Billamouria, 2 established front runners now in the M3 and Scirocco on the second row. The second TTCR, Glanty Park, starts along winner and multiple ClubSport winner Liam Crilly in his BMW Z4, but it's Andrew Clarkson in the Seat Super Copper and Tom Stanway in his multicoloured BMW 328i. Sam Redrop in his 330 Ci and the Andrew Dye and Richard Bliss, who was the last year's City Car Cup champion, they share the number 15 Audi TT CR race car. Then it's Andrew Bond, who's been a regular Class C winner. He starts on a Class C pole ahead of Martin Cully in his Seat Leon Cupra R. Saranga Sothis Sahari in his BMW 330 Ci is next, ahead of Jonathan Hunter in his Class A Civic. Chris Sparks in a Honda Civic and Ashley Parsons in his Renault Clio 197 come next on row 8. Row 9 is Mike Parsons in his VW Golf. Jason Brow, who made his debut in the ClubSport Renault Cup yesterday, he's also on the grid here in 18th in his Clio 197. David Cox making his first appearance since Croft in 2021, I think, and his Golf alongside Stuart Kilroy, a regular in his 2S7 GTI, and that's only the first half of the grid we're getting to. Trevor Hurrell in the Honda Civic and Evans and Hart, who raced yesterday in SuperSport, are out in ClubSport today in their Civic Tyre Par from Semprini Racing. Brendan Murphy is in his BMW Compact alongside Charlie Hayes in his Compact. Then it's the Savages, Paul and Brandon Savage in their Audi TT CR car. It's McKean Spencer in the E36 328i starting back in 26th. Chris McGinley, who was racing in Compact Cup yesterday, is in his BMW Compact 27th. It's Kevin Poulton. It's James Poulton, Kevin Fulbrook in one of the 2 Sussex Road and Race Minis in 28th on the grid. Chris Stone in the Civic Type R. Stephen Watson in the Pure Track Renault Clio. Different car to the one that raced yesterday in SuperSport, starts 30th. Then we've got Perfect and Evans in the BMW 318 Ti. Ed Cottam, who wasn't his last race yesterday, it is today, showing with son Oliver Cottam, TCR star. Christian White and Matt Mills in his Cooper. The second Sussex Road and Race car is next from Jared Coulson, 34th. And they keep on coming. It's Honda Civic Type R for Graham Waterhouse, Risbridger and Shaw in their little Mazda 2. Good to see that back on the grid. Kate Morris, who had a world of problems at Snetterton. Thankfully, that car's back up to full speed in 37th on the grid. Then Gary Paddock in the Misty Racing at Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. Colin Whitehouse in his BMW Compact. The Bonser and Hackett MGZR, which is the silver car with pink trim, that starts 40th. And the back of the grid, last but certainly not least, a welcome return to the Butterworths in their Renault Clio 172. And Barry Cully, who is the family member of Martin in his Seat Leon Cooper Cup car. As you can see, the grid is so big, it stretches around, or almost around, the hairpin at the top of the circuit. So just a reminder for this particular series, it is a series, no championship points. It's 45 minutes of racing. The pit window opens after 15 minutes. It closes after half an hour of racing. In that 15-minute window, you have to make a mandatory pit stop, 2 minutes in length from pit in to pit out. If you are short on the pit stop by any amount, it is a mandatory 30-second plus however short you were. So, for example, if you're short by 2 seconds, you get a 32-second penalty. 30 seconds for the default penalty and 2 for the amount that you were short on the pit stop by. 5 classes at play here, A, B, C, D and E, all separated by power to weight ratio. It's capped at 235 brake horsepower per tonne, and you can only run on list 1A, 1B and 1C tyres. It's all production-based cars as well, so it keeps basically the clubman racers of the spirit to get themselves as much races as possible. And you do get some series like TTCR with BMW Compact Cup, with Evolution Trophy, with ClubSport Renault Cup, with SuperSport Endurance Cup. Some cars will cross over into both. In fact, the pole-sitting car, James Alford, raced yesterday in the SuperSport Endurance Cup and did quite well in his class, so he's looking to try and do well, equally well again in ClubSport Trophy. So cars to watch out for, naturally, are cars towards the front of the field, but there are some regulars in this series that are coming through. Good to see ClubSport, since it started back in 2019, getting some good regulars who enjoy this series. James Orford is one after he debuted last year at Brands Hatch in the series and has liked it ever since. Scott Parkin, who of course is racing in the TT Racing Cup, is up there too, getting some extra track time. He did 3 races at Donington Park, 3 series at Donington Park. He did this, the ClubSport Trophy race, where he almost won after a really fantastic battle with Lloyd Schaefer's BMW M3, and that was a real battle of power versus handling, where the BMW M3 had lots of power on the straights and could blast back past Scott Parkin if he got overtaken, but Parkin's better grip, braking and handling of the Audi TT allowed him to get around and past and stay ahead of the M3 through the wiggly twisty bits of the infield section of the 300 circuit. 2 cars to watch for from the second row. Matthew Bolton, the BMW M3, he's been a front runner. He was in line to potentially win at Alton Park, but then a penalty for a short pit stop coupled with a spin in the closing stages denied him a chance to even get on the podium. And I'll be keen to see also how Feroz Billamore gets on, second row of the grid in the green and white VW Scirocco. Now that car didn't even last a lap at Snetterton. It pulled off and retired just as it was coming out of Agostini hairpin on the opening lap of the race. So he starts back in 4th. Another car that's always formidable whenever it races in ClubSport, Liam Crilly in the grey and green BMW Z4 with the large front splitter and large rear wing. Liam is always a formidable driver in ClubSport, and he's always one of the favourites to take victory. Don't underestimate him starting from 5th. He might have been caught up in traffic, but he will certainly be a car to watch out for towards the front of the field. So there's also a car in there, the white and blue Civic there, Andrew Bond. He's been a winner in Class C a couple of times. A few more cars to go. There's Jason Brown, who debuted in the ClubSport Renault Cup yesterday. And there is the VW Golf of David Cox. He's just ahead of Stuart Kilroy. He's becoming a regular in ClubSport in his excellent little Peugeot 207 GTI. Those couple of cars look like a couple of proper little touring cars, they do, the VW and the Peugeot. There's the Semprini Racing Honda. Brendan Murphy, who pulled off towards the end of the Snetterton race. Now that's one of 4 of the Audi TTCR cars. That's Paul and Brendan Savage. That's Paul Savage's car sharing with Brandon. You've also got Scott Parkin, who starts on the front row of the grid. You've got Anthony Park's car that starts in 5th. And then you also have Andrew Dyer, who's back in here, and he's sharing that car with last year's City Car Cup champion, Richard Bliss. He's making his first proper appearance back in motorsport, I think, since he won the championship last year, which is great to see that he's back. So the cars then continue to make their way around on the formation lap. And we're getting anticipated for what's should be in store. It's a standing start for ClubSport Trophy, so no rolling start like SuperSport. All these cars are more than capable of getting off a line of their own accord. But 42 cars bursting down towards Redgate Corner is always going to be exciting. And the variety here, of course, is magnificent as it was in SuperSport. You've got Volkswagen Golfs, Audi TTs, BMWs, whether it's 3 Series or Z cars. You've got Honda Civics, Seat Leons, Renault Clios, Peugeot 207 in there, Honda Civic Type Rs, more BMWs, Minis. You've got Renault Clios in the mix as well, and MG ZR, of course, with Bonta and Hackett. All sorts of cars are welcome in here, so long as it fits the regulations, so long as it is a maximum of 235 brake horsepower per tonne or less, and it runs on Motorsport UK List 1A, 1B or 1C tyres. It can come in and it fits all the mandatory Motorsport UK regulations. So long as it fits and everything else in the regulations for ClubSport Trophy, you can bring it onto the grid. So last cars starting to form up on the grid towards the back. You can see Chris McGinley's car, which is back in 27th place. So there are a few more cars to go towards the back. We've formed about more than half the field. And as you can see, still warm temperatures out there today. It's still roughly around about 18, 19 degrees here at In fact, my laptop showed me 23 degrees, so it's even warmer out there than it was before. Still a tiny bit overcast, but still quite bright out here today. And I'm certain it's going to be just as hot action on the track, excuse the pun, as it is here in the weather conditions. So last few cars just getting into place. The back Barry Cully's Seat will be there. It'll be topped and tailed. It'll be tailed off by the runyourfeet.com Jaguar safety car, just in case anyone has a problem getting off the line. And then once that car's in position, looks like we're possibly missing the Butterworths in the Clio, not starting, at least from the grid. But the last car's in position, so the revs will rise. And now we get set then for 45 minutes of pit stop racing here on the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. A sold-out 42-car grid for ClubSport Trophy, sponsored by SW Motorsports. Lights out, and we are ClubSport Trophy racing. It's a strong start for the first couple of rows. A good leap also from Tom Stanway in the white and pink BMW. But it's side by side between James Alford and Scott Parkin. Andrew Bonsivic got a lot of wheel spin, and that car's smoking in the mid-pack as cars dive to get around it. So possibly that car might be in trouble already as it heads towards Redgate Corner. But the field heads its way through the first turn. Fingers crossed, everyone appears to have got through safely. Yes, they have by the looks of it. Side by side for second as Alford escapes up the road in the Clio. Tom Stanway in the fast-starting BMW has Bolton to his outside line. There's two BMWs side by side into the old hairpin, and through he goes. And I'm afraid the Andrew Bonsivic, that was one of the favourites in Class C, unfortunately already off, and that's Tom Stanway off. He's been tagged by Furrows Billamoria, so for the second race in succession, Billamoria out on the first lap. And unfortunately, he's tangled with Tom Stanway, and also Anthony Parks off the road. He's in the Audi TT car, and that's a real shame. Three of the possible front-running contenders out at the opening lap of the race at the Old Hall hairpin. I'm afraid that will have to be a safety car. Yep, the runyourfeet.com safety car already being scrambled at the head of the pit field. It parks at the top of the pit straight just in case something like this happens. Unfortunate that it has happened, but three of our possible front-running cars that could have been in contention for at least class victories, if not podiums, out of the race at the opening lap at the old hairpin. Now, obviously, we only saw the tail end of that, but we saw it was Tom Stanway's car spinning. There is the BMW, sadly, steaming away after the incident. And Paul Furrows Billamoria didn't even get round a lap at Snetterton with mechanical issues. Another car involved there. Is that the Andrew Clarkson Seat? I think it is. That car started... Where did that start on the grid? That was 7th on the grid. So it was kind of cars around sort of the 2nd to 4th rows that were involved in that. The Clarkson Seat's got going again, but Paul Furrows Billamoria, rotten luck in the first couple of races, had mechanical issues at the start of the Snetterton race, didn't complete a lap, and now caught up in an incident through, it looks like, no fault of his own. And I'm afraid that car after the race. Also, Anthony Park was quick to clamber out of his Audi TT. And that's unfortunate to see that car damaged as well. So the safety car quickly deployed, and hopefully they can get those cars cleared away as quickly as possible in order to get us back racing again as soon as we can. And hopefully we can get racing before the pit window comes open. So the order after all that happened in the opening lap, it is James Alford from pole who still leads in the VW Golf. It's Matthew Bolton in second place in the BMW M3. Scott Parkin in the Audi TT is third ahead of the fellow TTCR car of the Andrew Dyer and Richard Bliss machine. Then it's Liam Crilly in fifth in the ZEV4, just there in the middle of the shot. Sixth then is the Jonathan Hunter Honda Civic. Seventh is Saranga Sotho Sahari in the BMW 330 Ci. A really good start, actually. One of the main benefactors from that start was the Clio of Jason Brow in the Clio 197, number 9, who started back in 18th place and is up to 8th on the opening lap. So through all of that, managed to pick up 10 places. He's not the highest riser. That's further down the order, which we'll get to in a second. It's then Martin Cully's Yellow's Seat Leon Cupra that is in 9th place at the moment. And 10th is the number 83 Renault Clio 197. And that car's up 6 spots where it started. That is the Ashley Parsons Honda Renault Clio that's up there in the top 10. The biggest riser in the field looks to be the number 261 Renault Mini R53. That's James Poulton and Kevin Fulbrook, up 11 spots from where it started. 28th is where it began on the grid, up to 17th at the end of the opening lap. So 11 places gained from that one. Just to confirm, the cars caught up in that, sadly. With the 3 cars that we have, with 4 cars that we lost Andrew Bonsivic after it came off the line. I'm not sure if it either just snapped something or something went in the engine, but there was smoke and steam coming out of the back of the car everywhere as the cars sort of darted out of the way whilst it pulled off on the exit of Redgate Corner. And then what we saw on the camera, I'm not going to speculate too much about what happened, but from what we saw, Tom Stanway's car was off the road and spinning back into the track, and I think Furrows Billamoria simply just looked as though he was unfortunately caught up in an incident that wasn't his, and then it looks as though also Anthony Park was involved in that somewhere, somehow. Whether it was a separate incident or not, I'm not 100%. Whether it was also had anything to do with the Andrew Clark Seat, we're not sure. As I'm not Clark, of course, or a steward, I'm not going to speculate any further. I shall leave it to them to look at post-race to see if there was any portion of blame, if any, at all. We'll look at that. So as the race now, of course, early neutralised under the safety car, the field all bunching up behind, and I'm sure that we will see racing get underway very soon once the clear-up has been completed. Again, big shout-out to all of our magnificent marshals for quickly getting onto the scene. The recovery unit was also there too to have a look at what was going on. So big shout-out to everyone for getting involved in that. And hopefully we can get this cleared up as soon as possible. We can quickly take you through where people are in class as well, so we can give you an idea of where they are off the start of that. It is James Orfrey leads the way, and he's in class A, so he currently leads that class at the moment from Matthew Bolton's BMW M3 and the Liam Crilly BMW Z4. It is all the Audi TTCR cars are in class B, so you've got a red flag, race has been stopped. So I think it's possibly, rather than send them constantly around the safety car, I think the clerk of the course has realised it's going to be much quicker, given that we're kind of a little bit ahead of time. We started about 10 minutes early from this race. It makes a bit more sense to be able to give the recovery crews, rather than give them the pressure of having to get this done whilst the safety car's going around. It makes sense for them to be able to pause the race, get it restarted, and let them quickly get the work done to get the cars out of the way. They've got the Tom Stanway BMW on the right to recover, Feroz Billamoria's Scirocco on the left, and then of course just further up from the VW you've got the Audi TT of Anthony Park also off the road too. So what this will mean is because the field has not actually completed 2 laps at the time of the red flag, it means that the grid will go back to its original lineup from the qualifying session, which means that James Alford still gets a chance to start again from pole position. It also means that Scott Parker gets to start on the front row of the grid. Matthew Bolton will be on his own on the second row of the grid because no Feroz Billamoria to take the restart. Liam Crilly will be on his own on row 3 because he'll have Anthony Park alongside him, and then it'll be Andrew Clarkson on his own on the 4th row because there's no Tom Stanway because each of those 3 cars are gone. We'll have also lost from the restart Andrew Bond's Honda Civic, which means that he will won't start from the 6th row of the grid. That'll be Martin Cully is on his own on the 6th row too. So there'll be a few gaps towards the front, but everyone else will get the chance to reform up and get back into the positions they were in before, from the original qualifying order. So you can already see the recovery crews and the snatch vehicles going to work. You can see the low loader also heading its way down towards the scene of the incident. Again, quite unfortunate, as you can imagine, and it's quite sad that we won't see at least how either Tom Stanway, Feroz Billamoria, or Anthony Park will get on. You can see Feroz there just looking at the recovery teams and also assessing the damage to the front left of that Scirocco. He does need some more luck in that Scirocco, does Billamoria. He has been a regular and consistent front runner ever since he came in that VW Scirocco. And he's become quite established in the series and quite enjoys it. There is Liam Crilly just being instructed as to where to go. So the timing screen has been reset, and I think we're going to get a full 45-minute restart by the looks of it, because the timing screen hasn't been reduced yet. Of course, the clerk of the course has the power to reduce the time, the length of the race if required. But I think because we're running up ahead of time, we can afford a little bit of time to go ahead and restart for the full 45-minute length. But the planned start time was at 1:40, and we started 10 minutes early. So the fact we did start 10 minutes early means that we've got this little bit of leeway to work with. As you see, the pack is all waiting patiently as it lines up around the final corner and down the back straight. And they'll all be instructed as to where to go on the grid. And it will be, as we didn't complete 2 laps when the red flag came out, it will be the original qualifying order, I believe, from this morning's session. So recovery still going on down there. The Scirocco is being collected by the snatch vehicle, which will then be hoisted onto a low loader. And you can see a couple of the clerks of the course have gone down to observe the incident and see what's going on. There's the other snatch vehicle down there to go and pick up the Anthony Park Audi TT down at the run towards, I think, Starkeys and Schwantz. So the first couple of rows have been formed up at least. You can see that James Alford's VW Golf, with its door open, because of course it's getting increasingly warm out there, is going to be back on pole position again, and Scott Parkin has indeed been slotted back into the front row spot, so he might get a second chance to beat the VW Golf off the line. And yeah, the first couple of rows are in place, but now they've got to work out exactly who is going where behind that, of course, because there are going to be 1 or 2 gaps for cars that are not going to be able to take the restart. So essentially the first race start becomes null and void in terms of where everyone was, because everyone goes back to square one for this second one. But the ClubSport Trophy has been going since 2019. I remember when it debuted for the very first time, the very first race we ever did for the ClubSport Trophy back at 2019 at a slightly sort of overcast and, in the end, slightly damp and rain-affected Brands Hatch. And that race had a dramatic conclusion. That was where we saw a change for the lead in the final lap of the race between, it was Paul Sheard and Aidan Hills in the Mazda MX-5, and they were chasing down now current TCR UK points leader and race winner Bruce Winfield when he was still racing in the Civic Cup, and he lost the back end of a last corner of a last lap of the race, slid wide and half spun, and that allowed the Hills and Sheard MX-5 to come through and win the very first ClubSport Trophy race. Since then, after that, it then had slightly more of a full season, as much as you could, from the 2020 season, which was slightly curtailed due to COVID-19, and then we had the, I guess you like, the first proper full season of ClubSport in 2021. So already into its 5th season of existence, ClubSport Trophy. And it's a series that keeps on impressing, keeps on getting really good grids, and it's particular circuits. Particular favourites for ClubSport tend to be the likes of Silverstone and here at Donington Park. I can tell you for a fact that at one point on the lead up to this event, we had reserves into double digits. It's how popular that this particular series can be at this particular track. I think it was certainly into the mid-teens at one point for cars on the reserve list. But that just shows, again, it's a 42 car capacity grid. But if you include the amount of entries that you have, I mean, if you total how many entries that would have been those that were in or were out, I'm certain you would have had over 50 going to 60 entries in total of people trying to enter the race. So it's incredible to see that ClubSport continues to be one of the most popular and best supported series on the Brscc portfolio. And it continues to be, it's becoming very much a mainstay. And it's always a popular race, whether it's you tend to have 3 different types of competitor in this race. You've got those who are the die-hard ClubSport racers who will follow the series wherever it goes. You've got the likes of, particularly the likes of, Matthew Bolton and Feroz Budamore is one of them, and a few others there who do follow the series around quite regularly. You then also have the drivers who are part of other Brscc series, like, for example, you see there, the Andrew Dyer and Richard Bliss Audi TT Cup Racing car. You have other cars that will drop in that can fit in from the Mazda MX-5 Championships that the Brscc runs. You've also got, particularly in this race, you've got cars from, as I mentioned, BMW Compact Cup, Evolution Trophy, the Cooksport Renault Cup, and other cars that have raced through that mix. And then you have other cars which are other drivers that might be more local specialists, as in they're more familiar to Donington Park and it's their home circuit, or they simply have a free weekend and they want to bring the race car out, or they are somebody who is simply just looking to just give the series a try and see what it's like. And they do tend to, it's one of those series where they enjoy it enough that they enjoy the nature of the pit stop racing, the element of strategy in there, the different classes, all the different cars that turn out in each different class as well. You do tend to get a lot of people that come into ClubSport Trophy for the first time, having raced elsewhere or any other similar series, and come in and straight away think to themselves that they enjoy it, they like the atmosphere, they like the way of the racing, they like the format, and through that they tend to stick around quite a lot and actually not only that, but pass on the word to other drivers that come through. We've got a few. I know I can, not without mentioning them specifically. I know there's some cars which you would find in other series around the UK in particular, which are just jumping out to have a go in ClubSport Trophy this weekend. And some might do it because they're preparing for another series or another weekend at Donington Park, and it's a warm-up for them, some extra track time. They might do it because they want to try something new for what they've been racing for several seasons. There's lots of different reasons for particular competitors to come and race in ClubSport Trophy, and it really is a great, varied, impressive series that really has taken to the hearts of many people up and down the club racing scene, particularly within the Brscc. It's very common that you will see anyone that's raced already once on a weekend and there is a ClubSport Trophy race on there. Don't be surprised to even see some people just joining in for that weekend because it's an extra bit of track time for them. It's an extra race for them to enjoy, to make the most out of their weekend, which will be to kind of round it off in fine fashion. So it's good to see that it continues to be as popular as ever, and with plenty of new faces and lots of familiar ones coming in as well. There's never a dull occasion in ClubSport Trophy. You always see something new, whether it's a new driver, a new car, a new team taking place. It really is a series that welcomes one and all provided the car fits the regulations, of course. It really does welcome one and all that want to take part. So I think they're just in the closing stages of the recovery process of the 3 cars down at the old hairpin. And you can see also that the cars are already being gridded back up again. See the Anthony Park TTCR car is being lifted away to a safer position. And the Scirocco in the background also being ready to be lifted onto the low loader. Again, big shout out to all of our marshals, to all of our recovery teams, our safety crews, everyone that's involved that volunteers for these weekends. Genuinely, I know we say it often, but we genuinely mean it when we say, without the help and support of our fantastic Orange Army, from all our officials, our volunteers, our safety crews, our recovery teams, medical teams, everyone that gets involved in weekends like this, genuinely, race events like this literally just couldn't happen, full stop. And so the fact that they give up their time for the sport that they enjoy, the sport that they love, to be a vital part of race weekends and to play a key role in making sure that everything runs as smoothly as possible is absolutely invaluable. And we thank them from the bottom of our hearts for everything that they do. If you're interested in becoming a marshal, we've got some trainees here having a look at marshalling today. But if you wanted to go on a taste today and even be a part of a race weekend, your best place to look for is the British Motorsport Marshals Club. And they can put you in the right direction to get involved in marshalling, get involved in being part of vital parts of the sport. And people want to look at get into the sport in some way, shape, or form. Many people do start as marshals and then make connections and make friends through the race weekends and through the people that they meet, and therefore they can move up to different areas of motorsport, whether it's mechanicking or engineering or media or marketing or events or running cars themselves or teams or even racing. You get some marshals that start as marshals but have ambitions to race at some point eventually and do so. So it's good to see that it's a great proving ground for many people to get involved, and I absolutely implore anyone, if you want to get involved in motorsport just at a baseline grassroots ground level, go and marshal. I definitely need to go and do that myself as a motorsport enthusiast and also as a commentator, and on top of many other things that I am within motorsport. I definitely need to go and give marshalling at least a try once, to at least see it from the perspective of a marshal and see exactly what they see from the race weekend, because they are, we give them praise as much as we can, but I think in some cases they are still quite unsung heroes in terms of, as I mentioned, you couldn't run a race meeting in exactly the same way that we do these days without the help and assistance of marshals, volunteers, officials, and everyone else that gives up their time. It just couldn't happen the way that it does. So thank you very much. And if you're watching the live stream, do drop a thank you marshal or an orange heart or something in there just to say thank you, because they deserve it. And sometimes, while we try and praise them, sometimes they don't get enough praise on occasions, and they should get all the praise in the world. So thank you very much once again. I say that also not just myself, but on behalf of everyone at Brscc and everyone watching on the stream. Thank you so much to all the marshals for everything that you do at every single race meeting, whether it's the British Grand Prix or club events like this. You all give just as much, you all work just as hard, no matter what the race event is. So thank you very much indeed. So I think we're going to get set, hopefully, as Barry Cully brings his Seat round to the back of the grid. And Andrew Clarkson's also there too. Now, Andrew Clarkson gets a bit of a reprieve, actually, because his car looks unscathed, but he will start back again from 7th on the grid by the looks of it. So he was running at the time of the red flag, which means that he should be able to meander his way through to the 4th row of the grid if he's being allowed to do so, I think. See Ashley Morton down there just instructing him on where to go. And once he gets that position, it's there. The Scirocco of Rosebilla Moria has been successfully loaded onto the back of the low loader, and so the recovery truck is going to take it at least to a safe position for the time being, and then back to the paddock for Rose to collect. And there'll be a bit of a sweep and a clean up for some of the marshals to get some of the dust and dirt and any gravel or anything else that might have been swept onto the road in sequence in that race. You see that the Scirocco now being taken on the back of the recovery truck, and either they'll pull it off to a safe place on a service road, or they'll drive it back up to the paddock where it will be put together again. So we are going to get, but it still shows we're going to get a full 45-minute restart, which is looking good. So we will get 45 full minutes. Again, reminder, it's a pit stop race. Everyone has to make a mandatory 2-minute pit stop, and 2 minutes counts from pit in, when you cross the pit in line, to pit out as well. Just a bit of information I'm getting through here, even though it was on the screen. So I think there's been a change of driver, thanks to Rob Lewis down in pit lane for this one. So there's been a change of driver in the number 155 car. It was listed as Matt Mills and Christian White, but it's not Christian White driving. It's actually Matt Mills and quite formidable Irish lady racer Nicole Drought, who's good to see her back in the mix. So she is showing that number 155 Mini, which is in Class E, so best of luck to them. They started second in class, and they started 33rd overall. I think it's just there on the right-hand side, the Mills and Drought Mini. 33rd position. It's also Kate Morris's Renault Clio there just behind it as well. She had a world of problems, which they've hopefully solved after Snetterton. I think she said to Rob Lewis it was one of those weekends that she really wanted to completely forget, because even in testing, she blew an engine at Snetterton. As I was leaving the paddock in the evening, because she put a plea out on social media to find a spare engine, not just an engine, they found a spare car, bought it, got it to the circuit. As I left on the Friday evening of that weekend, they were in the process of changing the entire engine. The engine change was complete by the time I came back on the Saturday morning. She went out in qualifying and had a problem with the clutch, but she managed to get the car qualified, and then she struggled around with some problems, pitted several times and finished quite way down the order, and she was a bit fed up after the end of that weekend, and I don't blame her for having so many issues to get through, but kudos to her for battling through after all the issues that she had. And it's great to see that not only she managed to get all the problems seemingly fixed, but the car's even back here for the next ClubSport Trophy race here at Donington Park, and it's great to have her back on the grid, as it is for everyone to be in place. So it looks as though I think we're almost just about in place for everything to get going again, hopefully in a few moments' time. The cars will go back on another formation lap. But there is the 1 minute board, so they will be getting underway for another green flag lap very shortly, and we'll give you a reminder of where everyone starts whilst they're on that green flag lap as they go through. So doors shut, engines on, and the green flag at the top, just underneath the lighting gantry on the left hand side will fly, and then James Alford will lead the pack around for another green flag lap for 45 minutes. It's now saying start delayed, but for reasons we don't know why. Whether somebody had a stall or a problem towards the back. I can't see anyone with the door open or the arms waving anywhere, but yeah, the start has been shown as being delayed for reasons we're not sure. Right, there's been a reset actually. So in actual fact, the race has now been shortened on the timing screen now. It was 45 minutes, it's now 30 minutes. So I wonder if that's going to be a shortened pit window. Okay, maybe that was a quick reset on the timing screen to do that, I wonder. So instead of a 45-minute race, it's now a 30-minute race. The 30-second board goes up. So I would imagine, I'm slightly guessing here, and I apologize if I get it wrong, but my guess would be is that the pit window is going to be 10 minutes rather than possibly 15 minutes, and it might well come after 10 minutes and close open at 10 minutes and close at 20 minutes. Well, I'll keep an eye on the timing screen to see when the pit lane actually opens, when it closes for pit stops. Now that is one of the BMWs also starting from pit lane as well. Now who is that? I think that's the that might be Sam Redrop's BMW 330 Ci, because there's another car very similar to that, which is the white and green machine of Saranga Sothis Rahari, and I think Sam Redrop's car, because I think it has a BMW Car Club windscreen strip, and I think it is that car, Sam Redrop, that started from pit lane. So car 8 might well start back. Yeah, Sam Redrop's car isn't in the lineup on the actual formation lap, so that car starting from pit lane from what would have been 9th on the grid had he managed to get back around again. The cars on the formation laps. Let's try and piece together where we are with the grid. So it's going to be this man, James Alford, on pole in the VW Golf. He starts on pole alongside Scott Parkin's Audi TT Cup Racing car, which is right there, car number 6. Row 2 is going to be Matthew Bolton on his own because there's no Feroz Billamoria. Row 3 is Liam Criddy on his own because there's no 5th placed Anthony Park. Then we have Andrew Clarkson on his own again on the 4th row with no Tom Stanway. And then another car on its own, which is the Andrew Dyer Richard Bliss Audi TT Cup Racing car, will start from 10th on the grid on the 5th row because there's no Sam Redrop because he started from pit lane. Then we get to row 6 where we've got Andrew Bond. Well, no Andrew Bond, that's another car on its own, which is on the 6th row. So Martin Cully will be solo on row 6, no Andrew Bond after his engine blew. Then we have the first next full grid since the front row, which is Saranga Sothis Rahari in the BMW and Jonathan Hunter in the Honda Civic. Row 8 is Chris Sparks and Ashley Parsons in the Honda and Renault respectively. Mike Parsons is VW Golf, who's 17th quick on the grid ahead alongside Jason Brown in the Renault Clio. Rounding up the top 20 is David Cox in the VW Golf and Stuart Kilroy's Peugeot 207. Row 11 is Trevor Hurrell in the Honda Civic and the other Honda Civic alongside it, the Semprini racing car of Evans and Hart. Brendan Murphy is solo in the BMW Compact in 23rd on the grid alongside Charlie Hayes in his Compact. The Savages, Paul and Brandon Savage in their Audi TT Cup Racing car, will start in 25th alongside McKee and Spencer in their E36 328i. Chris McGinley has his BMW Compact Cup car 27th alongside Poulton and Fulbrook in their Mini. It's Chris Stone and Stephen Watson in Honda and Renault on the 15th row of the grid. Perfect and Evans in the BMW. The Cottams, Edward and Oliver Cottam on the 16th row. 17th row is now Nicole Drought and Matt Mills in the Mini Cooper alongside Jared Coulson's Renault Clio. It's then Graham Waterhouse in the Honda, Risbridger and Shaw in the Mazda 2, Kate Morris in the Renault Clio, Gary Paddock in the Misty Racing Mazda MX-5 Mark 1, and then Colin Whitehouse's BMW Compact, Bonser and Hackett in the MG ZR. The Butterworths, who should have been at the back of the grid on the last row in the Clio, but looks like either had an issue or weren't at the back for the first start, which means Barry Cully, if they're not there, starts on his own in 42nd, and last but by no means least in the second of the two Cully run Seat Cupra Cup cars. So there's a couple of holes in the first few rows, but it's a complete front row of James Alford's VW Golf and the Audi TT Cup Racing car of Scott Parkin. And it's a slightly shortened race, 30 minutes rather than 45. It means it won't be a shortened pit stop window, but it should be quite a sprint to the end then. So the last few cars go into place. It looks like it's Barry Cully's car just there at the back of the field, lining up in 42nd position. And so let's go for take two of our SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy race. It is James Alford on pole position in the blue and white VW Golf, the all-black TTCR Audi of Scott Parkin alongside on the front row of the grid. Let's see if they can make it through the first of that without any dramas at all. Red lights on, and ClubSport Trophy is back underway at Donington Park. Good start this time equally again from Parkin and Alford. Also a strong start from the two BMWs behind him. And Andrew Dyer leaps out from what was that, the fifth row of the grid, straight away into fifth place. So a slow start for the Andrew Clarkson Seat Cupra Cup car that gets absolutely swamped by half the field before he gets into Redgate Corner. As the field makes its way through, fingers crossed, no dramas. Everyone minding their P's and Q's. Everyone's got through safely. That's good to see. And immediately the two Audi TTCR cars, well, one's dropped to fourth place. It's behind Matthew Bolton's M3 and Liam Crilly's Z4. And immediately Scott Parkin attacking Liam Crilly, but also coming under threat from the Andrew Dyer and Richard Bliss Audi TT, who the right-hander at Redgate, Old Hairpin, goes the rest of the field. And out towards McLean's for the first time. So Alford leads them back in front in the Golf. Second place and up to third there. Up the inside goes Liam Crilly. Now I think these two cars battled with the Lloyd Chafer M3, but not with each other at Stetterton. Now they're facing off for the first time properly. Crilly throws it back up the inside and says, "Excuse me, Scott, I'll take that third place back if you don't mind on the exit." And also now Scott Parkin's got a rear gunner, because here comes Andrew Dyer in the car he's sharing with last year's City Car Cup champion. That was Richard Bliss, but it's Dyer I think at the wheel of that car to begin with. But it's VW Golf that leads them. BMW M3 Seton, Audi TT Cup Racing car third, as that was Scott Parkin diving back up the inside into third position, past Liam Crilly. And then it's the Dyer and Bliss Audi in fifth position. There's also 73, which is Mike Parsons battling with Stuart Kilroy's Peugeot 207. And there goes Liam Crilly back past Scott Parkin again. I have a feeling these two are going to do this possibly all race, even through the pit stops, because they're battling quite hard already. There goes David Cox trying to get past Stuart Kilroy. So Kilroy's Peugeot being sandwiched by two of the VW Golfs. Back up the inside again goes Scott Parkin. This is only lap one, and they've swapped places about 4 times on the opening lap, which is great to see. Meanwhile, as for James Alford, no troubles for him. He leads by 2 seconds at the end of lap number 1 in this SW Motorsport ClubSport Trophy race. Second is Matthew Bolton. Third now is Scott Parkin with better traction off the corner. And now Liam Crilly is under threat from the second of the Audi TT Cup Racing cars. And that's Andrew Dyer trying to put pressure on him as they come through Hollywood and into the Craner curves. So the rest of the top 10 behind them. It's the Jonathan Hunter Honda Civic in 6th position, just ahead of Marty Cully there, the bright yellow Seat Leon that was at the top of the screen in 7th place. Chris Sparks in 8th in the Honda Civics. Saranga Sothis Rahari is 9th in the BMW 330. And Ashley Parsons, who's now going into 9th place at the expense of Sothis Rahari. So he takes the number 83 Clio up into 9th place. Sothis Rahari drops down to 10th in the BMW. So already, Liam Crilly's been bullied by Audi TTs here. He's been swapping places with Scott Parkin's example, and now he's under threat from Andrew Dyer here as they come through the opening stages. Now my presumption, but I'll keep an eye on the race control screen to see when the pit window actually opens. My presumption is, oh, that's Stuart Kilroy off the road. Now that's damage to the rear bumper of the 207. I don't want to immediately suggest that he was hit by somebody in the rear, but it does certainly look like that, doesn't it? So that can't crawl into a halt. And it's pulled up against the barrier, so it shouldn't be too much of a drama. They might cover that with a yellow just to allow him to get out safely. And then majority of the field are already in the second half of the circuit anyway, so he might have a little bit of time to get himself behind the barrier, but the car's already up there, so it should be relatively safe. Out of the hairpin come the leaders. In fact, James Alford's disappeared. Where's he gone? He's not even... There's James Alford. James Alford is actually slowing on the second lap here at the hairpin, so Scott Parkin takes over the lead. But once again, another VW hitting trouble, and it's James Alford's turn to struggle. So there goes what's now the top 3 or 4 cars. There goes Jonathan Hunter. There goes Martin Cully. Where is James Alford? There goes another of the Civics. There is Ashley Parsons and Sothis Sahari, and he hasn't come through yet. So no problems that are ready for James Alford. So the pole sitter in problems here. And he ran so strongly in SuperSport Endurance yesterday. And still looking at the top of the screen, still no sign of the VW Golf. He may well have parked the car just before the Goddard hairpin, potentially. That's a real shame if he has, because that car was looking really strong. But unfortunately, it appears it's ground to a halt somewhere. There it is. It's come out of the hairpin, and it's barely moving. It's crawling into the pit lane with problems. So either it's something to do with drive, whether it's an electrical problem or something else, but whatever it is. But it's in limp mode. But the TSR Performance Squad will call him in, and he'll relay what the issue is. I'm sure, I don't know if Rob's down there, possibly can find out what the issue might be for James Alford. So yeah, bonnet up straight away, and that's a real shame. James Alford had such great pace. He was fastest in qualifying, was looking forward to getting in front and challenging for the victory. And I'm afraid it is in the pit lane. The car not looking too bright. I'm not mechanically minded, so I'm not quite sure exactly what they're fiddling with down under the bonnet, but trying to get the car back out again if they can. So it now means that Scott Parkin in the Audi TT Cup Racing car leads the way from, at the end of that lap, it was 0.8 of a second from the Matthew Bolton BMW M3. Then Crilly up to 3rd place, Tyre and Bliss in the Audi TT up to 4th. Rounding out the top 5 is Jonathan Hunter in the Honda Civic. In terms of class leaders, it is Scott Parkin who leads overall, who is leading also Class B. Matthew Bolton leads Class A in the BMW M3. Class C is led by Ashley Parsons in the blue Clio 197 that's in 8th place overall. Class D is led by Jason Brown on his ClubSport Trophy debut, so not bad for him after he debuted in the CookSport Renault Cup yesterday. He's currently 12th overall and 9th. And first in Class D. And Class E currently being led by Chris McGinley in 17th overall in the Class E, in the Class E BMW Compact E36. So all 5 class leaders inside the top 20 in the early stages. That'd be intriguing. So Parkin then leads the way. Still Bolton in 2nd place. It's Crilly in 3rd position. 4th place for Tyre and Bliss as they make their way out through Starkeys. You saw that Stuart Kilroy's Peugeot parked up against the barrier. That's a shame. After its earlier apparent incident, had the rear bumper hanging off the back, so it had a punch in the rear from somebody. Didn't see it on camera, so rather than speculate too much, we'll simply leave it there for the clerks to try and decide. But Scott Parkin, meanwhile, trying to extend his gap, and his last proper flying lap by was a 147.718. He was about 4/10 quicker than the rest of the cars behind him. Both Bolton and Crilly did 1 minute 48.1, so it was a 49.4 for Tyre and Bliss. Rob's down in pit lanes. Maybe he'd give us more information on what's happened to James Alford with that rather sick-looking VW Golf.
Well, we were hoping to grab a quick chat with James Alford, but as you could see, he's headed off into the distance. I'm just going to try and grab one of the team members. What was the issue?
It's blown a hose off, unfortunately, one of the dump valve hoses.
Just lost boost?
Yeah, blown the dump valve clean out, so he's just lost some boost. So yeah, got it back on. He had an overheating issue in the first race, so I had to change the radiator, and a few of the clips were not ideal, I think. So yeah, unfortunately, it is what it is.
So this should count as his proper pit stop now, though, surely?
I'm not sure if the pit window is open or not. I'm not actually sure, to be honest.
Okay, no worries. So yeah, as you can see, James Alford's early issue, all it boils down to is a simple hose clip, and he's lost the lead. Back to you.
It's the simplest things that can cause the biggest problems, isn't it? Thanks very much, Rob. So a hose clip is what caused the problem for James Alford. They fixed it back out in the race, but unfortunately he's a couple of laps down already, and his chances of victory, I'm afraid, are almost gone. In fact, if they're not practically gone already, which is a real shame. There goes Matthew Bolton in the BMW, still chasing after the lead for Scott Parkin. Now I wonder if the pit window is going to open possibly in the next couple of minutes. That's my thinking. If they're going to make it still a pit stop race, everyone's going to make a stop, I think. Again, if you're also seeing some streaking on the cameras, we apologise for that. There is some. It seems as though the camera points have got have some new boxes installed, which seem to be overheating a bit too much, which is out of our control, so we're doing the best job we can to keep those boxes as cool as possible that have been provided by the circuit. So, as the race continues on, seeing here we've got the Golf of David Cox under threat from Jason Brow. That's our Class C leader. No, sorry, Class D leader, forgive me. So Class D leader. He's actually behind the cars 4th in Class A, so those two cars are relatively evenly matched. It might be whether it's down to more driver talent or whether it's more power in that car as well. There is Saranga Sothis Rahari in his white and green BMW, 9th overall, chasing after the Golf of Mike Parsons. That's the plain white Golf with no sponsorship on that car, with no logos on that car. This is Ashley Parsons putting a lap on Barry Cully, and he's being closed down now by, looks like Sam Reddrop. So he's now up to, yes, Sam Reddrop in the number 8 BMW 330 Ci. It's basically the same sort of spec car by the looks of it as Sothis Sahari's white example. And if they come out of the hairpin, it's going to be quite intriguing to watch that. There is Andrew Dyer's car, which is just about on its own out in the lead. So in 4th place, excuse me. But he's dropped back by about a couple of seconds now. About 5 seconds, in fact, he's dropped back to Liam Crilly. So not quite on the same pace you need to be. New fastest lap of the race last time was set by Matthew Bolton. So that's a 1:47.0. And that was only a 10th faster than the lap time Scott Parkin put in. So that's looking pretty impressive for the TTs, which are certainly coming to their own here. Of course, they had 2 fantastic races yesterday, where we had 2 wins for Carl Swift. And the TTs themselves put on a fantastic show in their own standalone races, but it's also proven that these TT Cup racing cars are proving quite decent cars when you put them in other Brscc series. Particularly, we had one of the newcomers, Joe Weaver, yesterday, who played his first ever weekend racing cars ever after graduating from winning the Senior Rotax Championship in Super 1 karting last year. But his debut yesterday and did one of the races in the Evolution Trophy and both of the Audi TT Cup races, and actually finished 12th in his 2nd TT Cup race. And that's his first ever weekend racing on a big circuit in that car, and also in front-wheel drive. He only passed his ARDS test last week. Now there's something that wasn't last week, that's right now. That's the Sam Reddrop BMW ahead of its basically likewise 330 Ci. In the pit lane has come the Savages, and I think that means the pit window is possibly open, is it? No message on the timing screen to say it's open. So that's an unscheduled stop by the looks of it. Now, I'm not quite sure how long the pit window is going to be, if it is going to be there. So wait and see when this opens. There's Jason Brow holding off one of the Honda Civics. That is the 143, which is Trevor Hurrell in the bright green machine. Meanwhile, that's the battle that's going on between the Golf of Parsons with the 2 BMWs behind it. Here's a couple of the Clios at play at the moment. That's 55, which is Jared Coulson battling away with Kate. That's Andrew Watson, I think that is. Stephen Watson, forgive me. So that's them battling over position. Let's see whereabouts they are in the order. That was, let's see here. So it's Coulton and Watson. That's over 23rd position, and that's over 2nd and 3rd in Class D. So we'll keep an eye on how that battle plays out. Again, reminder of the class leaders as we come towards a half distance in this shortened ClubSport Trophy race due to a first lap incident which caused a stoppage and a slightly lengthy clear up. At the moment, it's still Scott Parkin who leads overall and in Class B, and that's in the Audi TT Cup racing car. He is leading that class from the Dyer and Bliss Audi TT Cup car, and in 3rd place, which is Martin Cully in his Seat Leon. And as that's going on, Trevor Hurrell is being under threat from Jason Brow, and that's that 93 that's behind it as well, the BMW. It is 93, which is Charlie Hayes in his BMW Compact, so they're battling the position. That is for 13th, 14th and 15th overall, and they're all 3 different classes. You've got Jason Brown, who's the Class D leader, which we'll get back to our Class D leader in a second. You've got the Trevor Hurrell car that's 8th in Class B, and the Hayes BMW that's 2nd in Class C. So 3 different classes, but all relatively evenly matched in terms of pace. Back to our classes, you had it's Dyer and Bliss who lead the... Sorry, Scott Parkin leads Class B. We mentioned that one. Class A is being led by Matthew Bolton ahead of Liam Cree's BMW M3 and the Jonathan Hunter Honda Civic. You then have in Class C, you've got the Ashley Parsons Renault Clio along with the Hayes BMW in 2nd place, and you've got the Murphy BMW in 3rd. In Class D, it's Jason Brown who leads in the Clio 197, and that's ahead of Derek Coulson, and then Stephen Watson. So we saw that battle briefly between Coulson and Watson. There's the James Alford VW Golf, and amazing that hose clip, now it's been refitted and replaced. It means that car is back up to speed again, but I'm afraid it's a couple of laps too late. So, as I mentioned, it's the smallest, most inexpensive things that can cause the biggest problems on a race car. And that was just one of those situations for James Alford. So he currently now sits at the moment, sadly, in 34th place and 5th in Class A, but he's 2 laps off the lead, which I'm afraid, so he's not going to really get too much more chance to get back up there. No signal from race control with the pit window open yet. Yeah, no signal just yet for them to be open. No signals from race control at all on anything. See here it's Barry Cully's car that's also having a bit of on-track battle, at least. Not for position, I don't think. That's with the 62 Honda Civic with Chris Stone, and also you've got the Savages in their Audi TT Cup Racing car that pitted just now. So that car is trying to chase on as much as it can. And I wonder if we'll get any kind of a pit window open in a second. At 15 minutes, I wonder. Let's see if that actually happens. So through the kink of Starkey's, up through Schwantz Curve. It looks like that Stone trying to make his way through. He's certainly having a look up to try and get past him on track at least, but Cully holding the inside line. This now also gives a chance for the Savages to get past as well if they can. Oh, that's Scott Parkin! Scott Parkin for the lead of the race. Another one of our front runners has come to a halt. Scott Parkin in the Audi TT has come to a halt at the beginning of the pit lane. And unfortunately, unless he can get that car restarted, it's got power, but it won't actually move. It's got he can restart it. Now he's refired it. Into the pit lane it comes, but another front runner in trouble. So into the pit lane comes Scott Parkin. So that means now that Matthew Bolton leads the race here. Now pit window is open. That's interesting. It's a rather convenient time to have that problem because the pit window is open literally as he was just about to come into the pit lane. So I think he might well get away with that. Was that him going into the part firmer? Was he actually pitting where his allocated pit apron spot was? I wonder. Either way, pit window's open. I imagine it could be a shortened 10-minute pit window rather than 15 minutes. But we're going to see quite a hive of activity, I think. Matthew Bolton, meanwhile, though, he's holding that lead now. And, yeah, Matthew Bolton, 29, as a gap of 5.8 seconds now, I believe, in Crilly. So Scott Parkin in trouble, James Alford in trouble. We lost a couple of other potential front runners in Feroz Villamoria and Tom Stanway at the start. In comes the Evans and Hart Honda Civic for Semperini Racing. So they've, of course, quite well versed in driver changes, given that they did a couple yesterday in the SuperSport Endurance Cup. And in gets... I can't exactly say who is which. We didn't get start drivers for this particular race. Into the pit lane, yes, comes the Matthew Bolton BMW. I imagine, because it is probably a shortened pit window, it's going to be quite high of activity to get everyone in and out and completing their pit stops. I think that's one of the... Is that James Alford back in again for his mandatory stop? I think it might be. Yes, I think it is. Bolton, meanwhile, is in to have his tyre pressures checked. Remember, it's 2 minutes from pit in to pit out they have to make this pit stop. If you're short on a pit stop, you get penalised the default 30 seconds plus the amount of time that you were short. So, for example, if you cross the pit out line and your pit stop time is 3 seconds short of the 2 minutes, it's an automatic 30-second penalty plus the extra 3 seconds. So it's a 33-second penalty if you're short on the stop. Now, Scott Parkin's car is at the end of the pit lane. Also, there's another car in there which looks like it's got some steam coming off it. And it looks like it's in the direction of one of the Sussex Road and Race Minis, I think, that's in the pit lane. I can't quite tell exactly which one. I can probably tell. It's on the timing screen, and it's either Poulton and Fullbrook. It is Poulton and Fullbrook, and they've been in for quite a while, actually, that car. The other car, which is of... Well, both cars are in fact. The Poulton and Mills car has been in for quite a while. Fullbrook has been in for quite a while. The Nicole Drought and Matt Mills car has been in for a while, too. So that's been for its pit stop. Also in is the 61 car of Waterhouse. Out the pit lane goes David Cox, Ashley Parsons, the Evans and Hart Civic. Also out there is one of the compacts, and that is... Try and look at the number on that. It's possibly... I can't quite tell exactly who that is, but it's one of the compacts that's also been in for a stop. We've also got the Brendan Murphy BMW in at the top of the screen. You've got Saranga Sotho Sahari's in. Jason Brow is in as well. Martin Cully, Mike Parsons are in as well. As is also, too, is the race leader. There's James Alford coming out. Of course, he's a lap down so anyway. So I think he's just slowing down a bit just to try and make sure he gets the 2 minutes going. Now, Scott Parkin's gone back out. Now that's intriguing. He goes back out, but how much time did he actually lose from stopping there? He sat there for quite a while. There's the car that leads the race now. Technically, or coming out of the pits, it might well still lead, depending on the pit strategy. But that car technically hasn't unless it's been there stranded for more than a lap. Technically, I don't think. Well, it technically hasn't put a lap on the Scott Park in Audi TT. There is Scott Park in the car numbers. The car back up what looks to be full strength. So through it goes. There goes I think the sole running Sussex Road and race car that's still left in the order. You've then got Matthew Bolton's car in the mix there too. They're back out from its pit stop. So the car that's now currently leading is now Liam Crilly, but also that car's now in for its pit stop, as is also the Andrew Dyer Richard Bliss Audi TTCR. So Andrew Dyer will jump out and Richard Bliss will jump in. You've then got the red drop BMW that's starting from the pit lanes up to third out of all of this. But again, remember, has to make a mandatory pit stop too. There is Jared Coulson and Stephen Watson still battling away over second and third in Class D. And they're just behind the Drought and Mills Mini that's just come out of the pit lane. So that should have made its pit stop. I believe it is that Drought one, isn't it? Yes, it is, yeah, because the other one cast in the mix there. And that's Scott Parkin's TT, again slowing with problems. So whatever the quick fix there was to try and sort the problem hasn't worked. And I'm afraid it's, once again, going at quite a sluggish pace. It's just been passed on track by the number 98 Paul Sheard Mazda with Edward and Oliver Cottam at the wheel. But as the cars make the way to the hairpin, and Matthew Bolton has now put a lap on Scott Parkin. And there is the Audi going through. So a shame for the TT to hit problems. The Jonathan Hunter Civic is in. The Charlie Hayes BMW is in. So is Trevor Hurrell. So also is the McKean Spencer BMW too. So lots of the current top 10 going through. Matthew Bolton will go through and hold on to the place and actually move up once again, which means I think that should put him... Or will it actually? Because has Liam Crilly's car gone back out already? I think he has. If Liam Crilly's made his stop and come back out again, I'll be very impressed if he's managed to pull that gap out and actually get out ahead of him. Let's see if we can look at the Carrera curve to see if the BMW's there. There is the Savages in the Audi TT, so they'll have having their driver change. I'm guessing it was Paul starting and Brandon getting in. Barry Cully's also in at the top of the pit that you can see there. The white and black Seat Leon in for its mandatory stop. So yet to make a couple of cars yet to make a stop at the front. We've got the red drop BMW. There's the Andrew Dyer and Bliss TTCR. Now I think with Richard Bliss at the wheel. Good to see him back out in a race car after he was champion in City Car Cup last year. And sharing that car with Andrew Dyer. Of course, those who know each other very well from competing against each other in the City Car Cup. But of course now it's Andrew inviting Richard to have a play in his new Audi TTCR car, which he's already taken to victory once this season at Brands Hatch at the very first TTCR race. Richard Bliss taking his grips with this, and who knows, if he likes it, I'm going to tempt fate, but maybe he likes it enough, he might want to get one himself. How good would that be to see Richard Bliss behind the wheel of in the TT Cup Racing Series. Here's the 55 car in, that's Jared Coulson after its battle with the Stephen Watson car. And more pit stops shaking out. There goes James Alford. He's just getting past the Risbridger and Shaw Mazda 2. Good seeing that Mazda 2 back out in the field. Only one of them today, but usually we get about 2 or 3 in the field. Good to see the 2 racing squad fielding a Mazda 2 for this one. Also saw there that was the Gary Paddock Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 from Misty Racing. Scott Parkin's car's back in the pit lane as you'd expect after its issues. Andrew Clarkson's car also mentioned he started from what should have been 7th place, but he retired after a couple of laps. He's been in the pit since the end of lap number 3. And as we look towards the front of the field, the highest placed car that's made a pit stop that's actually running on track at the moment is Liam Crilly. I was about to say 2nd place, 5th place overall, but then realising it's making a pit stop is Chris McGinley's BMW in Class E that leads the way. He's come up to 5th position in one of the last cars to stop by the looks of it. And because of that, he's now going to probably drop down the order a little bit. But then again, he might have played a bit of a blinder with his strategy. He might well turn out higher than you anticipate. Chris Sparks is in for his pit stop. We're still going to wait for Chris Stone and the Sam Reddrop BMW to come in from its mandatory stop in pit lane. I was about to say, is that one of the Clios running slowly? I think that's Ashley Parsons. It is, yeah, Ashley Parsons' car is grinding to a halt, and off it runs onto the little service road which comes out of the assembly area. So unfortunately, Ashley Parsons' Renault Clio has ground to a halt now, and this car also hitting problems. So Ashley Parsons was 4th in Class B at the point and 11th overall. So I'm afraid he will miss out on a podium. So we've still got a few more cars to stop. Sam Redrop hasn't stopped yet. Chris Stone hasn't stopped yet. Neither has Watson or Cotton. But down in pit lane, Rob Lewis has more news.
Scott, you may have seen earlier, obviously, Scott Parkin's Audi TT cut out entering the pit lane. I went and briefly spoke to his team. They say that when he pushed down on the clutch, the car just cut out, absolutely nothing at all. He managed to get the car going again, took it into pit lane, they had a look. They believe they've snapped a turbo actuator. They're not 100% sure, but Scott's already been on the radio. He's not happy with the car, so it's looking likely they're going to have to retire.
Thanks for the info, Rob. Unfortunately, it sounds like clutch issues for the number 6 car, I'm afraid. So unfortunately, that car appears to be out of the race, going no further. So left to represent all this for the Audi TTs, it's going to be the Tyre and Bliss car, which is number 15, currently sat as it comes through in 7th place after a few cars have made their pit stops. And also the Savage car, the Savage's Paul and Brandon, just going through the shot there at the bottom of the screen, the red car. Left to go because we lost the Anthony Park car in the opening lap incident, and of course Scott Parkin's car, as you've seen, has had some technical problems of its own. So through again, we're still waiting for a few cars to make their mandatory pit stops, but it looks as though Sam Redrop is going as fast as hard as he can to go through. Now, when the pit window closes, we'll have to wait and see, because it's coming up now to 5 minutes to go. Is it a short pit window, or are these first and third cars going to get caught out? The timer ticks down in a second now to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Does the pit lane close? No, it doesn't. So it might be a couple of minutes to go until it actually closes to fit all their stops in if they can. At the moment, we still need Sam Redrop and Chris Stone to do so. I think what it might well do as well is it might actually leave Chris Sparks in the Honda Civic actually in the lead outright, which could be a story. There's a Stephen Watson Clio making its mandatory stop. And I think apart from that, this is just the top 2 going to make their pit stops. Yeah, there's just that one. Saranga Sothif Sahari's car stopped, as noticed, after a few laps ago. So sadly, that car's out of the race. I just noticed. In the pit lane, and now is Chris Stone. And Chris Sparks was up to 2nd place, but he's now going down the order because he's now making his pit stop. So actually, out of all this, it might well be that it's going to be the Liam Crilly BMW that will actually end up in the lead. So Crilly and Bolton, I think Crilly's played a blinder with his pit stop and actually managed to get out in front of Matthew Bolton. There is one of the other BMWs in the field. That's battling with the Savages and the TT. That is car number... It's an E36. I couldn't quite catch exactly the number on that, but it's battling with the Savages in their Audi TT. Sam Redrop does head into pit lane, so he's now going to make his final stop. I think the rule is as long as you're in the pit lane, even if when the pit lane window closes, as long as you're in the pit lane making your pit stop, that's allowed and that's fine. We're coming up to 3 minutes to go, so maybe we could be getting a pit window closed at the end of this minute. This will now promote the Liam Crilly BMW, I'm sure, up to the lead. Bolton will go up to 2nd place. The Tyre and Bliss car might go to 3rd because they're only about 26 seconds off. So let's see who goes through where. The window hasn't closed just yet. Coming up to 10 seconds possibly to go until it closes. I'm waiting with anticipation to see what the timing screen says, and if it changes, it goes to 3, 2, 1. Still open. So maybe it's open possibly for the rest of the 15 minutes to kind of make sure that window runs as it should. But this will mean that I'm certain that Redrop and Stone will fall back to 1st and 2nd. Their pit stops are currently happening. We've just seen the Liam Crilly BMW go through the hairpin at Melbourne. He'll go through Goddard's in the 2nd. There it is. So here goes Liam Crilly then. He'll cross the line and take over the lead of the race. He's just chasing down the Evans and Hart car. Through goes Crilly past Stone, past Redrop. And that means that his car should hit the front then and take over the lead. So he's now got a 7.1 second lead over the Bolton BMW, and Bolton was a few tenths faster on that last lap. There is Sam Redrop's BMW finishing off its pit stop. And they come now down to the bottom of the hill. This is the 2 more of the Honda Civic battling. That's the Evans and Hart car battling, I think, with 61, which is the Graham Waterhouse Honda Civic Type R. But there's your race leader then. Liam Crilly in the BMW Z4 usually plays quite a blinder when it comes to strategies. He's never normally somebody gets a strategy wrong, and always a formidable factor. Again, doesn't matter the fact he started 5th on the grid. He's made the strategy work beautifully so far. As he comes around what should be the last lap of the race when he comes across the line to start that. He's there. There goes Chris and Brell waving to Liam Crilly. Yes, you can go through. You got more power than me. You're in a different class. By all means, head past, head through. So we'll be able to. It means to take stock of where we are in terms of classes. Then it seems as though the Class A is going to be won overall, at least, and in its own respective category by Liam Crilly in the BMW. Matthew Bolton looks like he's about to be 2nd, and I think it's going to be the Jonathan Hunt Honda Civic that will be 3rd, although he's got a 5-second penalty for reasons we don't know why yet. A 5-second penalty for Jonathan Hunters, which means that, does it drop him outside of the top 3? No, it doesn't. It won't drop because the next car, which is the David Cox VW Golf, is down in 4th place. He should be fine. Class B should be won and led by the Red Drop BMW, unless Andrew Dyer's gone through as Liam Crilly starts his final lap of the race. I think what they possibly have done is, because they need a 15-minute pit window, rather than shorten it, they simply given the second half of the race as the pit window to make that final stop. So because the pit window hasn't shown as being closed yet, so they're going to carry on as was. But Crilly then turns his way in towards the old hairpin for the final time, and is on course for another SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy triumph. He's quite good at this. He's had a few ClubSport Trophy wins. He's becoming probably one of the most successful drivers in ClubSport Trophy history, I'd imagine. I need to look back at the results from all the races so far, but I think he probably has one more outright ClubSport Trophy race wins than anyone else, I'd imagine, because I've seen that car on the front of the grid more often than not. For the Class B, it is going to be the Tyre Bliss Audi TT CR that looks like he's on course to win. Sam Redrop is 2nd, but he's just been given a 5-second penalty also, maybe at least for track limits. So we'll check those out in a bit. It might, well, it's not going to lose him 2nd in class, I don't think, because Chris Sparks' number 2 Honda Civic will hold on to 3rd place. In Class C, it's going to be Chris Hayes in the BMW, ahead of the Chris Stone Honda Civic and Brendan Murphy in the Compact. Class D is going to be a win for Jason Brown on his ClubSport debut, and that will be him ahead of the Watson Renault Clio and the Perfect and Evans BMW. In Class E is going to be a win for the Drought and Mills Mini Cooper, ahead of McGinley in 2nd place in the BMW, and 3rd place for the Gary Paddock in the Mazda. But this man's going to take overall and Class A victory. It is going to be Liam Crilly in the shortened SW Motorsport ClubSport Trophy race who will take the victory. In Class A, he is delighted. How could you not be after a great drive? 2nd place to Matthew Bolton, takes the fastest lap of the race on the last lap too. Jason Brown flashes the headlights. He wins Class D on his debut. What a weekend it's been for him. A great start to the Cook Sport Renault Cup and a debut winning ClubSport Trophy too. He should be very proud of that. Now, other class winners, we need to look for classes B, C, and E. Now, C is going to be won by the... Let's see if we've had anyone from Class C come across the line yet. I think it was the Chris... Let's have a look. Yeah, the Hayes BMW is yet to come through yet. So that's 93. We've had any more class winners. Here comes the Class B winner. It's going to be Andrew Dyer and Richard Bliss on their first proper time in ClubSport. It's a victory in the Audi TT CR in class. I think that also is also a class win too for the Class E, yes, for Nicole Drought and Matt Mills. Congratulations to them for a fantastic run in the Sussex Road and Race car. They're going to beat this man, Chris McGinley, to the flag. And as for the rest of the class winners, I think we're waiting for Class C victory, which is going to be Hayes in his BMW Compact. Rest of the class winners have come through. Yeah, we're just waiting for Class B now to come through. And it's going to be 93 to look out for in the BMW Compact. Here comes Edward Cotton, along with Oliver Cotton. Now, if it is his very last race, I'm sure he'll have done himself proud, as that car's going to come through in a very strong, I think, a podium position, I think. No, 5th in Class D, in fact, actually, which is there. As for James Alford, well, what could have been? It was the hose clip that prevented him from possibly taking an outright win, even a class win, but he'll soldier along to the line. And here's our final class winner. Across the line will come the 93 BMW Compact, and it is of Chris Hayes, who will cross the line and take victory in Class C. So congratulations to all the class winners from today's race. Unfortunately, it was a little bit shortened, but due to the first lap incident and trying to keep things on timetable, the clerk of the course did what they had to do in order to get the race finished within time. There's the Bonser and Hackett MZZR that crosses the line. That's 7th in Class D, 29th overall. And it looks like we had 30 cars of the 42 that originally took to the grid that took the checkered flag either because they're in the pit lane with problems or stopping out on circuit. And I think we're just waiting for no more cars, I think, to come up onto the grid. So excellent stuff from the ClubSport Trophy. Shorter than usual, but still just as entertaining, and a really good run for everyone involved. So here's the results. Liam Crilly wins Class A in the BMW Z4 and overall for Matthew Bolton in 2nd place. And Class B winners, Andrew Dyer and Richard Bliss in the Audi TT CR. Sam Redrop and Chris Sparks round out the top 5. Then Jolford Hunter, Mike Parsons, Trevor Hurrell. Class C winner, Charlie Hayes in the Compact in 9th place, and David Cox in the Golf was 10th. Other class winners, it was Jason Brow in Class D, who wins the Clear 197. And Class E was won by Nicole Drought, not Christian White. There was a driver change that wasn't amended on TSL. So Nicole Drought and Matt Mills win Class E in the Mini Cooper. Excellent effort for them. As we scroll through the rest of the order from 21st down to 30, there was 30 cars that took the flag, and a few more cars that also hit troubles as it went on. So as the rest of the results scroll through, we'll let them down to the top 30. And whilst we look through those, we're going to hopefully have a chat to a few of our class winners, if not all of them, down in the top of the pit lane with our ever-roving reporter, Rob Lewis, who can have a chat to especially our overall winner for our SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy race, and that is, I'm sure, a very delighted Liam Crilly.
A very delighted Liam Crilly, Scott. We haven't had chance because of the schedule to get hold of all of our class winners, so we've picked the top 3, and one of them, certainly the man that led for most of the race. A fantastic win, Liam Crilly. Great.
How red do I look?
Very.
Oh my God, it's like 40 degrees in there. Yeah, I did not expect to win this race today. It was real carnage at the beginning. You know, the sort of thing that gives you a dodgy stomach when you're sitting back on the grid again, but everyone got out of my way one way or the other. So, and I was carrying a problem from this morning where the ABS would sometimes work and sometimes not. So I've got a flat spot, massive vibration, turned off sport mode, and it cured it. So I was able to put in some consistent laps.
Who needs sport mode?
It's only for the downshifts, honestly. But then there's no second gear corners really, so I drove around it.
A very impressive win. I mean, what were the other issues you had this morning? Was it just that issue with the ABS?
Just that issue, damp track. I rotated the tyres so they weren't happy, and I haven't raced this here before. I've done like 3 laps in this car here, so it took me the whole race to get up to speed. I was doing my fastest laps towards the end as I was building confidence.
I mean, you're a very well-seasoned driver anyway. You're very quick in anything. I've also heard a rumour you're potentially eyeing up a drive in a C1, but I mean, after going well at Snetterton, did you not maybe assume that the car had the pace to compete in this championship wherever you went?
Absolutely, and I think this is a keeper. So, and yes, I started that rumour. So, so I think this is a keeper, and it needs some more power to be on class, because I could probably give it another 30 horsepower, but it'd be boring, wouldn't it?
It would be a bit boring, but it's a well-deserved victory as well. Only 3 seconds in it.
Yeah, saw him coming and tried to make a mistake. So,
well, either way, congratulations. A fine win there by Liam Crilly. Let's go and see our second place man, Matthew Bolton. Very hot and sweaty, Matthew Bolton. All the drivers are. It's so muggy out there today. Very hot. Matthew, you couldn't quite catch Liam in the end, but a fine second place. Your thoughts?
Couple of silly mistakes, me being tired, and a silly mistake from my pit crew. Sensors a bit too early on the pit stop. I'm trying to pull it back, but just didn't have enough time to reel him in.
We tried our best.
Go again next time?
Go again next time. Hopefully it's a bit cooler. This is very hot.
It is very hot and toasty. Is it kind of more about preserving the car going into the second 15 minutes of the race?
To be fair, it holds its way quite the way through, to be honest. It's not a bad thing for going off. Keeps its pace right to the end. It were actually coming on its fastest in the last couple of laps, so I think it put its fastest in the last lap. So yeah, quite good.
Happy man, and next time maybe go for P1.
Next time we'll have it.
Fantastic, congratulations, fine result there, Matthew Bolton. Now, I spoke to Andrew Dyer yesterday on the podium, and he's here with Richard Bliss in one of the TTCR Audis. Obviously, we saw these racing yesterday. He had a fine result yesterday, and I've come to speak to him again. So, Andrew Dyer, Richard Bliss, fantastic win, fantastic race. Who wants to go first?
Yeah, just can't believe, like I said the other guy on the radio, I just weren't expecting to get
get a podium. We qualified 10th. Like, we're running a road tyre essentially as well compared to everybody else. So, like, obviously a few mechanicals and crashes did help us, but you've got to be in it doing it, haven't you? So, just over the moon, really.
Absolutely. And in developing this car as well for the Audi TT Series for something like ClubSport, you know, does a 45-minute race like this really test everything so you know what to do to get them set up properly to make the cars last?
Yeah, I'd say so. Just the disadvantage is the tyres with these cars. Literally everything else is perfect. I mean, you can dial it down to a T, and it's just such a lovely car to drive. But all we need is something a little bit more stickier, and then we'll be well away.
So maybe to go for that elusive first place next time, stickier tyres.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to spend about £1,200 on tyres just for a set. Game in hand.
Over to you, Andrew.
Yeah, definitely next ClubSport we do, definitely be on different tyres. So, especially watching Scott as well. Scott, you know, he's towards the front end of the field with them tyres, you know, and he's a fast guy, so hopefully we can get with him next time. And he doesn't have a DNF, which was a bit of a shame for him, but...
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it does look like Scott genuinely had a mechanical issue, possibly a snapped actuator, so...
Yeah, it's a shame for Scott. Tidy guy. I've only just met him this weekend. Had some good race with him in the TT Cup as well, so yeah, it was a shame to see him go out, but also secretly happy because it bumps us up as well.
Fantastic. Well, great result, guys. Congratulations. That's our third place team in the ClubSport Trophy, and that rounds up the first endurance race of the day. I can tell you now, you can hear the sirens going off. That means we've got cars on circuit. It's the National Formula Ford, so it's time to head back up to Scott Woodwis.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rob. I think we're rattling through the rest of our 2 sprint races coming up before we get to our 3 hours of racing for the C1 endurance cars. As we head off onto the formation lap for our third and final race for the National Formula Fords of the weekend. It looks like it is pretty much a partially reversed grid. It's the top 7 that have been reversed from this race 2 results that have been put on the grid here. That means Nolan Allire starts in pole position alongside Johnny McMullen, the 2015 national champion. He'll be trying to make the most of the front row start. Jordan Kelly and Lucas Romanek come next after he dropped down in the final couple of laps off the podium. It's going to be Elliot Brdzinski and Jamie Sharp who finished runner-up in the second race, and race 2 winner Chris Middlehurst back in 7th alongside Donald Downey on the 4th row. And then towards the back of the grid we're going to have Bryn Kinch and Brandon McCorkin, who will hopefully have to pick his way through from P10 after he spun away what could have been a podium finish down at the old hairpin of his own accord. Went too hot into the right-hander, skittered off into the gravel, and unfortunately was out of the race before the checkered flag. So it looks like all of our Formula Fords are present and correct. So far we've had victories for Lucas Romanek and for Chris Middlehurst. Whether we'll get a third different winner remains to be seen, but of course National Formula Ford, just about anything can happen, and it usually does, particularly towards the head of the field. As I mentioned before, this year's grid is pretty competitive when it comes to the amount of form that some of these drivers have got. Very closely matched. Certainly looking to keep themselves in close proximity all the way through. So cars make their way around on the formation map here. And certainly both Romanek and Middlehurst will be keen for some very strong results if they can pull them off. Cars on the back straight now, weaving from side to side. It is, have to agree, even though it's quite overcast, it is very humid and very warm out there. 24 degrees is showing on my laptop here, which is showing the fact that even though it's overcast, it can still be quite warm and humid out there, and quite, I think the term is quite muggy out there, so to speak. But it should be quite an exciting third race. Johnny McMullen will certainly be quite an interesting element, given the fact that he's now starting at the front of the field on the front row of the grid. If he can get a better start with Nolan Allire, there's a good chance he could possibly lead them down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. So they make their way down towards the hairpin. So with, I think what will be an advantage for Lucas Romanek is that he'll be starting physically ahead of Chris Middlehurst. He'll be starting in 4th on the grid compared to Middlehurst back in 7th. Then you've got Brandon McCorkin back in 10th with some work to do from the rear of the field after he had that spin. And you see them weaving from side to side, trying to get as much heat and temperature into the tyres and as much pressure into the tyres as well, and also to warm up the brakes as well to make sure that you're not standing on the middle pedal and possibly finding that your foot's going straight to the floor or locking up. So cars forming up onto the grid now. So if we now get the last few cars into position, the red lights will come on, the 5-second board goes up, and it'll be our third and final race of the weekend for the National Formula 4 Championship here at Donington Park. So no all eye on pole position, Johnny McMullen alongside him on the front row of the grid. You've got Lucas Romanek 4th, Middlehurst 7th, and McCorkin to the back of the grid. Let's see who can pick up the trophy for race number 3. Red lights on, revs are rising, lights go out. It's a pretty clean start from the front row from all eye. A better start from McMullen though. McMullen dropping back as they head down towards Redgate for the first time. And the Amalite Motorsport American is going to hold on into the turn 1. Jordan Kelly's made a good start, but McMullen had a good enough start to hold on for second place, whilst Kelly's in third, and Romanek has held on to 4th place as they head down the hill for the first time. So through the Craner curves, and it is all eye that leads. It's McMullen 2nd, Kelly 3rd, Romanek 4th, 5th place now for Elliot Brdzinski, 6th for Jamie Sharp, 7th for Chris Middlehurst, and 8th already, making up 2 places, is Brandon McCorkin past Bryn Kinch and Donald Downey. Out of the left-hander at the old hairpin, under the bridge, and now into the right-hander at McLean's, and it's still nose to tail. Running wide out there is Jamie Sharp going around the outside of Brdzinski, pick up a place. Try and hold on, see if he's got any pace here to try and make this one happen. Out of the right-hander at Coppice they go, down the back straight. And look at them, all line stone fanning out. As McMullen now going on the charge here to try and go down the outside into the S's. It might put him vulnerable from both Kelly and Romanek as they turn in through the left-right onto the Grand Prix loop. And we'll see now if there's anything here that possibly any of the guys behind can do. Big lock up from a couple of the cars behind him. McMullen has Kelly to his inside, also picking his way through quickly as Jamie Sharp. He's passed 1, possibly 2 cars. Jamie Sharp not hanging around at all from the start. Remember, he started back in 6th on the grid, trying to get his way up to 3rd place if he can. He's still staying in 4th at the moment, behind his teammate McMullen. Onto the pit straight they go, and it's now all eye, I think, that still leads the way. It's now 2nd place for Kelly, 3rd for McMullen, 4th for Sharp, 5th for Romanek, then Brdzinski, Middlehurst, McCorkin, Downey and Kinch. So the top, all 10 cars all still together. Up the inside there to hold on to, that was the lead, there was all eye, but Kelly was having a look on the outside into Redgate. Now they tumble back down the hill again. Just absolute maximum attack. Line astern, and Jamie Sharp's car just darting around as it tries to hold on to the position. Still, we've now got Middlehurst ahead of McCorkin, so no change for them in the battle for 7th and 8th. Middlehurst not making the progress he'd like to have made on the opening lap, but he's got a chance now to try and settle down here as Kelly looks round the outside into McLean's corner. They're side by side on the exit, but the young Irishman's got the line he needs. He's got the traction, and if he gets himself in front before Coppice, he will have the place, which he does. So Jordan Kelly then hits the front at the Donington Park to look for his 2nd National Formula Ford win after he picked up the victory at Snetterton last time out. Side by side, weaving around for position. That looks like that's possibly, is that Lucas Romanek under attack now from Chris Middlehurst, but also Middlehurst under threat from McCorkin because Romanek's been shuffled down a couple of places. There's Donald Downey ahead of Bryn Kinch, and now as they go over the crest and down towards the Melbourne Loop for the 3rd time, it's still Kelly that leads. Everyone trying to be 2nd place. It's going to be all eye in P2. It's now scrapped for 3rd between McMullen and Sharp now. The 2 BM racing cars are trying to go into combat here. Let's see if he can hold on to it. Into the hairpin they go. It's still side by side for 2nd, and now McMullen's been shuffled down to 5th because he's lost out to both Jamie Sharp and also Elliot Brdzinski. So the Americans move forward. Kelly sets the fastest lap of the race. That's the first proper flying lap through. So Team Dolan in the lead. It's now BM Racing in 2nd place. It's Amalite Motorsport cars 3rd and 4th, but there goes All Eye holding on to 2nd. You can notice that Jamie Sharp's got the kind of Rexy-inspired bit of mouth on the front nose. It's certainly intimidating enough that it's allowing him to get through to 2nd place at the expense of All Eye. Brdzinski now trying to hold on and get past his teammate, and also in there too is McMullen, who's just a little bit too wayward there under brakes, thumps the curb on the inside, runs a little wide on the exit. This is going to give the 2 Oldfield Motorsport cars and Middlehurst permission to try and get through if they can. Through goes through goes Romanek has gone into that position. And then Middlehurst might follow suit in a second, which both the Oldfield cars has. Sideways goes McCorkin, and Middlehurst has gone through as well. So McMullen's been shuffled down to 8th place rather than where he started on the front row of the grid. And off the road's gone Bryn Kinch. He's gone way too wide exiting Coppice Corner, and he's now tracking through the gravel. So not the way he wanted to begin his third race, but he's now ambling his way back onto the circuit. Meanwhile, looks like Middlehurst has got past McCorkin by the looks of it, so Middlehurst splits the two Oldfield Motorsport cars. Meanwhile, out in front, it is still Jordan Kelly that leads the way here at Donington Park in this third race, this partially reversed grid. The top seven were reversed, and that puts the All Eyes car into pole position alongside Johnny McMullen. Both cars have been shuffled back a little bit. All Eyes still holding on to 4th place behind his teammate Brscc. New fastest lap of the race from Jordan Kelly. Does anyone beat that? No, not this time around. So Jordan Kelly pulling away now. His gap is 1.1 seconds. As again, that is All Eye defending once more from Jamie Sharp. Although that's Brscc going past him. So Brscc got past Sharp into the Redgate corner, made the move stick. Although momentarily, because Sharp's back up the inside and through the crane of curves. And here comes All Eyes trying to get through, and he's sideways. Big moment for All Eye. It goes up the inside. How on earth did he do that? I'm actually staggered at that. How on earth? Nolan All Eye's gone up the inside of Jamie Sharp. I think probably because he's got a problem. He's actually dropping back, in fact, so Jamie Sharp has an issue. But issue or not, Nolan All Eye was all out of shape, and all arms and elbows somehow got it stopped for the old hairpin. Found enough gap to slip up the inside of Jamie Sharp, who was ailing anyway, and he's up into another position, up back into third place now. But that is astonishing. I thought that All Eye was on the course to go off the road, but he incredibly gathered it all back together again and held on to the place. That's pretty astonishing. Meanwhile, this is down for 4th place now. This is down McCorkin, Middlehurst and McMullen, because Romanek has dropped back to 10th. What's happened to Lucas Romanek? And safety car's been deployed. And Romanek, has he not come through? He has not. So Lucas Romanek is missing. Safety car's been deployed. We haven't seen Romanek go off the road. But Lucas Romanek, the championship leader, out of the race seemingly, and not to score any points from this third race. So it's all going off. Bryn Kinch going through the gravel. Problems for Jamie Sharp. And now, an issue for Lucas Romanek that's seen him off the road. And unfortunately, out of the race. So the championship leader, no points from race number 3. So a 1st and a 4th and a DNF will have to be his record from his visit to Donington Park, I'm afraid. No sign of him on the screen for what we can see. And right, Romanek has been shown to have stopped out on track somewhere, where we don't know just yet. Jamie Sharp is in the pit lane, I can see and I can also hear his car underneath me outside my commentary box position. So his car's in the pit lane with issues. So still the rest of the pack still running. But again, the question has to be, let's put the cameras and pick it up. Where have we lost Lucas Romanek? Because I cannot see, it doesn't appear to be pulled up anywhere at exiting Redgate. He's not at the old hairpin or the crane of curves. And nothing at Starkeys, nothing at Schwantz either. If he has had an issue, he's probably pulled that car quite far off the road. But where he is obviously determines that he needs to be removed into a safer place. So I'm not 100% sure where he's got to. This certainly benefits Jordan Kelly because he leads the way. This will certainly elongate the amount of time that he's in the lead and not under threat from the cars behind. He will be certainly rebelling on this very much. Let's see if he can hold on to it. There's the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car. Again, big thank you to runyourfleet.com once again for all their support of the Brscc. You want to check out everything for all of your business fleet management needs, you can head to runyourfleet.com. And not only are they great partners of the Brscc, they've also been the ones to supply us with the excellent Jaguar safety car that you've seen over the last, this is its 3rd season of operation now, since it became part of the club in 2021. Right, now then, is that a clue for where Romanek is? Because there is a low loader, or a snatch vehicle, that is behind the barrier. But it doesn't actually tell us, it looks like it's possibly pulling something along by the looks of it, or it's just the piece of, its actual hook is dangling along. But whether it's actually got a car attached to it, I'm not 100%, because we're showing the loader. Unless that's possibly where our camera teams have shown us where that car is. Can I see it through the barrier? Yes, there is a single-seater there. So, Lucas Romanek has pulled off, and that is exiting the chicane. onto the Grand Prix loop. So we've lost Lucas Romanek there. Obviously, we didn't spot the incident, but you can see that Lucas Romanek's car being carried out of harm's way now. So unfortunately, the championship leader, not the way he wants to end the weekend, as I'm sure everyone will agree. And there it is. Now, is there any damage to that car at all? I can't see anything evident that's damaged on that car. Not on the left-hand side, anyway. Now the wheels and suspension seem buckled. It's been laid back down again. Everything it doesn't look like anything's hanging off, like any suspension or any kind of wheels are hanging off the car, which is relief. That car is pretty much in a safe enough position, so I'd hope at least we can get racing going again. I'd say possibly next time by, but it depends on how far out of the way that car is. By the looks of things, it looks of things that car is in a relatively safe enough position to remain where it is. So the field continues around behind the safety car. There's the red and yellow machine of Johnny McMullen. There's Bryn Kinch, who's been racing in Formula Fords now for a couple of seasons and just running his own pace, just finding his own feet in National Formula Ford. The safety car leads the field back around down towards the old hairpin, and I think given that the recovery of Romanek's car was just about complete when we saw it there being dragged behind the back, being dragged, but it was being carried behind the barrier by the snatch rescue vehicle, would suggest that it's possibly out of harm's way enough that we can possibly get racing underway again very shortly. So the race order then: Jordan Kelly leads the way for Team Dolan, second for Elliot Brdzinski, third for Nolan Orlaya, fourth for Brandon McCorkin. He's now up to him to uphold Oldfield Motorsport honours. Chris Middlehurst is fifth, Johnny McMullen in sixth, Donald Downey seventh, and Bryn Kinch is eighth. Jamie Sharp's car has not left the pit lane, and of course we know Lucas Romanek's car is now hidden behind the barrier after it was off the road exiting the S's. We didn't see the exact cause of what happened, whether he jumped or whether he was pushed, but either way, it'd be a disappointing DNF for him. Now keep an eye on the safety car to see if the lights are out. We're still watching Jordan Kelly. There seems to be a bit more of a gap, it seems, looks like, to the car in front, so maybe we're preparing for a safety car restart. We're getting a little bit more in order, it seems, through the chicane. And once we get back down to our camera point, yes, Romanek's car is out of the way there, and there's a rather forlorn Lucas Romanek watching on and realising that he's losing valuable points to his rivals in the championship. Safety car lights are indeed out on the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car, which means it's now Jordan Kelly's turn to hold the pack and decide when to restart the race. He might choose to go here at the exit of the hairpin, he might go midway on the run towards Goddard, he might go on the exit of the corner. It's up to him to choose when he wants to restart. If he can get a good restart, he can try and catch the rest of the pack unawares. Safety car pulls in, so we're ready to get racing once again with 2.5 minutes on the clock. So we've got time for 2 more racing laps under green flag. And Jordan Kelly, though, is just about going to get underway. He's choosing to go a little bit later. They're all stacked up behind him. Oh, that's Brandon McCorkin. Brandon McCorkin hits the back of one of the, I think that was possibly an All-Eyes car. Now, whether that was a stack up because of Jordan Kelly's later restart than he anticipated, or simply just wasn't paying attention, either way, Brandon McCorkin hits the back of, it looked like it was Nolan All-Eyes car. There goes Bryn Kinch off, Donald Downey off the road on the exit of the right-hander at Redgate. So both the Oldfield Motorsport cars are hit strife, and neither will score. There's McCorkin off the road, damaged front left suspension. The wheel is just about hanging off. And very sadly, that's not the way Oldfield Motorsport wanted to end their race weekend. So he's off the road, and I think there's a bit of frustration there for Brandon, thinking he didn't really need to do that. Meanwhile, here goes Brdzinski. Now, Kelly could go for his second National Formula 4 win here. It could be Brdzinski's first if he can get past Kelly and stay there for the checkered flag. All eyes in there too in third place. Fourth now for Chris Middlehurst, who's not done very much overtaking in this race, but he's steadily moved up the order whilst other cars have hit problems and hit strife, because first Jamie Sharp dropped out, then it was Lucas Romanek, and now Brandon McCorkin. Now he's going for third place on the outside line of Nolan Orlaya. Meanwhile, Kelly holds station ahead of Brdzinski, but for third place, no, Middlehurst backs out of it. Orlaya has to sit back into third place. But now this could be a possible opportunity for Johnny McMullen to get involved. He's in P5 in car number 5. And he's not too far away. He looks to the outside line as Middlehurst looks to try and get around the outside on the undercut. It's side by side for the lead as Kelly squeezes out Brdzinski. Here comes Orlaya on the attack, and also Middlehurst. This could be quite the grandstand finish here for this third and final National Formula Ford race. Into the hairpin at Goddard we go. Up the inside looks Brdzinski for the lead. He's side by side. Kelly runs out wide. Brdzinski has the inside line he needs. Better traction off the corner. Gives Brdzinski the line. As there goes, that's Middlehurst squeezed onto the road by Orlaya. Won't have appreciated that too much. 2 wheels onto the grass. Onto the last lap we go. Kelly looks to try and get the lead back again into Redgate. All Eye defends into turn 1 ahead of Middlehurst. And now you've got Kelly swarming all over the rear of Brscc trying to get back past him again. As we come through the Craners. Again on the grass there for Middlehurst. Again, All Eye throws the block. Down the hill towards the old hairpin now for the final time. Squirming around on their Avon tyres to try and get grip through the old hairpin. Now back on the power again. Through the left-hander. And now as they come up towards the top of the hill, it's going to be, looks like Brscc just holding on. He could take his first National Formula Ford race if he holds on. Here comes Middlehurst. Look at Mullen's slingshot off of McLean's. He gets boxed in by Middlehurst to his right, and All Eye right in front of him, so he can't make any more progress. Through Coppice we go for the final time. The timer hits 0. This will be checker flag next time by. And now down the back straight for the final time. Brscc leads up towards the S's. Here comes Kelly to the outside line. Can he have a look? He's thinking about it. Gets close under brakes, but can't make the move stick. So now it's going to be 3rd, 4th and 5th nose to tell. Brink Kinch isn't far away. This is one of his best results in Formula Ford in P6. Down to the hairpin for the final time. Brscc still lead. It's still Kelly for 2nd place. Who's going to be 3rd? It's Middlehurst up the inside of All Eye. Can he finally make this move stick? The answer is yes, he can. He's up to 3rd place now. Could McMullen get 4th by the time they get out of Goddard's corner? We'll wait and see as they come up towards the checkered flag. But up towards the hairpin for the final time at Goddard's. Kelly with one last look, but he can't quite make that stick. Brscc All Eye comes back at Middlehurst with the run to the checkered flag. It'll be a first ever National Formula Ford win for Elliot Brscc. 2nd for Kelly, and for 3rd place on the line, Chris Middlehurst gets back onto the podium. 4th place for All Eye, 5th for McMullen, 6th for Kinch, and 7th for Donald Downey. That was another exciting end to another up and down Formula Ford race, but in the end we get ourselves another brand new winner in the championship. Elliot Brscc taking victory after picking up the win, passing Jordan Kelly in the penultimate laps and getting it completed in time in order to fend him off and take the victory. So excellent stuff from Formula Ford. They head round. Elliot Brscc also took the fast snap of the race. He'll take the points for that as well too. And All Eye pulls up alongside his teammate, gives him the thumbs up. There's a lot of camaraderie at Ammonite Motorsport, and the 2 American teammates certainly celebrating each other. And Nolan, of course, I'm sure, very happy for his teammate Elliot, who waves to the marshals, waves to the spectators, and a great job too as well. We've actually had 3 different teams win in this weekend's race. We had Oldfield Motorsport win the first race yesterday, 2nd for Chris Middlehurst for Team Dolan, and there only one race number 3, as you'll see the results in the second, was that man, Elliot Brscc, who wins by 0.3 of a second from Jordan Kelly in P2. Chris Middlehurst was 3rd to round off the podium. Nolan All Eye was 4th ahead of Jolly McMullen in 5th, and then Brink Kinch and Donald Downey, and we lost Brandon McCorkin after he hit the back of one of the cars on the restart, which damaged his front suspension. Jeremy Sharp had mechanical issues, and Lucas Romanek was off the road exiting the S's as they came back around to complete about mid-race, which is what brought out the safety car in the first place midway through that 3rd race. So 2 more races left to go in this timetable. We see Lucas Romanek is, I think, been seated back into his car so he can possibly drive it back around to the pit lane to be picked up by the Oldfield Motorsport team. 2 more races to go, that being the ZEO Prototype Series for 30 minutes. Their 2nd race coming up shortly. And then after that, we have the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series, their 4th round of their 2023 season. And that cut is going to be quite exciting, particularly with many of the top teams that are back once more after their exploits at the C1 24 Hours back at Silverstone. But there's a very happy Elliot Brscc waving to more of the marshals as they trickle into the pit lane. And we have to have a chat to our top 3 after the race. So, coming up to the number 1 board for the first time in National Formula Ford will be Elliot Brscc. It'll be 2nd for Jordan Kelly and 3rd for Chris Middlehurst. And to have a chat with them down there in a moment, of course, from our final National Formula Ford race is our ever roaming reporter, Rob Lewis, to get the details and all the story from race number 3.
It's a very happy Elliot Brscc, so he's obviously going to celebrate with his team and taking the spoils of his first ever National Formula Ford win. We'll just wait for him to get his kit off and so he could talk to us. A brilliant race there, and one that has effectively blown the title race right open, especially with the retirement of Lucas Romanek. But we'll hopefully hear Chris Middlehurst's thoughts on that as well. It's the only thing with these crash helmets and HARS devices, they're a bit slower to take off, aren't they?
So 3rd place, some useful points, but a little bit of damage.
Yeah, it's quite fun. Your first win in National Formula Ford, congratulations.
Thank you. it was an exciting one. You know, once the safety car came out, I knew it was game on, and just stay close enough on the restart to be within the tow and just go from there.
Now you've broken that deadlock, you've finally got that first one out of the way. Many more to come?
Yeah, I think so. It's always tough, you know, in a new series or in a new car to get that first win, but I think just being more comfortable up there is gonna be a help.
And we've mentioned it loads of times before, although we haven't got the massive numbers of a grid, the top 10 effectively are fighting for the win, and for you to rise above and get that first win must make it extra special.
Yeah, it does. It really does. Having people like Chris here and Ramanek, and you know, people who are super successful in the sport and in Formula Sport specifically, so it means a lot getting it. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, you're clearly quite emotional. I'll let you go celebrate with the team. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
So, second place, Jordan Kelly. Great second place. Could have been up there. I'll tell you what, you've made it just in time for the rain to come.
That's what we were hoping for. Unfortunately, with the safety car, I probably should have won by a good distance there, but fair play to Elliot for getting the move done. I carried too much speed into the hairpin when they got it running on me, and nearly outbraked myself and took him out with me, so fair play to him for avoiding that. And no, it was good to finish second and get some good points too. So.
Fantastic. Congratulations on a wonderful second place there, Jordan. More points in the bag now. The man I do want to speak to is Chris Middlehurst, who's been nabbed by the circuit commentator. Now, Chris, when we spoke after race 2, it was all about taking points because of a certain Lucas Romanek. He retired from this race, so is it game on?
Absolutely, yeah. His teammate also went off in a safety car there. He's sort of in third place in the championship as well, so that was really good for us. And I was trying to be aggressive but also quite patient, because I saw a lot of battles ahead of me and thinking that's not going to work. And Jordan and Elliot almost, you know, they did come together actually at the hairpin. But yeah, Nolan was also kind of in front of me, but I was aggressive when I needed to be and patient when I should have been, really. I think all the drivers were just, you know, really impatient throughout the whole race, and obviously my experience is, you know, veteran now, being 28, you know, 12 years racing, it paid off. Just being patient and then going for it when I know 100% you can make the move. I think sometimes all weekend has been drivers making, you know, these half moves and lunges, and it's all right if someone gets out of the way, but if no one's going to give, it's a shunt, and that's proven itself today. So yeah, great result for Team Dolan, and yeah, 3 podiums for the weekend, can't complain.
Brilliant, get the consistency in there. Thanks. Congratulations, Chris, another worthy podium winner of the National Formula Ford 1600. Now the noise levels risen, the rain is starting to fall, and we've got ZEO Prototypes out on the circuit before the 3-hour Silverlake C1 Racing Endurance later on.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rob. We've got 2 more races course to go. This is our second of the ZEO Prototype races coming up now here at Donington Park on the GP circuit. It's still quite muggy and still warm out there, even though it's 24 degrees and overcast, and there could be a threat of rain in the air as well. So from the second fastest times in qualifying, it's Graham Charman on pole position with, looks like Shane Kelly alongside him on the front row. Richard Morris and Ruben Stanislaus then come next on row 2. Chris Hoy, who takes over the number 7 car, starts on row 3 in 5th place alongside Alistair Smart. Joaquin Penteado and Max Windhauser will start from the 4th row of the grid, G2, ahead of Charles Graham and Ian Charles to round out the top 10 in their pair of radicals. Row 6 is where we're set to find the Dominic Landon Down and Antonina La Rosa. Then in the 7th row of the grid, we should have, as it scrolls through, Mike Genvy and Rodolfo Gonzalez, and there should be cut at the 8th row of the grid, which will show us exactly who should be where for that 8th row. It should be Robert Gilman and Richard Gilman after setting no times in qualifying, so they should both start from the back of the grid. All being well from the cars that had problems in race 1, fingers crossed they've managed to fix them and get them back out for race number 2. So I can see the majority of the field, if not all the field, is there that should be. So Graham Charman then will start from pole position on his in his Juno. Of course, he'll have Shane Kelly alongside after Jess Hawkins took that car to 4th place in race 1 earlier on. Also watch out for Chris Hoy, who will start from 5th on the grid in the number 7 Revolution. So we've got the Graham Charman Juno on pole. So it's Juno and Praga on the front row, Revolution and Praga on row 2, Revolution and Radical on row 3, Revolution and then the Norma on the 4th row of the grid, and then a pair of Radicals on row 5. It's then Radical and Revolution row 6, Genvi Gun and Praga on row 7, and another pair of Radicals on row number 8. And it looks like, I think we do have a full quota of 16 cars, which is excellent. Looks like everyone's managed to fix whatever issues they had. 30 minutes for race number 2 of the day for the ZEO Prototype Series, along with the Sports Prototype Cup that are supporting them here today. 8 very neat rows of Sports Prototypes making their way around onto the pit straight now to get race 2 underway. Look for the red lights on the top of the screen. When they go out, Sports Prototypes will be underway any second. Now we're underway. Good jumping issue from Graham Charman, but the slight better advantage of the Praga might beat him down towards turn 1 and better under brakes into Redgate Corner. Looks like Shane Kelly almost holds on. Doesn't quite make it. Now, what's interesting also is that I can see on the camera lens, I can see spots of rain. So there are some quite imminent dark clouds you can see overhead that are starting to loom. But it's also quite warm out here. Still 23, 24 degrees apparently, which is completely crazy. Very humid and very warm. So there could be quite a bit of a rain shower coming. There was some rain showers predicted for today, but when they were going to hit, we weren't quite sure. But given that it is getting quite humid out there right now, it could be happening. Up the inside to dive through for the lead goes Shane Kelly in the Praga. So it's Praga's first and third. Graham Chalmers' car down to second place. And Mike Genvi, of course, having not set any real proper times in qualifying, starts back again in 13th place after he did in race 1. He's going to do it all over again in race number 2. Good to see that the cars that hit problems in race 1 have seemed to have been all back to full health, that including Max Windhauser's car and a couple of others. Here comes Graham Charman, huge lock up into the S's. Can he get it stopped? Can he get sideways? He's sideways. He's over the chicane if he can get it stopped. And we can't see the exit if he actually survives that until he gets down towards the hairpin. They're all over each other down towards the Melbourne loop for the first time. It's Praga's first and second. The Revolution's a third and fourth. Is that Chris Hoy up there? It is. Chris Hoy's up there to 4th place, side by side for third with Richard Morris. And Graham Charman, after that huge lock-up, survives, but is down to 5th position. So it's Radical's first, Praga's first and second, excuse me. And Shane Kelly under attack from Ruben Stanislaus. Likewise, the Revolution's at play. This is Chris Hoy going round the outside. I should call him Sir Chris Hoy, really. But Sir Chris Hoy now has the inside line for Redgate Corner for lap 2, but Richard Morris with better traction off the corner holds on to the position. So Praga's first and second, Revolution's third and 5th now, because that's Graham Charman going past, and there's definite spots of rain on the camera lens down at Redgate Corner, so it's starting to sprinkle a little bit with rain, but you just sense, is that a sprinkle that's going to turn it into quite a rainstorm? We'll wait and see, because it's been threatening all day. That's the 80 car, that's Antonino La Rossa that's towards the back of the field, and also there the number 6 car of Robert Gilman. Of course, that car had a very short first race after it pulled off on the exit of Redgate Corner with a mechanical issue, so it didn't get past further than the first corner, which is a shame. But so Chris Hoy then, certainly enjoying himself at the wheel of his car. Well, that was a shot off, but either way, we've got cars heading their way out towards the second part of the circuit, and it's well, my camera hasn't quite focused properly in position. I think he was probably falling asleep. Anyway, as he goes back up to position, when I've looked back into our run down towards the chicane, and Shane Kelly now is in front. Right now, the rain is starting to come down. I can see that it's starting to rain on the cameras, and it's actually raining. Is it raining quite heavily? I think. Yeah, rain spots now on the Melbourne Loop. So, remember, all these cars will be out there on slick tyres. It's going to be quite warm out there, but of course, if it starts to rain heavier and heavier, they might possibly have to get them into the pit lane and try and get them onto wet tyres if they can, or at least intermediates. A spin for the 80 car. Anthony La Rosa's gone off at Coppice. Through has gone Gilman in the 666 car. There goes Shane Kelly running wide at the hairpin, trying to hold on to the lead. He's got Stanislaus all over him, but I wonder how quickly it is starting to rain out there. Can already see umbrellas going up at some of the spectators looking across from me in the commentary box position. So the rain is starting to fall here at Donington Park. This should be interesting. So Shane Kelly a little wide on the exit. This now gives the chance for Stanislaus to get through, which he does. So a change for the lead between the two Pragas. And up into third place now is back into third place has gone Graham Charman. Past the two Revolutions. And back into position. We've now got, I think, is that Rodolfo Gonzalez in 4th place? It is. So Rodolfo Gonzalez from 14th on the grid. He's charging well. Up to 4th place. 10 places where he was in 2 laps. And I think he's starting to get a bit wetter out there now because there is more rain falling. And it's starting to get a bit damper and a bit greasier up to the top of McLean's, I think. They're all tiptoeing around a bit more. Shane Kelly takes a wider line through McLean's. Likewise for Rodolfo Gonzalez. Wipers on for the Pragas. Of course, they have a windscreen, of course, they have to try and clear, whereas most of these open-top cars don't. It's just the helmet you have to try and wipe, try and clear some of the raindrops on the front of the car. And they make their way back down the back straight here. A tricky spot's always going to be when they start to hit the brakes towards the chicane here, and they have to probably back off a little bit more than they normally would. So it's still Prager's first and second. The rest of the pack just coming down under brakes. The cars that really dropped back, the two Revolutions of Richard Morris and Chris Hoy, don't seem to really found proper pace. You're seeing here more spots of rain. There's also quite, I was about to say, I thought it was quite a wind, but it's actually one of the aeroplanes flying overhead. I can see the rain starting to fall quite steadily now out there. It's not torrential rain, but it's steady enough rain that's starting to fall now on the circuit. That might make a bit of a difference here. Stanislaus continues on. Charman starts to go on the offensive for second place if he can try and get through. You can see camera spots down there as well. So headlights on also for Stanislaus. It's getting a tiny bit darker out there. They head their way down towards the end of another lap. And they're battle for second on. There goes Chalmers trying to get through. Anthony La Rosa's got off again. And that's again at Coppice Corner the second time. And I'm not sure if that's now for good, because if you can get that, if you can't get that car going, you might be in trouble. So, leading cars going through. Max Windhauser's had a sudden turn of pace here. He's now up to 5th position and on the tail of Rodolfo Gonzalez. But the three cars that aren't making as much progress as I thought they would are the two Revolutions that were up there towards the front. Richard Morris in the 500 and Chris Hoy in the 7 car. And also Mike Genvy. He's up to 7th, but he's not made as much progress without these slightly damper and slippery conditions and greasy conditions now that there's a little bit of rain going through. And I thought he would. The Antonino La Rosa car, get his name right, is still stranded at Coppice Corner. I possibly think he's stalled it. Come through the right hand of Coppice. It's still the Ross's car not moving. So either he has stalled it and safety car has been deployed. And that's mainly, I'm sure, purely for that, but also due to the fact that, of course, we have got some rain starting to fall, which I think is, it's probably eased off a little bit, but it's certainly a little bit greasy and a bit damper than it was. Right, two cars diving in. That's Graham Charman and Rodolfo Gonzalez. Now, are they diving in for wet tyres or possibly intermediates? Now, ironically, now the safety cars come out. Antonino La Rosa now suddenly finds that the engine can restart, and away he goes. So, Antonino then getting back going again. So this might well be actually quite a short safety car in actual sense. The car which was course safety car has now got going again, ironically, just as the RunYourFleet.com safety car came out to gather everyone back up again. So, yeah, now this puts the Shane Kelly car still into release. You can see the windscreen wipers on the safety car also going as well, so it feels it needs it after the rain starting to fall a bit harder. As they make their way down towards the old hairpin. So after those couple of late pit stops, I'm not sure if those two cars that pitted, which is the Rodolfo Gonzalez Praga and Andrew Charman's Juno, if they've both pitted to go take on some kind of an intermediate tyre or a wet tyre of some kind, because they feel it's going to carry on raining. But the pack has been picked up. Just also trying to look out of my commentary box window to spot either of those two cars that did come in. And also Ruben Stanislaus came in as well, so 3 cars in the pit lane. So 2 of the Pragas and the Juno of Graham Charman have both come in. Now, I don't know if that's changed. It may have been to change tyres because it is slightly damper out there. But essentially, if they have changed tyres, what they're relying on is for the circuit to keep on, to keep raining, the rain to get heavier, and it to keep on getting wetter and wetter out there in order to utilise those wet tyres. You have to factor in also that it's 24 degrees out there, but it's raining. So therefore, if it is quite a damp circuit out there, I can actually see the pit lane now is actually quite saturated down there. It's a bit darker and greasy tarmac out there, so certainly there is some rain falling. But as we see now, we're just waiting for this one to go through. As we see now, the field is going to be coming through shortly. You can see now there's a bit of a breeze in there. There's not really any wind in the air, but it's more kind of just overcast and possibly trying to rain a bit more. But whether those 3 cars thought that there was enough moisture out there to warrant to warrant changing tyres or not, Have to wait and see. So the safety car, has it come in? Yes, it is. Safety car's in. So, of course, because there's no car stranded, they can get back going again. So green flag is in the air once more, and away we go. So Shane Kelly then leads the pack down towards Redgate under slightly different conditions than when they started. It's Max Windhauser in the Norma in second place, and Mike Genvy's made that leap up to third place. It's then Richard Morris in fourth, Joaquim Penteado in fifth in the second of the Revolutions. And as for Stanislaus, Charman and Gonzalez, they have come back out, but they're back out in 11th, 12th and 13th place, and probably about half a lap behind because the race has got back going again. Now that the safety cars come in. Kelly then continuing to try and hold on with Windhauser chasing him down. This is interesting. Norma, which had some decent enough pace earlier on, is starting to chase after Shane Kelly now. They come out of Coppice. Norma with the turbocharged engine, following the Turbo Praga. Well, what was that? It was actually going through. Either that was a bit of cement dust. There was something that came out the back of the Shane Kelly Praga. What was that? It was either some kind of cement dust or something, or that was either a bit of smoke or something that came out, or steam, whether it was tyre smoke with the tyre rubbing, or something came out the back of that car. What it was, I'm not 100%, but hopefully it's nothing serious that puts the car out of the race, or gets worse as the race goes on. So there goes Graham Charman now. Now I'm not sure if he's made any setup changes, or if he's put on maybe a set of intermediates or wet tyres. Let's look at his lap times. His first proper lap around. Well, they both come out of the pits. I don't know what he did. A 3 minutes 55 on his out lap. We'll see if it keeps on raining. He might be in the pound seat. Sean Kelly sets the new fastest lap of the race. It's 1:33.129. And just waiting and seeing if there's any more changes here. Here goes the 74 car of Joaquim Penteado. So chased down by Alistair Smart in 6th position. Charles Graham currently 7th. Sir Chris Hoy's down to 8th. Ian Charles 9th. And 666, the Richard Gilman Radical, is down in P10. So we've got here a bit of a match-up. Revolution versus Radical. Revolution has the gap at the moment. There's Charles Graham battling away now with Sir Chris Hoy. I wonder if people thought he'd say that at some point in his life, battling away with a multi-time Olympic gold medal winning cyclist turned racing driver. But these things do happen in motorsport. There goes Chris Hoy, actually getting past Charles Graham, so he managed to get enough momentum off of the old hairpin to find the space he needed, make the pass, and through he goes to pick up another place in the top 10. One thing I was trying to mention earlier on in the first race was that car has got a livery very reminiscent to the old school Ferrari liveries from the 70s. I think that car's a legacy of. There were 2 cars in those Revolutions. One was painted like Nicky Lauda's Ferrari from 1976. And the other one was painted like James Hunt's 1976 McLaren. And I think they had Freddie Hunt and Matthias Lauda in their respective cars battling against each other like it was McLaren versus Ferrari, and their fathers were battling on track like they were again before. So I think that car's been kept in like that kind of livery as like a bit of a legacy. And I've noticed that as I saw in race 1, the Richard Morris car has got a livery very much akin to the Red Bull Racing livery. It's got a matte dark blue livery with red and yellow in there too. So a couple of interesting paint schemes on these cars. Shane Kelly still leads the way though by 2.5 seconds now, because Max Windhauser has lost second place to Mike Genvy. And there's Graham Charman, and he has now been lapped by Shane Kelly. What was his last lap time? Last lap was a 1:38.402. So I imagine if he's made a change of tyres or some kind of change on that car, whatever direction they've gone, whether it's tyres or setup in that pit call, hasn't worked, because Graham Charman, one, it hasn't carried on raining, and 2, it's the track conditions are not suitable enough for the tyre or the setup, it seems, whatever they've done. So Shane Kelly and Mike Genvy have both gone through to put a lap on Graham Charman. And then Kelly and Genvy still in there. Max Windhauser's gone past in 3rd place. How good would it be for Max to get a podium if he can hold on for the next 16.5 minutes? Here is Joaquim Penteado, and both he and Alistair Smart have been caught rather rapidly by Sir Chris Hoy. So Sir Chris looking as though he can possibly get a top 5 here if he plays his cards right. There's Shane Kelly, looking to try and take victory in the Praga. I don't think we've had a Praga win yet in the ZEO Prototype Cup. No, we haven't. We had 2 wins for Mike Genvy. The only other one we had was for one of the Revolutions in race number 2. So this could be a great moment if he holds on for the rest of the second half of the race. Shane Kelly could be on course to give Praga their first win in the ZEO Prototype Cup, at least this season. I know we had a Praga Racing before. I think one came along, it was either last year, I think, or towards the end of 2021, here at Donington. I can't remember if that, I don't think that car did win the race. But if Shane Kelly can hold on right now, it can be the Praga's first win. And you can see there, both Alistair Smart and indeed Joaquim Penteado have both lost out to Chris Hoy. So up into the top 5 goes Chris, of course, former European Le Mans Series champion in class. So he certainly knows how to handle a prototype car. It's great to see a bit of a crossover there from him, having scored all the gold medal wins and now to cross over to motorsport. And he really is he's a real, true, proper petrol head, is Sir Chris Hoy. He really does love his cars. Has a couple of ambassadorships and owns plenty of different teams that he takes out as a weekend warrior type thing. I'm not getting that right at all. Where he can. Of course, this weekend is his machine. Shane Kelly sets the fastest lap of the race again, but then gets bettered this time by Mike Genby, so he's now on a charge. There goes Max Windhauser on his own in 3rd place, so he's now way back. And that's Anthony La Rosa off the road again. This time with his rear wheels just in the gravel trap at Redgate Corner. And whilst it's probably no fault of his own, he's not making himself rather very popular with the rest of the grid, I don't think. Back onto the road he goes. And unscathed is that number 80 car, and it does so. I'm sure a rather bemused Richard Morris will come through any second now. I'll come across him in a few moments. But yeah, he is very much taking his time out there, is Anthony La Rosa. And just having his way through that hairpin and out of sight past what used to be the old bridge. Just behind him, coming up to put a lap on him there, is Richard Morris in his Revolution. That car was driving a little sprightlier than Antonio La Rosa's car, I think it has to be said. Everyone enjoying these cars at their own pace, of course. Richard Morris, they're currently holding on to 4th place, getting a small toe from La Rosa. They're quite equally matched in a straight line, but it's Morris's confidence under braking that certainly gives them the superior lap time at the very least. There goes Graham Charman, who he's still in 15th place, and I wonder, I didn't quite see what they changed, if anything, on that car. I don't want to say he changed tyres, but if he changed tyres, his lap times would have completely dropped off a cliff, although the last lap time was a 1 minute 45.160, so perhaps there is a different compound of tyre out there, because 127s for the leader. In fact, no, Mike Genvy's in the pit lane. So Mike Genvy, who was leading, who was up there getting towards the front, has now just pitted from 2nd place. So an issue for Mike Genvy there, and he said he was having intermittent problems again in race 1, as he did at the opening rounds at Silverstone. And it seems to be that his weekend's repeating itself, having slight issues but getting to the end and managing to win the race in race 1, and then having an issue that puts him out of race 2, and they're possibly out of the race for good. More spots of rain, unless they were just there for a few moments ago. More spots of rain on the camera. I think we've got a bit more rain coming. I think we might well do. So 11 3/4 minutes still to go. And Shane Kelly leads the way from what will be 2nd place for Max Windhauser. 3rd for Richard Morris. He's leading Class F for the Sport Prototype Cup cars. Sir Chris Hoy. I'll get there in the end. He's 7 seconds back in P5. Joaquim Penteado is the 3rd of the Revolutions in P6. That's a Smart P7. Charles Graham P8. And then it's 9th for Ian Charles, and then 10th place for Ruben Stanislaus after he was with 3 cars that pitted whilst the rain shower was going on. And he's up there in 10th place. And the difference in lap times between them is quite significant. I wonder if there's been a change of compound or something like an intermediate tyre, because the lap times which those 3 cars are putting in are not amazing. In fact, I think Graham Chalmers just been in, and whatever they did to the car in that first stop, they've changed it back again because it's now drier. And we'll see what the lap time is for Graham Chalmers when he comes back past next time by. Not confirming that Mike Genvy's car in the pit lane is a possible retirement, because Windhouse has gone through, Morris has gone through, Hoy has gone through, so we're confirming that. Joaquim Penteado has gone through. As we see here, the Robert Gilman, number 6, Radical PR6. And Genvy still in the pit lane, and with more issues afoot, it seems. Shane Kelly continues to lead now. 25 seconds is his advantage over the Norma of Max Windhauser. Here's Graham Sharman. Now, his first proper flying lap, ironically now, is his personal best, a 1:31.626. So I would suggest possibly a change in compound of tyre. Maybe not a wet tyre, but possibly something like an intermediate they've done. Either way, whatever they've done, the only immediate big time gain that you could have from that is a change of tyre compound. So I suspect it probably will also be an intermediate that went on to Andrew Charman's car. And as soon as he went back out there onto what looks like dries again, he's done a 1:31.626. In the pit lanes come Rodolfo Gonzalez. He's hasn't gone back out, but Gonzalez is in the pit lane. I wonder if he's changing whatever he's changed as well. My guess is that those 3 cars that pitted, which were Gonzalez, Charman and Stanislaus, all went onto an intermediate type tyre. It hasn't worked because it hasn't continued raining or getting any damper out there. And as a result, that at least Gonzalez and Charman have both come in and fitted on dry tyres again, and they'll be back to their regular pace up with pace that matches near the front of the field. But it's most likely too late because they've lost a couple of laps, and it's a gamble that just didn't really pay off too much. 8 minutes 55 left to go on the clock now. So well into the second half of the race. There's Richard Morris, the Formula Ford racer in the Praga Cup. The Sports Prototype Cup, within the which is sharing this grid this weekend with ZEO Prototypes. So that's good, looking good. Here's our race leader, which is Shane Kelly. Just put a lap on the let's say the ever-present adventures of an Antonino La Rosa. As they come out of the red gate corner, you see that's, I think, it's Dominic landing down in the black and green Radical, and the black, blue and white car is the 24 of Ian Charles, and this is going to be sort of a position, no, not a position, 24 and 23 on track together with the number 80 machine. Down into the right-hander, passing La Rosa. There it is. Dominic landing down, trying to chase after. He's currently sat in 5th in Class C. We should quickly mention the classes of where people are at the moment. First and second outright are also first and second in Class A, so that's Shane Kelly ahead of Max Windhauser, and then Alistair Smart's in 3rd place in Class A. Class B there's only really 2 cars in that class, and it's Graham Charman, who's the only one running in 40th place. Mike Genvy, meanwhile, was in Class B, but unfortunately it looks as though he's in the pit lane and out of the race. Class C is Charles Graham ahead of Ian Charles and Richard Gilman. And then there's no Class D in the mix as well, or E, but the F class is for the Revolutions, and it's Richard Morris who leads from Sir Chris Hoy and then Joaquim Penteado. Oh, that was Charles Graham as he turned out of the corner. He went into the second part of the Crater Curves and found a rather rapid, wild Shane Kelly to his inside line, and very quickly twitched the steering wheel to make sure he didn't make any contact. That was good reflexes from Charles. Probably all those times he spent around the Daytona Milton Keynes karting circuit trying to sharpen his reflexes. Shane Kelly doesn't need any sharpening of reflexes. He's perfectly on his way at the moment to a ZEO Prototype victory. I believe the first one ever for Braga. And that'll be a moment that they can savour going to the next rounds. Down on the brakes, into the left, into the right, under power, and now down into the hairpin for another time. This is on lap 15. So lap time wise, Shane Kelly looks very comfortable in the lead of the race. His last lap was only 2/10 off the his personal best. It was a 1:28.0 compared to his best time of a 1:27.8. So the best of the day, certainly it's been at the moment, at least in this race, was 1:27.331, which was Mike Gemby earlier on in this race. Fast slaps. Not all. See here, that's Chris Hoy. He's now got Joaquim Penteado just behind him. That's back in position. Penteado's last lap was 1.4 seconds quicker, so Penteado's woken up in the second half of the race. He might have an opportunity to squeeze past in the closing stages. Chris Hoy might have to go defensive and try and hold on as long as he can, if possible. And he does move through under brakes, turns left, turns right. Up into position he goes. That will have been for 5th position. And also the lead in class F. Oh, actually, that's Chris Hoy slowing. I was looking at the timing screen. I looked to my left and saw that Chris Hoy's car was slowing on the exit of the Melbourne Loop. So Sir Chris Hoy was on course for a decent top 5 finish and a podium in the F class. And sadly, Sir Chris Hoy's race comes to quite an unfortunate end. So with 4¼ minutes to go, and Chris Hoy's car did this last year at the previous Donington race. So that's interesting. So through the right-hander at the old hairpin, there is Graham Charman, who is still in 13th place. He's still the only Class B runner running, so it means that if he keeps the flag, he will still take Class B victory. He has to make sure he keeps the car going for the next 3 minutes and 45 seconds. There's Rodolfo Gonzalez, who I suspect now that he's changed to the right tyre compound, because I'm presuming that he was on an intermediate type of tyre when the rain started coming down. He's now just set a 1:26.449, which is quite a blistering lap time, and that's full 7/10 quicker than the last best fastest lap that was set by Mike Gemby before he pulled into the pit lane and retired. As for Kelly, he is still 42 seconds ahead, 43 seconds ahead of Windhauser, despite the fact that Windhauser set a personal best, as did also Richard Morris. Kelly is at least about 2.5 seconds ahead of in pace from the 2 cars behind him. So Kelly looks as though he's very comfortably on his way to a ZEO Prototype Series win. Windhauser will certainly enjoy the 2nd place that he picks up, and Richard Morris also means it will be a Praga, a Norma and a Revolution on the top 3, provided that the order stays as it is for the next 2.5 minutes. We've got, right, Graham Charman's car, I can hear it, it's just coming to the pit, I think below me, I can hear it enter the Juno burbling away, so it looks like it's had an issue of some kind. There goes Antonio La Rosa, who's had plenty of adventures in this race at least. He's just ahead of Dominic Landon down. And Gonzalez for the record sets another new fast lap at 25.7, goodness me. It's a bit too little too late, I'm afraid, Rodolfo. He's setting very good pace, but he kind of needed to do that A, on the right tyre, and B, a heck of a lot sooner. But unfortunately, that pace, well, it shows just how fast he can go, and it proves all his experience, having raced in GP2 and at Le Mans and all sorts of different formulas out there. Single-seaters. He's done a bit of F1 testing, done some IndyCar as well. Lots of experiences, Rodolfo, and now just enjoying himself in one of these Revolutions. No, sorry, Pragas. He is going to end at least. There's no championship at all. There's no points for it for a series. Simply just a set of races which determine any bragging rights, any who wins the trophy, so to speak. So as for the 111 of Shane Kelly, we're coming up to minute 22 left on the clock, which means we're coming up to the end of this race, and Shane Kelly will come across the line, I'm sure, rather shortly, and pick up the signal to take the last lap. So the 111 car's just gone past the pits, I think, and it's on to its last lap. Indeed it is. So Shane Kelly then starts the last lap of the race here of the day for the ZEO Prototype Series. You see Richard Morris trying to negotiate round Antonino La Rosa. As for Shane Kelly, he is pushing on even on this final lap of the race. I think as hard as he needs to. He'll be on course to take what I believe at least is Prague's first win in the ZEO Prototype Series. What a moment that's going to be, and I hope that it inspires a few more of the Prague teams that are out there to bring their cars along to get involved, because certainly a couple of teams that have taken the plunge to join the ZEO Prototype Cup for this one has certainly been key. La Rosa almost comes to a standstill, letting everyone else past him. So he needs to keep people out of the way, and Shane Kelly goes in the middle of him, and also that was the Richard Gilman car, and also Dominic Landon down. And the ironic thing is that La Rosa's got pace on the straights, but he's a lot less confident on the brakes than any other car around him. And the two radicals behind him sit back for a second and just let him negotiate the chicane before he gets through. There is Morris and Penteado. That's actually a on-track battle for position, in fact. That's for 3rd and 4th. So that's actually for potential change on the overall podium. If Penteado can get past, that will certainly be quite key. But right behind them, it's going to be Shane Kelly, who will come across the line. There goes Penteado up the inside. They're going to go for another lap, it looks like. Meanwhile, Shane Kelly will come across the line. He will take the checkered flag, which, oh, the checkered flag, they were quite late with that. The marshal was on the pit wall, waiting for the car to come through. Also spotted it last minute and went, oh, there he is, and took the checkered flag. So Shane Kelly does indeed win the second ZEO Prototype Series race here at the Donington Grand Prix circuit. I nearly called it Silverstone. It's been that kind of a day, isn't it? Donington Park Grand Prix circuit for victory for him. It's going to be second place, an excellent second it will be for Max Windhauser for the Norma. He'll be very pleased with that. As for third, though, that battle between Morris and Penteado, only separated by a tenth of a second or so, will carry on to the end. Here comes Charles Graham, who's going to win Class C in his Radical SR3 RX. Class B is going to be won, well, it was going to be won by Graham Charman, but if he's back out on circuit, which I think he is, there goes Max Windhauser. He wins in second place. He wins, he takes second place and overall and in Class A. So good effort from him for Max. Now for the two Revolutions that will come through shortly, we kind of need to see where they are, because Morris and Penteado were all together in cars. It was the 500 car of Morris and the 74 car of Penteado, the two Revolutions in 3rd and 4th overall. That's battling over the final overall podium spot and the winning Class F. So they haven't come through just yet. They're still showing us running, so they have to take the checkered flag. There they are. And has there been a change? I'm not quite sure. It looked like it was more Penteado's car that came through, which suggests, given the fact that Morris's last lap was a 142.020. Oh, there he is. He's come through the checkered flag. So it's Penteado that's dropped back. I thought it was Morris that had the problem, but it isn't. So Morris comes through. He wins Class F and also takes 3rd place outright in this second ZEO Prototype Series race. Really good, colourful grid of cars being put together by the ZEO team, led by Grace Williams, their ever amazing coordinator. And here comes Rodolfo Gonzalez. He'll take the bragging rights to the fastest lap of the race, but that pace came a little too late, too soon for Rodolfo. He and two other cars that changed their tyres didn't really quite work out for that. And well, Penteado and La Rosa are not quite sure what they're doing, because they come up to the checkered flag. Penteado's car, he stopped and then came across the line if he actually needs to check the checkered flag or not, which is rather odd, but but those two cars didn't quite work out what they were going to do, which is interesting. Meanwhile, Shane Kelly knows exactly what to do now that he's come into pit lane. He will park up by the number 1 board, and our rover reporter Rob Lewis will capture him in a second. Here's the result from race number 2 of the ZEO Prototype Series at Donington Park. It's Shane Kelly who takes the victory, and I believe the first ever win for a Praga in ZEO Prototype Series. Max Windhauser in the Norma is 2nd. Richard Morris is 3rd in the Revolution. It's the Revolution's 4th and 5th for Joaquin Penteado and Chris Hoy after he slowed earlier on. It's Alistair Smart 6th. Graham Charman wins Class C. It's the head of Ian Charles and the Richard Gilman Radical. Then it's Rodolfo Gonzalez who took the fastest lap of the race in P10. Then Ruben Stanislas, Dominic Landon down. Anthony La Rosa, who has had quite the adventure today, running at his own pace in 13th. Graham Charman 14th. And then we lost both Robert Gilman in the Radical Pro Sport and Mike Genvy, sadly, after problems midway through. So getting set for our final race of the weekend, but it is the centrepiece for today's race, and that is today's racing. And that is the 4th round of the series for the 2023 Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. Of course, Rob will be on pit lane duties as usual for that. So 3 hours of technically, sort of, if this makes sense, kind of sprint, in inverted commas, endurance racing, because it's not quite the same as the 24-hour race they've just finished, of course, less than a month ago. It'll be a chance for Trojan Motorsport to try and keep up their momentum after they took victory in the 24 hours, although it was a slightly interesting finish, which we'll get into after we've covered the ZEO podium. Emax Motorsport will be out there to try and redeem themselves too, as will also the likes of Silverlake and Quattro Formaggio, Liquimoli, all sorts of other teams that will be out there to try and do a good, as best job as possible to get themselves at the front, get themselves crossing the line first at the flag by the time we get to the end of the 3 hours later on this afternoon. So let's see if, hopefully we'll be able to have a chat with Rob Lewis down there at our top 3. I think they've all pulled up a little bit, unless we are waiting for something in particular. We're looking at the front of the grid now, so we've gone through the result, which is Shane Kelly the victor, Max Windhauser second, and Richard Morris in third place. So whilst we're just waiting for have a chat with them, of course we're getting set for the 3 hours of Silverlake C1 Endurance Racing action. And the grid itself is, of course, formed by the times in qualifying. So we'll quickly run you through that before we get to our interviews and go through as many as we can. There's a slight delay in getting to the pit lane interviews shortly, but they'll be there hopefully in a second. Right, there is all ready to go. Looking slightly confused, but ready to go. So here we stand to the pit lane with our top 3 from our second ZEO Prototype race here at Donington Park.
Thanks, Scott. We briefly had some camera issues we had to sort out, but eventually we've managed to get down to the podium. Now I need to grab a chat with our winner, Shane Kelly, probably one of the most popular winners we've had this weekend. Shane, fantastic result in the Praga.
Yeah, it was a great one. My favourite track as well. So always good to come here. I know how many wins we've had, F3 along the times with the uni. So yeah, it's just my home. I love it.
Superb. Tell us about the rain that came. Did you sort of have it in the back of your head to change tyres?
No, I said just now, you know when you can smell the rain when it started, it never stops smelling. So I thought there's always a chance it's dry then. And I did. When I saw the guys jump in the pits, and I thought it sounds a bit early if it's gonna hammer down. We drilled pit stops as well. The students have done a good job of that, so we know we're quite quick on the wheel change if we had to. But yeah, we went quite aggressive with the wet setup, dry setup at the start, and so really struggling when it did rain. But I thought actually when I sort of softened it off a bit, as in the throttle map, I could actually then I was sticking with Ruben because he snuck through, and I thought I just got to keep seeing it out. It's a long day, it's a long race yet, so yeah, we just stuck it out there, and then all of a sudden the screen cleared and just pushed down.
Fantastic result for you and for the University of Wolverhampton team. Well done, guys. Right, second place. I've just grabbed our lovely second place driver, Max. Fantastic result, second place. Probably not what you expected initially, but you'll take that, won't you?
Of course. I was just glad to have it. So, I mean, I was expecting third or fourth, so second's amazing.
Do you think the weather really played a part? It kind of shook a few people up, didn't it?
Yeah, well, I like it when it rains on slicks. So it slides a lot, but you just have to keep your nerve. And also, I've got 13-inch wheels, so it's slightly easier for me to keep my tyres hot than some of the guys with bigger wheels.
Fabulous. Well, unfortunately, we have got to move on. Fantastic result there. I'll just quickly grab a chat with Richard Morris before we grab a chat with Robin's preview the 3-hour race. Richard, fantastic result, podium. You didn't expect that at the start of the race, surely?
Yeah, it's a really good result overall. I was just saying, we're obviously here as a guest series with Sports Prototype Cup, Revolution Trophy, so got the win in that in both races, which was the main job I was here to do. But yeah, just great to be here in the Revolution, showing the car off, and yeah, tricky race, but we got to the flag.
Not been a bad season for you so far?
No, it's been a good season, and you know, in the Sports Prototype Cup I've had 5 podiums from 6 races, 3 wins, so that's going very nicely. And yeah, it's great to be on these big prototype grids combining with ZEO. I think that's a great collaboration.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, we've got some Silverlake C1s out on circuit, so we'll conclude. Thank you for speaking to us, Richard. That concludes our podium for the ZEO Prototype Series, but I am just going to grab someone over. We've got C1s out on circuit, and I just want to do a little bit of a preview with Mr. Robin Welsh. So Robin, cars out on circuit and the weather is closing in. Just quickly, driving these C1s in the wet, what's it all about?
Going really, really wide. It's quite simple. There is, you know, they take a lot of driving wet or dry, but it's just really concentrating on wet lines is what I really hope. And we did speak about it in the briefing, so hoping that the drivers can take that on board. But it's kind of just keep doing laps. It's kind of normal C1 strategy, really. Don't take the silly risks, even more so. Keep doing laps. You put it off, lose time, go off, need a recovery, that's race over. So stay on the track, keep doing laps. But it should be good. It's definitely coming, though. You can feel it.
You can feel it in the air, and a good turnout since the 24-hour race.
Yeah, really good. 46. 45, 46. Yeah, it's 46. So yeah, really happy. Great to have you back as well, doing your thing, and the whole live stream commentary team. Really good. But yeah, everything's looking forward to it. Long race ahead.
Fantastic. Well, with that, I think it's time to head back up to the commentary box now. Scott's had a bit of a break. He's got a preview 45 cars for our last race of the weekend. It's the 3 hours of Donington Park for the Silverlake C1 Series.
Prototypes, and as you say, we are getting into today's main event of Sunday to round off our summer race weekend here at Donington Park, and it's a good one. It is round 4 of the 2023 Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. And as you can see, it is all bright yellow at the front of the grid because it is a Trojan Motorsport front row lockout, and it is the 508 car that will start on pole position alongside the C1 24-hour race winning 421 car, in which all 5 of Trojan's drivers were focused into that one car. They took the victory, but it wasn't without a little bit of interesting last couple of laps, shall we say. Basically what happened was that there was a scrap at the end of the leaders up to the last 15 minutes where Emax Motorsport and car number 346, they start in 4th. I'll get to that in a second because we're going to go through the grid quickly. So Trojan Motorsport then start on pole position alongside their teammates 508 alongside 421. But it's Silverlake 2 with a really good improved effort for Alan Preble's team. He's alongside the first Emax Motorsport cars in 346. Quattro Formaggio in 392 alongside WRC Developments 318 are on the 3rd row of the grid. It's then Cat DT and Silverlake Racing on the 4th row of the grid, followed by the rest of the top 10 filled out by TGR Racing and Jelly Snake Racing with Liquid Molly to round off the top 10 starters. Then into the top 20, it's then Oakley Motorsport and Signature RV powered by BPC Motorsport start on row 6. 4G Racing make an appearance this weekend with Ross Macker, John Booth and Patrick Booth starting 13th alongside the MLP Developments car in 14th place. On row 8 of the grid, you've got Melbourne Racing and OPCPR, which I think stopped out on circuit during qualifying. So they get to hopefully start for 16th on the grid. Row 9 was where we see Red Sky Racing and Scuderia C1 to round out the top 18 cars. And in the top 20, it Has Been Racing, run by Amigo Motorsport. And that car is going to start in 19th place on the grid alongside BPC Motorsport with Michael Dacre and Mark Rideout. Outside the top 20, going to the second half of the field now, CSC Racing and FDL Packaging have the all 11th row on with 417 and 513. Another of their cars, 500, starts in 23rd on the grid alongside another BPC Motorsport machine. It's an all Emax 13th row of the grid with Emax Motorsport 343 alongside 355. So 2 more Emax cars for Glenn Finn to watch out for. From the 14th row of the grid, Rich Pop Racing and Auto Farm in their sort of automotive kind of camouflage livery type car starting in 28th on the grid. And one of my best names in the grid, that's the Badger Racing alongside AF Racing to round out the top 30, and still they come on the grid, so the third of it still to go or so. We've then got 31st on the grid DFTS alongside Snail Speed Racing on the 16th row. 17th row is AASP Motorsport and another of the Emax cars. That means that is 4 in the squad for Emax. Then it's the 18th row for another BPC Motorsport car and Fratelli Motorsport in car 550. It's another AASP machine on the 19th row alongside Jolt Racing, who we think was the car that went over in qualifying, but thankfully that car seems to have been rebuilt and looks pretty much brand new from what I could see in pit lane during lunch. It's now to the top 40, completed by Team Insane and Rabsport Racing, and then we have the last few cars on the grid, which is Jenny Tools Racing Limited and Jam First on the 11th row of a 21st row of the grid. 22nd row is H2H and Team Brit. And then right at the back of the grid with 46 cars racing, it is Radiation Racing and one of my other favourite names, Fuzzy Duck Sports, right at the back with Robert Grayson and Wayne Collins to complete a 46-car entry for round number 4 of the 2023 Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. So as you can see, the car's already on the back straight behind the Silverlake Citroen DS3 safety car, the official safety car of that. The Jolt Racing car 370 is smoking quite heavily out of the exhaust, so hopefully that's either just an overrun on the oil, or hopefully it's not the beginnings of what could be a serious problem. But fingers crossed it could be... could be a problem that develops a little bit further. So, to explain quickly how the 24-hour race finished, the leaders up to the last 15 minutes, Emax Motorsport, the car 346, pitted to make a fuel stop with about 13 minutes to go. They came back out with 10 minutes to go, and Trojan Motorsport on their tail and quite warm tyres and quite a fast pace in the last few minutes of the race. They were caught with a couple of laps to go. Trojan went past, and then on the penultimate lap of the race, Emax tried to move into the complex. It didn't work. They tagged Trojan. Round went the 41 car, and while Emax won the race on the road in 3.46, they copped I think it was a 3.5 minute penalty for the contact, and therefore that took them off the podium, and it put Trojan into the victory of the C1 24 Hours. It was second for JW Bird, who are not here this weekend, and neither are AB Motorsport, who picked up third as well. So then, we have 23 rows of Citroen C1s all about to make their way around the final couple of corners. They are always well behaved and well presented as we get set now for round number 4 of the 2023 Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. It is an all Trojan Motorsport front row. Can they double up on victories for the 24 hours here at Donington Park? Can Silverlake, can BPC, WRC or Emax or anyone else knock them off the top perch? Let's find out, because 3 hours of C1 racing gets going when the lights go out any second now, and the C1 Racing Club is underway down towards Redgate for the first time. It's an even start as they charge down towards Redgate for the first time of asking, with 3 hours underway, and it is going to be 508 Trojan Motorsport that leads, but up into second place already, looking for P2 goes the Silverlake 458 car. And the 41 machine was trying to defend the position. Oops, off the road's gone the Golf liveried Signature RV machine. That's one of the BPC cars. I think you'll find that's the gravel trap, not the circuit. Back onto the road you go. Meanwhile, down the cascading crane of curves they go for the first time, and two of the Emax Motorsport cars dropped back. I think that's 346 that's dropped back a little bit further, and it's Quick Start also on their toes for the 318 car, WRC Developments, but the 24-hour winning car, the 41 machines, also dropped back to 4th and 5th. So a couple of teams a bit more on their toes than some others at the start of the race. But out through the old hairpin, now through the little kink at Starkeys and up towards Schwanzker for the first time, and it is Trojan Motorsport 508 who lead the way. Then it's Silverlake 2 in second place, Quattro Formaggio up to third place already, 4th place now for the 41 Trojan Motorsport car. It's 5th for WRC Developments as Red Sky Racing one's wide over the curb exiting McLean's, but they turn in then almost on their lock stop. They're leading on their suspension already. It's a strong start for the first few cars. Running wide is WRC Developments, gets a wheel onto the gravel and just about saves it, but he's lost several spots, including to a very fast starting Cat DT. They started in, where were they on the grid? In the side of the top 10, I do believe. Cat DT was 7th on the grid. They're going wheel to wheel now with, I can't say exactly what car is that, 311, which is the TGR racing car. And also in there too, trying to recover, is 346 Emax Motorsport. So quite rather lively start to proceedings here at the C1 Racing Club Endurance Series race here at Donington. Slightly shorter race than some of the other ones. It's only a 3-hour race here, but still, it's still quite grueling out there. 23 degrees. There are expected rain showers at some point, because you can see, even though it is quite warm, it's very overcast, and we did have some spits of rain in the ZEO Prototype race just now. So I wonder if we're going to get possibly some rain throughout this race, and possibly it might throw some strategies completely out of the window. Out of the hairpin for the first time. Everyone, apart from 1 or 2 cars skittering wide onto the gravel, everyone appears to have got through trouble-free, touchwood. So it is Trojan Motorsport. 1 car diving for the pits already. Was that an Emax car coming into the pit lane? I wonder if that was that an Emax car somebody in? Somebody pitting it. No, it's Oakley Motorsport 455. So the pit lane is not open, because there's a rule that came in this year after a few teams exploited it towards the end of the season, where you're not allowed to pit or to make a mandatory pit stop within the first 15 minutes of the race. If you do pit, it doesn't count as one of your mandatory pit stops, and you have to come in again in order to make that work. So the Oakley Motorsport car in trouble already. They were coming through in about 14th place, but that car having issues from the outset. So Trojan Motorsport then 508 leads the way on the end of the first lap at Donington Park here on the full Grand Prix circuit. Second for Silverlake 2, number 458. We've got Quattro Formaggio 392. Whoa, that's that 329 was getting away with there. That was 329, which was started a bit further back actually. Was that 329? It may have been 329 or 339. That's the Has-Been Racing car, possibly one of the two. Getting very wayward on the apex there as they come through. As there goes Trojan, pitching the car in through Coppice Corner. You can see here that the second of those 2 Trojan Motorsport cars is just starting to creep in back on the pace now. What you can also see creeping in, as you can look overhead, those clouds overhead, particularly over at Coppice, are looking incredibly dark and threatening indeed. So I wonder if I think it's almost certain we are going to get a rain shower. When it happens and how severe it is up for debate at this point. You can see here Cat DT, this is a scrap that's already forming for 5th, 6th and 7th. This is between Cat DT in the white and orange 466. You've got the 311 car of TGR Racing, and you've also then got the 318 WRC Developments car in the mix as well as they come up towards the end of lap number 2. And Trojan Motorsport trying to run away here at this early stage. So we'll see if they've got anything in the tank into the doors. Of course, remember, teams have to remember, of course, it is a 3-hour race. You can't treat it like a 15-minute sprint. But try telling some of the racing drivers that, and they were not necessarily going to listen to you, are they? Up into third place has gone Trojan Motorsport at the expense of Quattro Formaggio, so that car's dropped back a little bit. Trojan Motorsport 5:08 sets the first proper flying lap of the race, and there's a 2 minutes 12.8. But I have to say, I'm quite impressed and quite pleased that Silverlake are up there, of course. The Silverlake 2 car in there. Here comes Trojan, up the inside for 4.21, and just about parks it on the apex, just as Silverlake 2 was going to turn in. Thankfully, they spotted that attack. And there was no collision. The other car for Silverlake, 558, is in 10th position. That car's driven by the man behind Silverlake, Alan Preble, alongside Greg Rose. And the other car, Michael Chapman and George Davis. George Davis, who is a graduate from the Fiesta Junior Championship. And good to see him. He's been racing a car with his sister Bryony in the last few races with some support from Silverlake. They also did the C1 24 Hours. But good to see that second car giving George the opportunity to show what he can do. He's paired up with Michael Chapman. And so far it seems as though it's going to be quite a interesting next 3 hours or so as this race plays out. That's the apex there for 5:08, but it is Trojan Motorsport first and second, picking up where they left off from the C1 24 Hours. Also a bit further back behind that scrap for 7th is the battle for 8th between the Emax car 346. We haven't got Jake Little, we've got James Little here this weekend, but no Jake. So James Little's share with Stuart Ratcliffe. And they're battling with Melbourne Racing, 589. And Melbourne Racing, where did they start? 15th place. So that was Dan Boardman and Stuart Melling, hence the name, the combined name of Melbourne Racing. Started in 15th place. I think they had one of the few cars that had lap times disallowed for track limits. But they started 15th, and they're up down to 9th place. So good progress for them so far. And they've got also the Emax Motorsport car in front of them, and the second of the Silverlake cars up into 10th position at this point. Reclaiming second goes the Silverlake 2 machine. And what's interesting here is that these 3 cars scrapping for second, third, and fourth. It's now started to bring into play Cat DT, TGR Racing, and WRC Development. So this is going to be quite intriguing to see how this scrap from second backwards to 7th starts to form. No such worries for the Trojan 508. It's going to streaking away at the front of the field. Meanwhile, 458 turns up the inside and takes second place once again and completes it. So we've now got drivers who can tell exactly who is in which car now, because all the cars have a hue tag system, which means that each driver has its own kind of wristband type tag, which they have to scan every time at the end of the pit lane. If you change drivers, the tag has to be scanned at the end of the pit lane. So you stop, scan the tag at the sensor, and through you go. Through also goes second place there, as that was George Davis who was at the wheel of that car. He's now having a good battle with Chris Freeman. And the hue tag system I was mentioning, it connects to each of the drivers. So what it means is though you can actually tell in this series who is driving each car based on the hue tag that's been scanned and is on the track. So it takes a couple of laps for the system to feed them all in after the lap times are coming through. But now you've got some lap times here. It's Austin Monday who leads the way in the Trojan Motorsport 508 machine. It's George Davis who's in the Silverlake 2 car, and Chris Freeman is battling in 421 in the actual 24-hour winning car. Still in its yellow, blue and grey livery for Trojan Motorsport. Fourth for Quattro Formaggio with Alistair May at the wheel. Cat DT of Mark Hode in 5th position. And you've got then the TGR Racing car with Luke Hardman at the wheel. David Drinkwater is driving the WRC Developments car. As the scrap for second now continues, and it has now become a 6-pack for second place, because you can see there that 6th, 7th and 8th have now, for 5th, 6th and 7th, have caught up to second, third and fourth. Off the road has gone 462. That's on the exit of Redgate Corner. And 462 is, if I can find it on the actual entry list, AAASP Motorsport, and that has at the moment at the wheel, 462. I make no apologies for naming and shaming. 462 has Ian Gorringe at the wheel. Now the marshals, as ever, try to be hard enough to push the car out. Go on it, keep it going, keep pushing. There we go, it's back out, and that should hopefully negate any need for a safety car. What it has done, though, is scattered lots of dust and dirt and stones all over the exit of Redgate Corner, which means, unfortunately, anyone trying to make a move there might find themselves with a lot less grip than they might have found themselves a lap ago. So Trojan Motorsport then continuing to lead. It's still Austin Monday who heads in car 508 ahead of teammate Chris Freeman in car 421. New fastest lap of the race goes through for Austin Monday. So he leads the way, continues still, 2 minutes 11, and he's got the gap out to 5 seconds already in car 508. What about second and third? Well, it looks like 41's a bit more comfortable in third place now. And the Silverlake car with George Davis at the wheel might start to come into the clutches of Quattro Formaggio just behind them, who in turn have been caught by the Cat TT car with Mark Hode at the wheel, TGR Racing driven by Luke Harberman, and just the back of that queue now is David Drinkwater in the WRC Developments with CB Auto Services car. David, of course, also another driver doing double duty this weekend. He won his class yesterday, but only just after a late retirement for the a very unlucky run of the draw from the Adcocks in their BMW, and so because of that, at that point, they were upset to be the first team this season in SuperSport Endurance to beat the Adam Reed and David Drinkwater BMW Compact that have won Club and C all season so far at Snetterton and then at Silverstone. But they ran off the road and either damaged or completely ripped off the oil sump on the car. It basically meant that the car was overheated pretty quickly, and about 2 or 3 minutes to go, it pulled off the road and had to retire. So that meant that Drinkwater and Reed, they might not have expected it, but now it took their 3rd win of the season in the bounce in Club and C in SuperSport Endurance, and certainly that will help them out towards any championship points in the overall standings, and particularly in class as well. So after 2 hours of racing in SuperSport Endurance, now David Drinkwater's going to test himself with another 3 hours of racing. Obviously not all by himself, of course, but 3 hours of racing in the C1 Endurance Series. So you can't say the man doesn't get his track time. He certainly is getting the most for his entry fee. It's coming up to 4 laps completed, on to lap 5 now. And still 4.67. So yeah, that's one of my other favourite cars in the field. That's the Fuzzy Duck squad. Yeah, Fuzzy Duck Sports with Wayne Collins at the wheel, I think, of that car, in car 467. Yeah, that car back in 43rd position. Looks like we've lost, having stopped on the opening lap, I think the car which ran wide into the gravel at Redgate, and that's the Signature RV powered by BPC Motorsport car with John Whitehouse at the wheel. So that car has not come through. So sadly, probably one of the best looking cars in the field, because you can't beat a Golf livery on any race car, whether it's a C1 or a Porsche 917 or a McLaren F1 car. Certainly was a smart looking car, but sadly, BPC Motorsports squatted down one car already as we head into the first few opening minutes of the race. Now remember, the pit window could open in the next 4 minutes or so. It's 3.5 minutes, and that means that anyone can go and make one of their mandatory pit stops. So the top 10 at the moment is covered by... Top 10 covered by 13.8 seconds, but it's Trojan Motorsport that makes up quite a chunk of that, given that they are leading by 5.2. And the only other car that's lapping in the 2-minute 11s, which is what they're doing, is, of all cars, of course, surprise, surprise, their teammates, which is 421. So lights ablaze for both 508 and 421. Trojan Motorsport have the race on lockdown at the moment. Now, David Drinkwater's also made a couple of places up. He's passed both Cat DT and TGR Racing. So he's now up from 7th to 5th. Looks like the only car that didn't really do anything was the TGR Racing car, because it gained a position and then lost one at the same time. So while it shows that on the timing screen that Drinkwater gained 2 positions, Mark Hode lost 2 places, and Luke Hardman neither lost or gained anything, but he kind of got shuffled around with both those cars now. What was in front and one behind has then been switched around in a different order. There is David Drinkwater. If I remember correctly, that car was stickered up at the circuit overnight at Donington Park. That was it. And that car, I think, possibly is not their primary race car. I think their primary race car had an incident which forced it out of the race in the C1 24 hours. So they've turned to what's essentially their second car, and they've rebadged that 318, and away they go. So 2 minutes to go or so until the pit window opens. There goes the leading pair of Trojan Motorsport cars, and the fact that they took victory in the C1 24 hours justified the decision that they took. Rather than run 2 cars and separate their driving strength and their efforts over 2 cars, to focus all their efforts on one single car, and it's that car right there, the yellow car, the yellow and blue machine, the car that they took to the 24 hours and won the race in the end with their 5-strong driver lineup. And all 5 of those drivers are back out here today at Donington Park, because you've got the 508 car, which has been driven by Adam Willis, Austin Munday and Charlie Bingham, and then Jonathan Munday and Chris Freeman are in the 41 machine. So all 5 of their drivers from the C1 24 Hours, their regular drivers that they run throughout the season, are in that car, in those 2 cars today, and they're currently running first and second and have this race currently in the palm of their hands early doors. Now, one team I'm a bit surprised to see not as fired as I expected them to be is Emax Motorsport. They don't have, of course, both James and Jake Little. There is 346 car, being chased by the slightly multicoloured stripy 589 machine. That's the Melbourne Racing car, one of our, I think, our newcomer teams. I don't think I've seen them before, at least not in C1 circles. I haven't. So it looks like it's a relatively brand new team to the series. There goes George Davis trying to hold off the few cars behind him, that being Alistair May for Quattro Formaggio, David Drinkwater for WRC, and TGR Racing for Luke Harberman. So the pit window is about to tick through in a moment's time to being open, about another 25 seconds or so, and then they can start making pit stops. If they time it right, there might be an opportunity for them to even dive in straight away, but it depends on A, how they time it, if they've got some kind of a timer on board to tell them where they are, and then also if they do see it, they do see the pit windows open, if they can dive in straight away. And some teams might want to choose to do that, because there are 1 or 2 teams that did choose to pit very early, particularly last year in the last couple of rounds, but it was a loophole which Robin Welch, who is the king of finding loopholes in regulations, particularly in C1s, and closing them up, so keeps it as fair and as honest and as equal and as competitive as possible. They found the loophole to essentially put in a 15-minute buffer. That means that you can't pit to take a mandatory pit stop within the first 15 minutes of the race. Now that's passed, though. That has elapsed, which means that the pit window, I believe, is now open. So you can start making pit stops if you want to. And no takers just yet. The black and white flag going out for, I think it might be the car 410, which is that the car that went off? Is that the Signature RV car? Yeah, it is. It's a Signature RV powered by BPC Motorsport car. But that car had some times disallowed initially. There's also another car that's going around that's had a black and white flag for something, but it hasn't flashed up on the timing screen yet. So as they come now through the Jim Clark S's, it's Croft, not Donington Park. It's been a long weekend, so I'm getting even names of circuits wrong. As they come through the trainer curves, if I get that right this time, you've got the... Right, first few pit calls are in then. So Snell Speed Racing is the first team to come into the pits to make their first mandatory stop. So right on cue. Deciding not to hang around, and one of the teams that are literally taking advantage of the pit window as soon as it opens. And I guess why not? If you're a bit further down the pack and you want to take advantage, you can do so. Big bite of curb there that was taken by 343 Emax Motorsport, really pushing on to try and close in. He's behind one of the CSC Racing FDL packaging cars, and that's just behind the 4G racing machine, and it's kind of Red Bull style, Red Bull Citroen style livery from the WRC cars from just a few years ago. That's got both the booths, John and Patrick booth, along with Ross Mackett, who both Patrick and Ross have been out racing this weekend, of course, yesterday in the TT Cup Racing Series. Of course, they're used to these cars, well, particularly Citroen C1s, because they ran a couple of them in a different spec, of course, in the City Car Cup as well. And they've got some mixed results, but they were quite competitive and up there towards the front, so quite respectable run for them all round. Down the back straight they go. There's the Emax 343 car in there. And a couple of other cars that are locked in to try and make up some positions. Down to the hairpin they go. Austin Munday sets another the fastest lap of the race. He's on to a 2 minutes 11.282 now, so he's going to try and extend that gap as much as possible. So as the race now ticks past its first 15, almost into its first 20 minutes, it's still Trojan Motorsport leading the way first and second. 6.2 seconds is the gap between 508 and 421. So Austin Munday continuing to extend that advantage, and both of those cars are lapping in the 2 minutes 11s. They are by far the fastest cars out on track. They're the only cars lapping sub 2 minutes 12. Everyone else is lapping in 2 minutes 12s and above, so that's quite intriguing. One car I'm going to watch out for also, that's just set a 2 minute 13.1 personal best, so it's getting close to 2 minute 12s, is the number 409 car, which is the BPC Motorsport squad with Mark Rideout at the wheel. Here's 343 Emax Motorsport, so the first of the Emax cars taking advantage of Glenn Finn's rather substantial strategies book. And being pushed back as usual, so that's the first stop done. And might just be a driver change rather than fuel. And also the reminder, full lock, and remember your hue tag as well. You'd be surprised sometimes how many drivers forget that, but you have to get the reminder to make sure you do so, otherwise you will lose that. Now watch here, you'll see it, if you can keep with this shot for a second, you'll see right at the end of the pit lane, they have to stop, and then show their arm. And when the and they show their tag to the pad at the end of the pit lane, and when that light goes from red to green, that means that it's acknowledged the hue tag on the driver that's now in the car, the new driver. That now sends a signal to TSL to tell them it's a different driver in the machine, which driver it is depending on the label on the hue tag, and therefore it means that when you see them on screen, when they come through one of the timing beams, it will change the name now on car 343. So that's how the hue tag system works, and you have to remember every single time. I think even if it's a pit stop where you don't have to use the hue tag, where you don't even change drivers. I think some teams do it just as a precaution to make sure that they're not getting caught out by anything. Here's a big gaggle of cars, which you're scrapping over, possibly like some mid-pack positions, I think. Let's see if we can work out who some of these are. We've got the Auto Farm car in the mix. We've got a couple of red machines in there too. We've got, I think, another one of the. I'm trying to work some car numbers out. 426, 437. 336. We've got Rich Pop Racing, AF Racing in the mix, 426 DFTS Racing in there too, and also possibly BPC Motorsport 437 in there maybe. The 410 car, which did stop, has actually got going again. So I thought it had stopped and not got going, but it is actually back out in the race, albeit it's a couple of laps down, and it is back in the race with John Whitehouse at the wheel, so no dramas there by the looks of it. See there, it's trying to put a move on. Is that the Has-Been Racing car? I think it is, possibly. Come through, 521. Whoops, 427. They're getting quite wavered on the exit of the corner. 427 there was. Let's see if I can find him on the entries. 427. Was it 43? There's 437, in fact, actually, I think. 437 was the BPC Motorsport car of 437. Jay Hadley, showing that car with Gareth Humphreys. So already come up towards the first half an hour of racing in this fourth round of the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. Still no change in the lead. Still Trojan Motorsport out in front, but of course they're going to try and extend that gap that they've got as much as possible before they then get to the point where it'll have to be time for pit stops. So, watching the leaders, that's the Jolt Racing car going through. I think that car had an issue in qualifying when it went over. And thankfully that car got repaired after whatever incident it had, and is back out on track once more. So they make the way onto the back straight now. I think that is the just ahead of Signature Army, but it's a couple of laps down anyway. So we can figure out who that is in front. Is that the? It's DFTS, I think it is. That's in car. It's 336, I think. That's Rich Pop Racing, in fact, actually, because I could tell 336 on the side. There's Red Sky Racing having a battle with one of the CSC packaging cars. Red Sky Racing, whereabouts have they dropped to in the order? Whereabouts are they? They are, yeah, in 13th place. That was them battling away with, it looks like, the 417 CSC Racing FDL packaging car, and also 4G Racing driven by Ross Macker. This car, meanwhile, still in fine form. The 508 Austin Monday machine, just picking through some of the lap traffic. And again, just comfortably leading faster than anyone else at this point. Through the top of McLean's and Coppice they go. It's 455 and 442, and here's our leader, of course, picking its way through more traffic. 455 and 422. 455 is Oakley Motorsport, and 442 is Team Insane. So a couple more cars being picked off by our race leader. And now as he swiftly makes his way through. And they come through into the right-hander at the old hairpin. Big gag of the car scrapping amongst each other. And as the rest of the pack comes through, I'm not sure if we're waiting for the leader there. I think there's the next group of cars which is trying to chase after the 421 machine, which is now up to second place. Scrap for third hasn't changed, I think, at all. It's still Silverlake 2 in third place, with now David Drinkwater up to fourth. He's now on the last lap, just got past the Quattro Formaggio car up into fourth position. Fifth place for Quattro Formaggio, sixth for TGR Racing, seventh for Cat DT, eighth for Emax Motorsport, ninth for Melbourne Racing. That's a good rise up the order for one of their first races in the C1 Racing Club, at least for me at least. It's one of their first races. And then in P10 is the second of the Silverlake Racing cars with Alan Preble at the wheel. As we watch the leaders tumble their way through Hollywood, now through Cascades. So 41 then, the 24-hour winning car, still in good form. A few seconds back to try and find the scrap for third, and here it is. This is Silverlake 2 with George Davis at the wheel, then it's David Drinkwater, the Quattro Formaggio car, and then this car 311. TGR Racing with Luke Hardman at the wheel, ex-production GTI racer, racing Volkswagen Golf, so no stranger to front-wheel drive at this point. So they get the way onto the right-hand Coppice, and you see they're just picking through the lap traffic, so the Quattro Formaggio had to be quite careful getting around H2H there, as did also TGR Racing. It's out through the hairpin at Melbourne Loop and back up the hill once again as we complete another lap here at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. After that slightly energetic start, everything just calming down slightly a little bit. Just kind of calming down a bit more and just settling into the race now. Incredibly, it's still some 22 degrees out there, which is incredible. But still very overcast and very... And some of the teams are actually feeling that that the heat around is still getting quite muggy and quite it's quite humid out there at the moment. Of course, that's kind of probably amplifying just how warm it quite must feel out there at the moment. The Trojan Motorsport car continuing second place, just put a lap on the Team Brick machine. There's its sister car leading the way in 508, put a lap on a couple more machines, including, I think that's, I thought for a second it was a Emax car, but it's not, it's a different team. I think possibly that's the DMS Motorsport, had DMS on the bonnet. This battle still watching here, that's the 442 car, just ahead of the scrap for third going on, so there's the Silverlake car just behind this car, that's Team Insane. And David Drinkwater gets a good run through here. He's going to have a chance to really get onto the back bumper of George Davis and try and make a move here. The top two Trojan cars are just about away and gone, but for third place, it looks as though George Davis is not quite safe here. He's under big pressure from David Drinkwater behind. Headlights are on for David, so he's now going to try and pick his way through if he can. Through the right-hander at Coppice now, coming up towards half an hour in this race. And just picking the way past the Team Brick car now are both Silverlake 2 with George Davis at the wheel and the WRC Developments car with David Drinkwater, and they both side their way through, and Drinkwater was just taking a little peek up the inside to try and see if there was an option to get through, but George Davis had enough of a line to hold on and not be too... don't be too fussed from the attack from behind him. So up now out of the Melbourne hairpin they go once more. There goes 41. And now they've broken through the traffic. Josh Davis has got a little bit more of a gap over the David Drinkwater in that little part, those last few corners. So taking advantage of all the clear air in order to pick that one up. So, because this is a race of 6 hours or less, then there are 3 mandatory driver changes required, which essentially means it's 3 mandatory pit stops that you have to make in order to go ahead and do 4 stints, essentially. So if you've got, like, usually you've got a lot of squads here that have got just the 2 drivers, so you get 2 stints each. You've got to try and spread it out as much as possible. Yeah. So now that the 15 minutes... well and truly elapsed, the first couple of pit stops have come through, it's now interesting to see what the strategy is going to be and when these front-running teams are going to go ahead and make those first few stops, because there'll be certainly strategy at play. There's a lot of calculations in terms of how much fuel you're going to use, possibly some looking at how well the tyres wear, what the temperatures are like, how much that can play an effect in terms of fuel consumption, how much you wear the tyres, not just wear but degradation on top of that as well. There's lots of different factors to think about here when it comes to playing a good strategy, and teams like WRC Developments, like Trojan, like Emax Motorsport, who have done this time and time again, are very well versed in making sure they get these absolutely right as much as possible. And they don't always get it right, but they more often than not do get it pretty much as they should do in order to be in the right position. JW Bird's another one, but of course they're not here this weekend, as we've got more on-track battles going through, including the 410 car. There's 339. 339 is charging on. 339 has been racing, so that's the Amigo Motorsport car which is being put together. So they come up through the top of the circuit here at McLean's, and there's lots of scrapping going on here for several cars. The leaders won't be too far away from this, I'm sure, when we get to the more of the traffic as the pit stops start to come to fruition. We've had our first proper pit caller earlier on, and that was, if I look on the timing screen, there's been a few cars that have pitted in. We've had the highest placed car that has pitted is Rich Pop Racing. You've also had Emax Motorsport 343 that we saw, Emax's 355 car, 455 Oakley Motorsport, DFTS is a 426 machine, and Snail Speed Racing that we saw on screen, that's in 465. They have all made their first pit stop. Still 2 more to go in order to satisfy the regulations. So the hairpin comes this next gaggle of cars. You've got the Signature RV BPC car in there, the Auto Farm cars in there. You've got, I think, you've got AF Racing, a few more of the cars that are getting into that skirmish. You've got Has Been Racing. I think one of the CSC packaging cars is in there too. There's Auto Farm. There's also BPC Motorsport is still in there too. You've got AF Racing, OPC PR in there too. That's the Badger Racing aren't too far away, a couple of seconds up the road. In fact, that's them just going down towards 437 down towards Redgate Corner. Just having a look to try and get some track position back is the Golf liveried car, the Signature RV Golf liveried and sponsor colour car. You can see the Golf logo just on the rear quarters of the 410 machine. As they make their way down through the crane of curves once more. Still Has Been Racing, which has got Steve Glynn at the wheel. He'll hand that over to John Gladman once the first of the pit stops come through. There's the 537 BPC tuning car. 537, which is currently being driven by 537 of Mark Smith, and he'll hand that over to Megan Purchase when the pit stops come through. One of our other pit calls on schedule. This is 462 in for a stop. 462 AASP Motorsport. That'll be Ian Gorringe in. He'll hand that car to either Scott Parks, Mark Barron, or Matthew Mandipra. No, Matthew Mandipira. is in Gorringe's stint complete. So which of the 3 cars will he hand, the other 3 drivers will he hand the 462 car over? Let's go to the next guy of the cars, going 558 car is just seen gone past the pits as well. Another car in the background making its mandatory stop. Let's see who that may or may not be. That looks like it's possibly, that is DTFS in. It's a car in 37th position. And that would be Robert Fern in. And he's sharing that car with Sean Birch and Sean Doherty. So that could be an interesting one. There's 495 up the inside of 467. That's the Fuzzy Duck car that's being allowing through the 495 machine, which is Jelly Snake Racing with Liquid Molly. So that bright yellow car is the one to watch out for. Jelly Snake with Liquid Molly has James Cannings and Mark Starling at the wheel. James Cannings is driving it by the looks of things. And Fuzzy Duck car trying to keep out of the way here, because you've got, I think that's the Red Sky Racing car, one of the CSC FDL packaging cars getting through as well. Still no change at the front of the field. It's Austin Monday from Chris Freeman. The only difference really being is that you've got the Austin Monday and Freeman car out there. I think it's getting a bit darker out there, in fact, actually, because it's getting more overcast and a lot sort of the light's fading pretty quickly with this large overcast look out there on the screen. So there is more of a feeling that we probably are going to get some rain at some point, but when and where on the circuit, it's still really up to debate. It's saying heavy rain soon at Castle Donington, so we are going to get some rain showers here, and that potentially could throw a big spanner into the works or really change the dynamic of the race pretty substantially. But again, it's the question of what classifies as soon. How soon is that rain shower going to burst? Because the rain clouds have been threatening around Donington Park all day today, and only a few spits of rain which try to break the clouds have tried to burst through. It hasn't quite been able to make it happen, and just only had small little sprinklings of rain. We saw it had some rain during the one of the qualifying, just before one of the ZEO qualifying session started. We had a very short sprinkle of rain, as in literally it spat with rain during the lunch break, and then we had a very brief rain shower, not very heavy at all, but it was enough that prompted 3 cars to go in and change tyres from dries to what it seemed like some intermediates. And then they found that it was just drying up quickly because the temperature was still quite high. It's still 23 degrees. So on that sense, it was simply a case of, well, they came back in, changed back to what was conventional regular dry tyres, and their pace shot up straight away. And one of them, in fact, Rodolfo Gonzalez, was lapping quite... He took the fastest lap of the race. He was lapping faster than even the leaders, which was pretty amazing, given that he was way down the order. There's 437 and 410. That won't be for position, because the 410 car is all the way down in 45th place. The 437 car, meanwhile, just checking with that. That's BPC Motorsport. That's the Hadley car, but they're going wheel to wheel here at least anyway. Fairly evenly matched in terms of pace. Jay Hadley showing that car with Gareth Humphreys. There's one of its sister cars there, the other BBC tuning car 537, which has got Megan Purchase and Mark Smith at the wheel. Mark Smith, I think, is driving that car at the moment. Yeah, Megan Purchase will take it over. Here's our race leader, and that is the Team Trojan car 508 with Austin Monday at the wheel. Last time across the line it was 10.2 seconds, but it's still 10.2 seconds. But the gap has been steadily chipping away. The fastest lap of the race has gone to Charlie Freeman in the 421 car. And if you look at their ultimate fastest laps, you'll see that there's only 400ths or so in it between Trojan Motorsports 508 and 421 cars. So they're very evenly matched driving strength out there at the moment on track. Yeah, it is very much getting darker and darker out there. So surely there has to be, I'm not necessarily willing it to rain, but there surely has to be a rain shower of some kind coming very briefly, because it can't be this dark and overcast and surely not have some kind of a cloud burst, because I'm anticipating it's going to happen at some point sooner rather than later. I think when it does, it's going to be quite a substantial saturation of Donington Park, I think. A very similar one right at the end of the Autumn Park meeting just after TCR UK finished. There was an almighty sort of rainstorm that came down. So we'll see if there's going to be any cloud burst at all. There's still 2 hours and 21 minutes to go, so there's still plenty of time for any potential rain or changes in weather, in inclement weather, to come along. I'm intrigued to see if we get any kind of a rumble other than the rumble of an airliner going across to either take off or land from East Midlands Airport nearby. And that's 343. That's one of the EMX Motorsport cars that stopped. I thought for a second that my heart was in my mouth thinking it was 346, but it's not. It's 343. Now they've pulled up at the inside of Coppice, I think that is. Yeah, Coppice on the inside, 343. And they were 32nd. That is Murder McLeod at the wheel. Now, where that's positioned, I don't know. I don't think that's going to be a safety car because it's way off the racing line on the inside line. It's quite a difficult position for somebody to also come off the road and have an incident. So I would imagine that the clerk of the course may well simply just let the driver get out of the car. It's parked up against the barrier. It's way on the inside of the circuit, out of really anyone's harm's way, and you have to kind of go off at a rather funny angle to hit somebody right there. I think the clerk of the course may well let that go and just simply let that car sit on the barrier. If he really wants to make sure that it's absolutely safe, you might well get the snatch vehicle to quickly go and tow it to up against the barrier more along towards the pit straight. However he chooses to deal with it, 508 is certainly still running with quite a strong turn of pace at the moment. Still 508 from 421 at this point. 363 going through in 36 position, Radiation Racing. And that car has, at the moment, 363 will have... 363 would be... Oh, and that's another car that's gone for a spin. That's the... It's 462 again. Second time they've gone for a spin. That is the 462 car, that being... Well, it's not Ian Gorringe anymore. It's now 462 being driven by... If I go back to my timing screen to tell me who it is. 462 is now Scott Parks, I think. Yes, Scott Parks that will have been taken away from Ian Gorringe. So he's now trying to get to grips with the 462 car, not quite being as successful as others, I don't think. So notes to tell here, the Liquid Jelly Snake racing car. Now, was that one of the cars with its windscreen wipers going for a second? I wonder. Because if so, maybe the rain is a bit closer than we thought it was. It looks as though it is about to burst into quite a large rain shower. The question is, it's getting quite dark out here. It's humid. Usually when it's quite humid out here, then usually the humidity level is quite high, which means there's typically a rainstorm in the air somewhere. But exactly when and where at some point on the circuit it's going to hit is anyone's guess at this point in time. It's definitely getting much darker out there. So, yeah, there's one or two cars which are turning on the windscreen wipers. That's interesting. The car just ahead of these three certainly have the wipers on. That's the Team Brit car that had the wipers going. Yeah, Team Brit. And we've got the Liquid Molly car in there too. Jelly Snake with Liquid Molly. And Jelly Snake with Liquid Molly is, at the moment, they're battling with, that looks like Scuderia C1 and one of the CSC packaging cars in there too. And they're all coming up behind them still as well. Now, one car's diving for the pits, two cars diving for the pits, and is it starting to rain out there? Now it is. Yes, you can see. I can see some rainfall now outside my commentary box window, and also cars are starting to put headlights on, and more importantly, windscreen wipers on. Now this is interesting. Now, typically with tyres, we know that some of the teams like to run like a partially scrubbed tyre, but if you watch the 24-hour coverage, you'll have seen Andrew Mather going through the life of a tyre in the C1 Racing Club, and they do tend to keep unshaved and unscrubbed tyres as essentially tyres they can use as full wets whenever it does get to a situation where it's raining quite heavily. or it warrants it because the circuit is that wet. A few cars coming in. I don't know if they're either anticipating rain or they're anticipating the fact that it's now some 35 minutes into the race, or nearly 45 minutes into the race, and it's time for their first pit stop. So that's the 320 car in. Other cars that are making pit stops. The highest placed car that's in the pits is the car in 36th place, which is the AASP number 320 car, and that car has Parks at the wheel. 320, which is Gary Parks, and they'll be handing over to either Samuel Barrand, Leon Barrand, or Georgia Barrand. So the entire Barrand clan in that car. One of the Barrands is taking over for their stint. Also in his team, Insane, car 442. That will be now getting into that car, Adrian Langley, and handing over to either David Mears, Stuart Mill, or Maurice Crockett. That's it in terms of where we are. Also, the H2H car is out there too as well. There's the race leader, 508, continuing to pick its way past another VMAX cars. Ooh, 446. Ooh, that's close. That was a bit of a hip and shoulder getting past. I'm not quite sure Emax Motorsport appreciated that, but then again, I think the Emax rider sat there thinking, well, why are you racing me? You're not on the same lap as me. You're simply just trying to get into the side and possibly cause a nuisance. But the best deal with it, unscathed, and away it goes again to try and extend that gap even further. The gap is currently 14 seconds between Austin Monday and Chris Freeman. And I can see, yeah, there is more rain starting to fall out there at Donington Park. I can't see any proper big streaks of rain. There's one or two that's appearing on the commentary box windows. But you see here the 567 car in for pit stop, Jenny Tools Racing Limited. And that would be Steve Wenzel in, sharing that car with Peter Biles and Stephen Burles. Out goes the 386 H2H after their first mandatory stop. There's Jelly Snake Racing, again headlights on, sorry, wipers on, ahead of the car it's battling, which is the CSC FDL packaging, and safety car has been deployed for the first time. This is interesting. I have to be honest, for reasons we don't know why yet. If it's for the 343 car, they've left that quite long, but that car's up against the barriers. I've not seen any other car that's come off anywhere. This is about to come into view somewhere on the camera, and we're about to cut to it in a second. But there goes Jelly Snake. But yeah, safety car's been deployed here at Donington Park. The first safety car of the race for the fourth round of the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series here at Donington Park, off on the Grand Prix circuit. So they'll all start. So the safety car will now pick up the leader, the Silverlake Citroen DS3 car. There it is. Safety car heads out on circuit, and it hasn't picked up the leader, but they might give them a bit of a wave around to try and pick up the leading car. So the leading advantage that the Trojan Motorsport pair had over the rest of the pack has now been completely eradicated, because it was some, 12 seconds at one point, and now it's gone all the way down to pretty much 0. So they'll probably have to give this car a wave around and others a wave around until they can find in fact, they're waving past now. They're saying, look, you're not the leader, you need to come past, you can come back round again. There's the leader at the top of the picture. That was the yellow and green car just coming into shot. That's the 508 machine that needs to be picked up by the safety car. And again, the safety car observer just given the wave around to the next two cars in line. I think that's the Fuzzy Duck car. And I can't quite tell the number on that car, but I'm not sure exactly who it was that's getting them run around. That is 336 that's being waved around too. And now it picks up the leader, 508. 336 is Rich Pop Racing. That's now got at the moment. Rich Pop Racing has Richard Stafford at the wheel, having taken over from Richard Evans. So the highest placed car at the moment that has made a mandatory pit stop at the moment is the Melbourne Racing car, which currently sits in 14th place. The one thing to bear in mind also is that that during the safety car, the pits are actually closed. You cannot actually make a pit stop during the safety car. Well, you can, but I think you get a penalty of 6 minutes for pitting under the safety car. And that kind of takes away from anyone trying to leapfrog and cheat the system by pitting under the safety car and getting essentially a free pit stop when everyone else is there. It forces every team, essentially, where they have to, under regulation, make a pit stop under green flag conditions rather than just buying the safety car and possibly, risking getting to the point where the race is becoming too predictable. So they purposely put it so you cannot make a pit stop under a yellow flag and under a safety car to really just keep things as close and as interesting as possible. And it forces the teams to have to think again. It was another rule that came in, I think, at the end of last year, last season, which is the first year which the C1 Racing Club spent with the Brscc. And that rule came in. And then on top of that, also there were teams that were exploiting literally even as the race was just about to start. If they were starting further back, before they would even cross the line, as long as the first few cars had crossed the line and actually the timer had started, the race was on, so they could actually come in and make the first mandatory stop, and it was allowable, and they could do it. So they closed that loophole, which means that you can't pit for it to can't have a pit stop. If you pit within the first 15 minutes, is what I'm trying to say, that pit stop does not count towards your mandatory 3-stop quota. So you can come in if you have to, but you also have to come in 3 more times. You can't count that as one of your 3 official pit stops in the race. Just keep things a bit more tight and interesting, and just keeps them holding on for the time being. So the safety car has picked up, of course, the leader. I think whilst we are whilst we're on the safety car and catching up the rest of the pack, we can throw down to Rob Lewis, who's got our first update from the pits to see what's happening down in pit lane. What have you got, Rob?
Right, down in the pit lane, first of all, we found out what car has subsequently pulled off. That's car 343. Max Finn is part of the squad in that car. Max, what's happened?
Well, we're waiting for the car to come back at the moment. We're not sure. It's just parked on the inside of the track. It doesn't look like there's any damage, so it must be something mechanical.
Are you thinking possibly engine?
The car has felt slightly underpowered this weekend, but we didn't really get a great feeling in qualifying because we had a brake pipe hose go, so we just had to get our laps in, and then battling back then it was just struggling top end wise. It just wasn't pulling as we'd like it.
Right, now it's time to do the embarrassing bit, maybe cheer you up as well. It's Father's Day today, and not everyone realises the chief of Emax Motorsport is one Glenn Finn, your dad.
Yeah, well, I don't know what to say really. I'm a bit annoyed with him at the moment to not give me a very good car, but normally does most things right, so happy Father's Day, Dad, and hopefully we'll get some glory the next couple of weekends.
Fantastic, and that's a big up to Glenn Finn, who's just on the in with the team behind us. But for now, we've found out what's happened with that car there. We're going to line up some more interviews. We'll hand back to Scott Woodward for the meantime.
Thank you very much, Rob. Car's now lined up under the safety car. They've picked up the 508 machine, and it is Trojan Motorsport who currently lead the way in 508 from Trojan Motorsport 41 in second place. So Trojan 1-2 at the front, 508 from 41. And then for Silverlake 458 with George Davis at the wheel. That's the second Silverlake car. 318 of WRC Developments currently sat in 4th with David Drinkwater at the wheel. And then rounding up the top 5 is TGR Racing with Luke Hartman at the wheel. And he's currently sitting quite well in the top 5 at this point in time. Quattro Formaggio with Alistair May at the wheel is currently in 6th position. The Cat DT car with Mark Hode is 6th, ahead of the 7th with the Emax Motorsport 346 car that was, you'd expect to be a bit higher up the order, but Stuart Ratcliffe starting that car. No slight on, of course, Stuart at all. Of course, he's just as good a driver as the two Littles are in that car normally. That car in 8th position. Then we have 9th place for the 558 Silverlake Racing car of Alan Preble. And then rounding out the top 10, we've got 451, which is MLP Developments with Martin Walsh, another ex-production GTI racer, who is up there in the top 10. So it turns out that it was actually the 343 car that was the cause of the safety car, and I figured it might well have been in a good enough position for it to be moved, but it to stay where it was. But the car, of course, feeling differently and deciding instead to grab the snatch vehicle in order to pull the 343 Emax car to safety. Unfortunate start scenario for Max Finn, Glenn's son, who of course will have been hoping for a good run in that car, but of course, as they mentioned in the interview, they won't know what exactly the problem is until they get it back from its current stationary position down the exit of Coppice. So continuing behind the safety car, and of course remember, you can't make a pit stop under the safety car either. This is interesting now. The rain is continuing to fall down there. It's actually getting a little bit harder out there. It looks a lot more steadier. So you can see a few more cars with the headlights on, with windscreen wipers on. Certainly looks as though it's getting a little bit more, definitely more wet out there. You can just faintly see the rain falling just from the background against the trees, but it's certainly getting a little bit wetter out there, which will certainly make things more interesting in terms of car setup and strategy-wise. 343 car is just about being dragged through to get it into a place of safety. He's getting a quick sort of pull through the gravel. Look, it's been pulled across the gravel on the exit of Cop, just right on the exit of Cop. Is trying to get it right out of the way. I think if it is out of the way right there, it means that we can probably get racing back underway, possibly even this time, but this next time by, not this time, but the next time we've got on this particular end of the safety car lap. A couple of cars there who are just been playing a bit of catch-up, who I think possibly were in the middle of doing 1 or 2 pit stops, or no, they got the wave around, that was it. They got the wave around from the safety car, and they're already just catching up now, which is interesting. So they're actually going at quite a reduced pace behind the safety car, but they're just trying to catch up to them as best they can. And that's a much more safer place, I guess. It's been adjudged as a safer place for the 343 car to sit for the duration of the race. I think it will come back to the pit lanes. They can obviously have a look at it and try to determine exactly what the issue is. So as that recovery carries on, and as the rest of the field continues back behind the safety car, we can head back down to Rob Lewis, who's got another interview with us, and I believe it's with the man who is the man behind the brand that he works for and raised Hartley Sports Series Silverlake. So it's down to Rob Lewis in the pit lanes. We're going to have a chat, I believe, with Alan Preble of Silverlake.
I can perform miracles, but I can't talk to Alan because he's actually out in the car at the moment. But two of the people that I've grabbed to have a chat with, first of all, it's the man that's built both of the Silverlake racing cars, Greg Rose. Greg, you're a journeyman endurance racer. You've won the British Rallycross Championship multiple times. It was really a race against time after Silverstone to get the 2 cars prepared for Donington, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah, but we managed it. Me and Mike have rallied together. We got all the cars done. We've had some help along the way, and we made it.
And so far, I mean, the rain is starting to fall now, so the rain, the race is going to change as we know it. But qualifying, both cars back in the top 10, fantastic.
Yeah, it's been really good, excellent. George done an excellent job getting it up into the P3. We're really happy. You think he can get on the podium? No problem today. Down to Mike.
Down to Mike. Well, let's head over to Mike Chapman. So obviously you've got to take over the car from George, but you've already shown promising pace in the earlier races this year. What's it like racing these C1s?
Yeah, it's a really enjoyable formula. I really love it. It's really close racing. Something very different to what I've been used to over the years. But yeah, it's great racing. Thoroughly enjoy racing it. Love working with Greg. He's a great team partner. And as for George, well, what can I say? All pressure's on me, innit? Bring it home and see if we can't do the business for him.
And Alan Preble out in car 558. Thoughts?
He's holding his own and he keeps getting up positions, so he's doing well. He's always good at the beginning of a race, no problems at all.
So as the rain falls, we'll all keep our fingers crossed. 2 Silverlake cars in the top 10, maybe fighting for that elusive podium.
Yep, hopefully will.
Fantastic. Back to you guys.
You should pay attention to which drivers are actually in which cars at that point in time. Thanks for that. I appreciate the correction on that one, Rob. It is indeed Alan Preble out in the car, so good to hear from his Silverlake teammates. As I predicted, we are back to racing conditions now in this one. The safety car has come in, and so it's now Trojan Motorsport and Co. heading back down towards Redgate Corner once again under racing conditions. Oh, and that was way with there. I think that was the Jenny Sport racing car that was trying to get out of the way there. That was the Jenny Tools racing car that was almost involved in a bit of an incident there, where several cars were piling their way through. And what this has done is it's brought the 2 Trojan cars a little closer together. The order is still pretty much as it was, because the first 12 cars in the order right now haven't actually made a pit stop just yet, so we're waiting for them to make their first mandatory stops as we speak. And you can see there, that's the battle of the third developing there. A couple of lapped cars in the mix, but you've got the George Davis Silverlake 2 car 458 still being chased down by 318 of WRC Developments, that being David Drinkwater. And then you've got just behind them TGR in the pale blue car in 311, and then he's been chased down by Quattro Formaggio in 392, and that's the car with the slightly sort of more brighter blue car, which has got the Demon Tweaks running man on the side of it as well. now you see here, possible attack here for Quattro Formaggio. Sorry, for WRC Developments. I'm getting my teams mixed up. So WRC Developments battling against Silverlake 2. You can see it's getting quite dark out there, particularly. You've got the rain starting to fall a little bit, but also on top of that, it's darker and darker, means the headlights come into play. It's almost a mini interest of 24 hours. Now that's the excursion off the road for somebody. Is that the OPC car possibly? That's 431 off the road. So 431 that's gone off the road is 431 is, yeah, OPCPR. That's the OPCPR machine off the road, and that would have been OPCPR had at the wheel of it Ron Johnson. So he was going to hand that over to William Hodgson shortly. Hasn't made a pit stop yet, but the top 12 are yet to make their first scheduled stops in this Silverlake C1 Endurance race. 3 hours of racing at Donington Park. Leaders go through the hairpin. And there's the 346 car, which is trying to make up some effort, but it's still Trojan Motorsport who are spread eagling the field here. Still has it all under control. Still first and second, and it's third and fourth for the battle between Silverlake and WRC Developments. 355 is getting involved there. That's one of the other Emax cars. 355, which I think is quite far back, in fact. 355, yeah, 30th position for Andre Marot. As we see the two Trojan cars just almost effortlessly gliding their way around Donington Park. Wipers on for George Davis, also wipers on for David Drinkwater, and a couple of others out there too, who are seeing that there is still a bit more rain in the air falling down. If it is rain, it looks like it's not heavy rain, I'm going to say yet, but it's light but it's steady rain that's falling, which means that the circuit is not dry, but it's a little bit greasy out there, and certainly these cars will, if they're on, maybe they might put on some slightly more treaded tyres rather than slicker tyres to try and get a bit more sort of traction in if things get a little bit wetter. 455 chasing 355, so 455 is Oakley Motorsport, and that's for position, in fact. So that's Andre Marot being chased down by Harry Newman Oakley, and that will be for 30th and 31st position. Those two have made their first pit stops as well, so that could be an interesting battle there too. Melbourne Racing have been the first of the top 12 to make their first stop of the race, so in they go, and that's going to be 589 car, which will be Stuart Melling getting out and Dan Boardman getting in for his first of 2 stints. So it'll be Dan, I think, that will get in and drive that car in the last stint towards the end of the race. We've got here WRC Developments who are just trying to fight off TGR Racing and unsuccessfully trying to defend, because TGR has slipped through. So that's a change now for 4th position up at the hairpin. TGR Racing going through. Well, look at the state of that black cloud. Look at it. The two Trojan cars, it looks quite light here. It might be the trick of the camera, but that is such an ominous-looking black cloud. It looks like it's going to be like all the water in the world is going to descend on Donington Park in a second. Into the pits comes another of the Emax cars. I think that's the, couldn't quite tell exactly which one that is, but although the timing screen definitely will. And that is Emax number 445. That car has it started with Matthew Rice. It'll either change over to James Taylor or Alex Johnson, one of the two. Also in the pit lane is That's the Badger Racing, Dave Messenger, who's a quite sort of successful and well-experienced Alfa Romeo racer. He's going to try and see if he can hand over to Philip Giles and see if he can make up some more places. That car's come in from about 38th position. Radiation Racing are also in too, as are also Auto Farm. So a few more pit calls on this lap. We've got Has Been Racing in. We've got the CSC Racing FDL packaging car in through at 513. 527 Red Sky Racing are also in. Jelly Snake are in. BPC are in for 409. So busy pit lane down there for Rob to go and investigate. There's lots of cars in the mix. That BPC car's had a bit of a friendly tap at the door by the looks of it. Probably more than a friendly tap, but he's certainly had 1 or 2 little skirmishes with somebody out there. It's been that kind of weekend where I'm starting to struggle what I'm saying a little bit, because it's been quite a weekend full of action that I'm starting to get tongue-tied. That's not the first time that happens. Even parked up, the windscreen wipers are on, so they're still not too confident about the track conditions changing, yes or no. And all the teams, of course, remembering at the end of the pit lane, they have to scan their hue tag, which means you stop, show the tag out of the window, and away you go again. And some will put the window down, others will just simply hold it up to their window and hope that the tag can scan through and pick it up. But a few more pit stops happening. Of course, these are all green flag pit stops. You can't make a regulation mandatory pit stop under the safety car. If you do make a pit stop, it doesn't stop you coming to the pit lane full stop. But if you actually do make a pit stop, it has to be a minimum 6-minute pit stop rather than a 2-minute pit stop. No, in fact, there's no minimum time for pit stops in C1s, I need to remember. But there is, you have to make a 6-minute pit stop, essentially, if you choose to pit under the safety car, which thankfully no one did. New fastest lap of the race goes to Chris Freeman as the two Trojan cars are getting together. 3.46 meanwhile, he is scrapping away with 5.58. Squadron from Adjo has come into the pit lane. Now this suggests that David Drinkwater has got past... No, he hasn't, in fact. George, it looks like Hardman and Drinkwater have they disappeared? Unless I'm looking at a different car. Oh no, forgive me, I'm looking at a different car here. I'm being stupid. That's the 346 car, Stuart Ratcliffe in there. It's the other Silverlake car that's in there too, which is the Adam Preble 558 car in the mix. I was getting confused with the third place car, so apologies for that. But they're both chasing, I think it looks like the 451 machine by the looks of it. So they're chasing after them. And you've got behind them, you've got Melbourne Racing and AF Racing. Into the pits comes the Jolt Racing team. In a very distinctive livery for them. Pit stop. There's Tom from C1 Racing Club also down there to have a chat. And immediately down there to have a chat, I can see there was Rob. He's immediately trying to grab the driver to see if we can have a word with him. So that would have been for Jolt Racing coming to the pit lane. That would have been...
You can put your helmet back in the booth.
Jolt Racing would have been John Ingram by the looks of it. Jolt Racing, who started about mid-pack. Well, I say mid-pack 38, so it's either Rupert Williams or Richie Benjerfield Metcalf that will get into that car. But push back. Jolt Racing, with its new incumbent, is ready to get back out there and continue the race. So that's their first of 3 mandatory driver changes completed. And as we were talking about that, a new fastest lap of the race has also cropped up from who else but one of the Trojan boys. It's Chris Freeman this time who takes the fastest lap. 2 minutes 10.802. They're now the only team. There's a couple of teams that are dropping into the 2-minute 11s. They're the only team that are dropping into the 2-minute 10s, which is incredible. And the gap was only 1.5 seconds between them. So I think Austin Monday has had a little bit of trouble in the traffic, and because of that, it's allowed Chris Freeman to utilise a bit of clear air and try and pick up a few more seconds on the car in front. In fact, there they are, the top two together, Austin Monday and Chris Freeman, running in team formation in Trojan Motorsport. Third for George Davis, there he is, behind Luke Harbour and David Drinkwater in the mix as well. And whilst that battle carries on, we can hand down towards Robert Lewis, who I suspect is down there, with the driver who's just jumped out of the Jolt Racing car. So on you go, Rob.
Well, John Ingram has just got out of the Jolt Racing car, so we'll get this out of the way first. How was that first stint?
Yeah, I mean, great. I couldn't have hoped really for much more. We had an incident, to say the least, in qualifying, so we had a disappointing starting grid. Came out P38 from a starting position, and after I think the first 60 minutes, I've just brought the car in and handed over. I think we were down to P16, so 22 places up from where we were, so I couldn't have hoped for much more.
Fantastic, mega first stint. Now we have to sort of look back at that incident in qualifying, and we've actually got a trophy for you. It's one of our blooper of the day trophies. There is potentially going to be a second plaque for this, which is the slowest accident in history. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable. It was just one of those things. I think it's just typical of the behaviour of a C1 that can catch you out. So I mean, what happened was I came down the main straight, and then we've got a sort of slow left-right kink. And I just gradually came into the corner, just clipped the curb too much on the left-hand side, which put the car slightly onto two wheels, which in itself was fine. But when it was all off weight, we then caught some gravel that had been left on the track by some previous cars. As soon as the right-hand wheels were on the gravel, the car just went round. And from that moment on, I was a passenger, basically. Gradually slowed down and down and down and down. As I got sideways towards the gravel, we were 17 miles an hour, I can tell from the data, when we hit sideways on the gravel and the car just went over twice and it sat on its roof. So like I said, it was one of those things with the C1s, but the team did a fantastic job. Car's fantastic now again, so as I said, you know, they obviously had good form. We were back in the 13s, so you know, can't hope for more from the team.
So just to go through that again. You had a rollover at 17 miles an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. So by the time we hit the gravel sideways, before the car rolled, the car was down to under 20 miles an hour. We think that when it actually went over, the data shows it was 17 miles an hour. So yeah, 17 mile an hour roll. How about that?
Well, it's our pleasure to reward you with this trophy for one of the bloopers of the day. Congratulations, and for now we'll hand back to Scott Woodwis up in the commentary box.
Well, I think somebody's walking away from a trophy with Jolt Racing. That's quite a novelty anyway. There's never a dull moment in C1 Racing Club, and I love the enthusiasm and the humour of both Rob Lewis and indeed also Robin Welsh. They always try and come up with some random awards they can put in there, because sometimes they have some spare trophies out there and think, well, I just throw a trophy to somebody, not quite literally obviously, but just for random reasons. But incredibly, they managed to do so for the slowest rollover ever in C1 history, 17 miles an hour for a rollover. At least it's something they could put on the mantelpiece and enjoy that for the rest of the time. Meanwhile, the racing back carries on going, and ironically, it's getting, at least the side of the circuit that I can see is a bit brighter skies out there, and it looks like it's possibly started to cease raining a little bit. But the huge black cloud which is looming over the pit complex, excuse me, and the complex into the Grand Prix loop is still looking rather ominous and dangerous. So I'm anticipating that possibly to burst at any moment and to cause some rather substantial rain showers. The weather forecast on my laptop is still showing me 23 degrees, and it says 21 degrees and lightning nearby. So that's something. So we're about to get some lightning and thunder here at Donington Park. Well, that'd be quite something, wouldn't it? Let's see if we do get a cloud burst more than that. You can see as well, sometimes it's a bit of a exaggeration by the camera, and sometimes it's just of the contrast levels, the brightness levels on the broadcast. But you can see already as well, this is obviously we're now onto daylight savings time, and this is now currently 10 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, and it's this dark out there, mainly because of all the cloud cover around. You can see how dark it is around the circuit, particularly off to the left-hand side. It continues to be dark, and looks like proper rain clouds around, which possibly could cause an issue. I'm trying to look at a weather map here around where the centre of the circuit is, and I'm just looking to see how this weather map moves. And around here, at least at East Midlands, there's lots of storm warnings around plenty of the area. I suspect we're going to get possibly rain at some point. Yeah, there's lots of lightning storms all around, so I think we possibly might get a bit of that quite soon, I think. We'll see what kind of precipitation we could be looking at as well. I'm looking at a weather radar here for a second, as the two Trojan Motorsport cars have now found themselves together. And they're now lapping first and second. Chris Freeman managed to close down Austin Monday. This has been racing, having a scrap with 320. So that's AASP Motorsport. I think that's one of the Barons at the wheel of that car, because Gary Parks was at the wheel of that machine previously. Let's just see where we are in terms of rain showers. Yeah, there are some stormy and some rain fronts coming in from. So where we are, I think we're starting to get possibly there is some heavy rain, I think, on its way by the looks of it. So this will be quite fascinating to see how that plays out. Just zooming in, see it's the location. Yeah, at the moment it's where we are with the rain showers. There is light rain around, but there is heavy rain on the horizon. I can tell you. So that certainly is going to move in quite quickly, I think. So I'm surprised it hasn't hit or started properly thundering at the moment. But we're anticipating at least heavy. Apparently, it's saying heavy rain right now around the Castle Donington area. So if that's going to hit, then this might well change the complexion of the race. At the very least on track, if not in where we are in the result. Oops, off the road's gone the 4G car. I think that was just the burst of the light on the camera adjusting, not a flash of lightning, thankfully. That was the 4G racing car making the mistake. And that would have been, who was at the wheel of that one? 4G Racing, whereabouts were they in the order? 4G Racing are 27th, John Booth at the wheel of that car. And one or two cars still with windscreen wipers on. And still the two Trojan Motorsport cars getting close. And 41, they're putting a lap on the Auto Farm car. And the 508 car got round cleanly, but 41 almost leaning into the side of it, which wouldn't have been great for their team. But as you can see, the team formation running is looking on course. You can see 508's just tailing 421. Now, whether there's going to be a position change or not, I wonder if they're just running in formation or simply they're racing each other. We'll have to wait and see. More battles going on a bit further ahead. We're looking forward to see what's happened for third place. There has been a change for third place. So David Drinkwater in the WRC Developments car has gone to third place, and he's brought with him TGR Racing. So the last time around across the start and finish line, there has been a change for third, fourth and fifth. So George Davis in the Silverlake car has dropped from third off the podium places to P5. There's still quite a bit to go, of course. It's still an hour and 45 minutes. We'll have to wait and see. Now then, the rain's starting to get a bit heavier now. So that heavy rain we're expecting, I think is literally it's hitting right now here at Donington Park. I can see it's hitting a lot heavier, a lot steadier now. Oops, off the road's gone 521. That's the Auto Farm car. And I wonder, is this people starting to push a little bit too hard, given the fact that the track conditions are going to change quite quickly? So the circuit's going to get a little bit wetter out here now, and I think we're going to have quite a interesting next few moments to see how this race plays out. The two Trojan cars still run line astern. I reckon possibly they're running in team formation, probably to try and avoid anything possibly happening if they get together. But you can see it's getting darker out there. It's getting much wetter out there. I can see the rain outside my commentary box window, hitting a lot steadier. So coming up to half distance now, 15 minutes before we hit the half distance mark, and still we've had no pit stops for any of the top 9 cars, which is interesting. So everyone's just deciding probably to leave their pit stops right to the end. But you can see now how saturated the circuit is getting right now, particularly next in Redgate. There goes 421 Trojan Motorsport, and still the Trojan cars continue to circulate in line astern formation. So the rain continues to keep on falling. It's getting slicker out there on the circuit. And as they come into Redgate Corner, I can't really tell if 421's going on the attack or if he's simply just holding in formation to run behind his teammates. They can run in tandem to try and pull away from everyone else. It's quite tough to tell what the strategy is for Trojan at this point in time. Maybe it's something for Rob, if he's listening, he's going to have a word with Trojan and see, look, what is the deal with the two cars? Are they battling each other? Is it for actual position? Are they running line astern to pull away from everyone else? Are they just having a play out there? It's a bit tricky. It looks like the rain is mainly hitting primarily up at Coppice Corner because cars are trickling around. One car's gone around there. That is, can't tell the number, 5. It's 5-something 9 by the looks of it. Who's that one? I think that was a flash of lightning also in the background too. So we are getting some thunderstorms about to hit here. I can even hear, unless it's another plane overhead, I think I possibly even hear a little bit of thunder rumbling in the distance. Oh, goodness me, that's 427 off the road, up at the old hairpin. Now that's going to be at least a safety car, I'm sure, because that car needs to be recovered and retrieved. 427 off the road then. That was 427. Find it on the screen here. Another car running wide. That's the who was that? That's the Melbourne racing car. But 427 is AF Racing. I think that was Zachary Arthur at the wheel, and that car's gone over. And Zachary, I think, climbing out of the car. And as expected, safety car is being deployed. And of course, I think it's possible the conditions not just getting a bit trickier out there, but also I think it's catching drivers out as well, because not expecting it to be that damp or that wet that quickly, maybe. But then just one look at the skies will tell you that it's getting quite ominous. Again, you can see there above, look, some very, very dark clouds overhead. So it's raining quite steadily right now, but it could get even heavier if they're not careful. And you can see now that there's a bit of spray coming up from the backs of the cars. Headlights ablaze, windscreen wipers on. So this rainstorm really does change the complexity of the race. Does it really change the strategy of drivers out there now? And a lot of the teams are trying to seek shelter in their pit boxes here to try and not to get too wet. But there goes the Silverlake Citroen DS3 safety car, the official safety car of the C1 Racing Club. And away it goes. You can see how steady the rain is coming down. It's coming even heavier now. Look. I can actually hear it on the roof of our of the pit complex box. Look, you can see how heavy it is there. Look, so it really is getting quite heavy out there. Look at that. Really treacherous conditions out there, of course. Now, of course, these C1's low powered, of course, but it doesn't excuse the fact that it's not any less treacherous out there. And that is a very sudden downpour. We're expecting heavy rain. The heavy rain has absolutely arrived. So 427's car's back on its wheels, but it'll have to be pulled out of the gravel or back to safety by a snatch vehicle. And now looking at it, it's absolutely pelting it down. Look at these conditions. So behind the safety car, and that is coming down super heavy now at the moment. And I think at the very least, if that car hadn't gone off, it wouldn't surprise me if the clerk of the course had thrown the safety car purely for the conditions changing so quickly, so they could quickly adapt to this wet circuit. But the rain absolutely pelting it down at Donington Park here. So we've had kind of, look at that, there's a huge rainstorm coming down at the moment. So it neutralises the race right now at the 2 Trojan Motorsport cars who lead the way. And I have to, in first and second place, I was going to say, I have to feel for the marshals who are getting out there in this very heavy weather. Thank you for them have got some waterproofs to try and keep them dry. And a big thank you to them as always. So the 2 Trojan Motorsport cars first and second. There's even a little standing water forming, I think, on the edges of the circuit where the curbs are. Goodness me. So the 2 Trojan Motorsport cars currently lead the way. WRC Developments is third. Fourth is now Silverlake 2. They've repassed TGR Racing for 4th place. TGR back down to 5th. It's 6th for Cat DT, 7th for MLP Development, 8th for Emax Motorsport, 9th for Silverlake Racing, and Melbourne Racing had a sort of little wobble up here at the old hairpin, rounds up the top 10. Now I've got to say, the weather conditions are getting absolutely treacherous out there at the moment. You can see just how heavy the rain's coming down. And look, just how quickly the track lists have changed in about 5 minutes. There is a lot of water that's gone down in such a short space of time. And the hardy marshals and rescue crews very quickly trying to work on getting the 47 car out. And if not for the car coming off, as I mentioned, putting the safety car out right now was, I think, absolutely would have probably been the best thing to do given the conditions. Some will argue, oh, well, it's hardcore and you race in whatever conditions you like, but there's wet weather conditions and it becomes treacherous to the point where it's just not safe to race. Now, I'm not saying we're at that point, but you know, of course, these cars are low-powered, but also they're lightweight, so that means that they have to be very careful how they run around the circuit. Now, what wouldn't surprise me is if we get a few teams after the safety car finishes, when it finishes, if we get a few cars diving in to put a different set of tyres on, one that essentially has been completely unshaven and heat cycled, because I would imagine that, as we alluded to in our feature at the C1 24 Hours, that those untouched tyres are work best as wet tyres. You can see how much the rain has come down and saturated the circuit so quickly. Up at the hairpin, you can see just how hard the rain's coming down. And big respect to anyone out there driving at the moment, because it must be absolutely treacherous out there. There was very similar weather conditions to a huge rainstorm that we had right at the conclusion of the TCR UK race day at Alton Park after all the racing had finished. There's a bit of flash of lightning and thunder in the air as well, you can see. And that disrupted quite a few people trying to pack up and go home in time, but thankfully I think the rain sped things up rather than slowed things down. But you can see, look, that's just how grey and how treacherous and murky it is out there at the moment. The light is completely, not faded, but it's completely been gone. And if you look around the circuit in the air, you could just see grey. There's a wall of grey, so I think we're right in the middle of quite a heavy rainstorm at the moment. Now, it's up to the clerk of the course really where they decide if they want to keep them behind the safety car and try and ride out the rainstorm until it passes, or if he decides that it's getting to the point where it's way too watery, and they decide to potentially even call a red flag. Now, of course, that'll be until the hope that the conditions ease up, but you can see that even just at a slow speed, that they are literally splashing their way around Donington Park at the moment. And even going to see cars going offline, because you have to remember, of course, in wet conditions, although at this rate, any rubber that was on the circuit would have been completely washed away. In wet conditions, on the racing line is not the line that you want to take in those conditions. You want to take the line that's off the racing line, because on the race lines where all the rubber is. In the dry, you want to be on that line. But in the wet, when you add water to the rubber, of course, it becomes very slippery. So you want to be off the racing line with what they call the karting line, or the wet line, because ironically, coming off the conventional racing line means that you are continuing on with finding as much grip as possible on the circuit whilst coming off the racing line. The rain is not relenting. I'm looking at the commentary box window. I don't want to make light of this, but there are 3 or 4 fans just outside, opposite from me, on the infield of the circuit, and there's no umbrellas, no raincoats. One even has his shirt off, I think. And I feel for them, given the weather conditions are coming so quickly. So hopefully they can get to shelter at some point. But then again, in a weird way, the weather conditions that we have possibly might even be worth it for anyone that was feeling quite warm up to this point. And look at that. You can see just how much the weather conditions have really changed at this point in time. I wouldn't be surprised if they throw a red flag on this and wait for this rainstorm to pass. But even then, it's you also got the case of a curfew to try and keep you within as well. And I think whatever rain sort of, I'm not sure, I can't remember what whatever cell of weather cell that we're in at the moment. How big it is, we're not quite certain just yet. But the heavy rain is absolutely pelting it down. It's still 21 degrees out there, which is incredible. And look, even under the safety car, they are crawling around here at Donington Park. So this is pretty substantial. To be honest, even though everyone wants to carry on racing, at the same time, safety is obviously of a priority as well. So I honestly wouldn't blame them. I actually wouldn't be surprised if they do at least hold a red flag for a brief period of time before this rainstorm passes. Because at least if it does, at least the warmer temperatures might mean that the weather conditions might actually start to clear a bit quicker. You're even clearing the camera lens and our camera down at the old hairpin. But goodness me. I've not seen a race affected by weather this much since, well, if you want to mention it, the last year's Formula Ford Festival, when we had quite a rain shower, literally within 30 seconds of the race start. It went from bone dry circuit to pretty much almost like this in the space of 60 seconds, which is incredible. You can see the rain continuing to pelt down. I can see the Brscc flags are being sort of tortured in the wind that we have going on as well. The wind that's also part of this rainstorm. So an hour and 35 minutes. We haven't quite hit half distance yet. But yeah, there we go. Not surprising. Red flag. Race has been stopped. So the race has been halted at 1 hour 35 and 21 minutes to go. But the time is still ticking. So I wonder if they, to try and keep within the curfew, they are possibly saying, right, red flag it, and then restart the race when the rainstorm passes. And then maybe because it is a bit warmer out there, being some 21 degrees, any water that's on the circuit might well decide might dissipate quite quickly. Also, when you've got 45 C1 racing cars going out there trying to clear out the track, it might well help them too. Now, unsurprisingly, the cars are being led down the pit lane, but even so, look, even going into the pit lane, you can see that the rain is absolutely relentless out there. Really, really hard weather conditions out there. And they'll probably be still on post for the time being, but it wouldn't surprise if they call them all back in for the moment, but they can try and seek shelter. I hope that all the marshals out there are seeking shelter, that they're keeping as dry and warm and safe as possible, because it's probably not a pleasant thing. It's easy for me to say from our production team, myself, inside a commentary box where we're warm and safe and dry, but you have to give your heart out to the marshals who are standing out in this, well, no, the word for it, a complete storm out there at the moment, and really sort of having to deal with it as best they can. It does feel like a little bit like the rain has dissipated a little bit. And a bit of rumble of thunder in the air. And you can see just how quick in the space of, what was that, 10 minutes? It's gone from completely dry to absolutely soaking wet out there at Donington Park. So the order where we were at the red flag then, just to give you the order of how proceedings went, it is Trojan Motorsport 1-2 at the moment. They've covered 34 laps, and it's the 508 car that leads 421. So Austin Monday at the wheel of the car 508. Car 421 has Chris Freeman at the wheel. Car 318 WRC Developments is third, with David Drinkwater at the wheel. Silverlake 2 with George Davis is fourth. Fifth is TGR Racing's Luke Harberman. Sixth is Cat DT with Mark Hode. 7th place is MLP Developments with Martin Walsh at the wheel. Stuart Ratcliffe is at the wheel of 346 Emax Motorsport. Silver Lake Racing's Alan Preble is in 558. He's in 9th place. And rounding out the top 10 currently is Scuderia C1 in car 588. And that has Fitzgerald at the wheel. I will double check the first name very quickly. It's Fitzgerald on that side. I've been joined now from he's still dry, I'm surprised, in fact, actually. Rob Lewis in the commentary box. Rob, I don't blame you coming up here, because out there it's easy for me to say I know from a commentary box where I've been here in warm and dry and safe, and I've said I feel for the marshals out there with the conditions out there. But in terms of how quickly that came down, for you being on the ground, just how quickly did those conditions change? Because it was like a bone dry circuit, and 10 minutes later, it's like someone's left a shower head on.
Absolutely, and down in the pit lane with Jeremy, our cameraman, who's also driving himself off. I can assure you, Scott, I've already towelled off. My raincoat is soaking. It fell that quickly. Everyone's just trying to scramble to sort out their equipment. But I think it was the right decision at the moment to red flag this race and stop it where it is. There's clearly rivers across the track, and that's a problem where effectively you've got bone dry grass. We've had nothing but hot weather for the past few weeks, not a lot of rainfall at all. And when you get this amount of water fall that quickly, you can see it on screen there, in particular in the old hairpin. You could see it up at Redgate. You're going to get rivers, you're going to get massive puddles, and that just creates aquaplaning. So very, very much the correct thing to do to red flag it currently on safety grounds.
And of course, the thing is, we had a similar situation at last year's Formula 4 Festival, where we had a quite sudden downpour, and it kind of left in one or two kind of pockets of water or apexes, and even one or two very small rivers coming across the circuit. You can see even that the wind seems to have died down a little bit, and it is still raining, but it was really pelting it down at one point on the commentary box window. It doesn't seem as heavy, but it's still steady rain that's coming down. That's the thing. It's consistent, steady rain, where it's not given either the grass or the circuit to try a chance to drain it away at all any point. So because of that, it's just forming on the surface of the circuit, and therefore eventually forming standing water. And of course,
there's just no drainage.
In that situation, it's a situation where genuinely, sort of anyone saying, any purist aside saying, oh, well, let's just go and race anyway. Yes, you can go racing in the wet, but there's racing in the wet and there's racing on the circuit, which is just treacherously filled with water, which is absolutely no reason to put any drivers' lives at risk, marshals' lives at risk, or anyone else. People can kind of mock other series not racing in the rain. When it's as serious as this, safety for drivers has to come first.
Absolutely, and they need to remember as well, these cars are effectively on road tyres. So they're on road tyres that have been adapted for racing. A lot of them will have that shaved camber. A lot of them were, several teams that I was talking to up and down, and I was trying to line up interviews with a few. Gary Parks at AASP Motorsport, I was chatting with him. His team actually sent both cars out with specifically a wet setup because they thought this rain that was forecasted was going to come a lot sooner than they thought. So, we've got nearly halfway into this race now, and now we've started to have the issues come in with the weather and the rain falling so hard so quickly. And the thing to remember as well with the tyres, it's about water displacement. But if you're driving through massive, we're not talking small puddles here, we're talking about rivers, you're just going to hit them and aquaplane, and that's all well and good. They're racing drivers, big tough, they've got all the safety equipment, etc., etc. But you've got to look at the bigger picture of it here. A lot of the people that are racing in this series are doing it with friends. They're sharing the cost. This is club motorsport, club level motorsport. This isn't professional racing such as British Touring Car, British GT level. This is club level national motorsport, and if some of these cars go off and have a big shunt because they've hit a massive bit of standing water and they're unable to do anything about it, it's not really saying anything about their driving talent.
Not at all.
Exactly. So it would be a bit silly to let it happen and negate the risk. There's always risk in motor racing. I get that. Absolutely understand it. But when the conditions get like this, you've got to be a bit sensible.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's any sign of things getting a little bit better, the wind has died down a little bit, which is good to see. The flags are not as big. The Brscc flags not being as torched as they were about 10 minutes ago. They've had a free wash, though, which is a silver lining, which is good to see. So I think it saves anyone have to wash them next time if they have to put them in for a cycle.
Does that save you on the laundry bill, Scott?
Absolutely, yeah. Any little help that you can get. But yeah, it looks though it's brightened up a tiny bit, but I can still see on the circuit there's still a little bit of steady rainfall coming through, but it's not. I can even see if you look just carefully, just on the white line and the inside of the circuit, you can see just how much it's still falling. It's not the point where it's actually pelting down, but it's still talks about that steady rain which keeps on falling in the areas where it starts to build up and gradually build up and form those little puddles or rivers. So that's what you've got to be careful of. And of course, one thing to also that you can see also how steady it still is up at the exit of McLean's. You can see there, look, and also how much of the water build-up's been on the lens too. So we've got a lot of big task here to decide what to do. One thing we should point out as well, you can see the clock has kept on going. I think that's just to understand, of course, because we have a curfew, I think about 6:30 or so, the race still has to tick over also until we get to the end. So in that, it says the race was due to finish at about, on time it was due to finish at about 5 to 7. So I think the curfew is actually 7 o'clock in fact. So it means that we're essentially having to try and find a solution here where if the race can get going, then obviously it'll be whilst the clock has still been going whilst we're under red flag conditions. It's a bit similar to in any of the F1 races where you have a red flag, the actual time, the time of the race stops, but the actual race clock in terms of the amount of time that you have to conduct the race still ticks on. So you've got to be very careful on that. And also when you get to races where it's been wet and you go past the kind of 2 hours, 2.5 hours that's allotted, you get to a point where if you're not going to, it'll be clear that you can't complete all the laps in the allotted time. So it'll switch from a lap counter to a time counter as to how long's left on that one. So we've got still about an hour and 27 minutes to go.
And the thunder of lightning is still very much over the circuit. You would have seen the flashes and the reflections in the water there. You could see the poor marshal trying to get his flag wrung out. That's probably absolutely wrung with standing water. But again, we go back to that, so I can assume now you'll see just down halfway down the pit lane there, Scott, that'll be the course car, and I'm sure that is the clerk of the course. So they'll go in that car and they'll drive around the circuit, and what they'll do there is they're assessing the conditions. So they'll look at where the standing water is, and they can then make a judgment based on that to assess whether it is safe to race. And like we've said, we've gone over this before, the track being wet, that's not an issue. It's the standing water. If the car's tyre cannot clear the water significantly enough and it's just going to aquaplane and the car's going to go off the circuit for the sake of it, it is simply too dangerous to race. And that's in any formula that we'd have seen today. I mean, even in the standing water we had out there, the specific racing wets that the likes of the ZEO Prototypes would have had, I think they would have had trouble clearing this standing water. It rained that hard, it was going that deep, you've got rivers running everywhere, and also you have to be a bit considerate to the teams as well. They've also got to sort out their equipment because it falls so heavily in the pits and overwhelms the drain, so there's water coming into the garages and affecting equipment and stuff like that as well. So all these variables very quickly add up.
Yeah, they do, and it's the key thing is also now is that the clerk of the course has gone out in the course car in order to essentially determine what state the conditions are in. Of course, I'm not sure if he'll be able to get out, but he'll be able to just go through, and even just for the feel of being out there in the course car and how we can feel the car underneath him through a lap of the circuit, they'll be able to determine in terms of what state the circuit's in. There will come a point, I'm sure, where the clerk of the course will make a decision to whether or not, essentially, if the weather conditions for the foreseeable hour and 25 minutes are not going to get substantially better, and therefore he may well have to get to the point where he calls a result. Probably the reasons why the clock carries on, because then if it gets to the point where we pass like 75% distance or so, then it means then the race can't continue on. There's not enough time to do so, and therefore they have to go ahead and basically declare a result and see where they were. I guess what it does mean is that if you do declare a result, let's put some silver linings on it. Trojan Motorsport, if let's say hypothetically, if we don't get started again, Trojan Motorsport played a blinder. Did 1-2 in the mix as well. The only key thing's going to be, though, is that there are several cars out there that have not made any pit stops. So that'll be intriguing to see how that gets handled in terms of whether or not it's going to be. I guess there's two sides of it where rules are rules. But if you have to penalise for not making a stop, then that's in the rules. You have to do so. At the same time, those guys would have had a pit strategy of some kind. Therefore, they would argue the case of, well, we haven't had a chance to make our first pit stop because the race was curtailed early. So that might be a bit difficult in terms of, based on the rule book. Do you penalise based on the rule book, or do you penalise or do you not, based on the fact that common sense dictates that they haven't actually had the chance to make their first stop because the rain interfered and therefore they weren't able to make it into the pits?
Absolutely, and that's going to be something that's way out of our pay grade, Scott.
Yeah,
that'll be up to the officials to
and
decide. I'm sure there'll be a lot of conversations with Robin Welsh as well.
And I only asked the question because it's some one of those things where not to speculate what may or may not happen, but it's a case of that's something that could be a possibility given the fact that I think back to similar situations that we had when I was covering the Super GT race at Suzuka. There was a huge, awful accident that happened towards the end of the race. But the car that was leading at the time had not actually made its second mandatory fuel stop or pit stop. It was declared initially the winner, but then because in the rule book, any cars that when you declare a result that haven't done both mandatory pit stops have to be penalised as a result of that. So it was penalised, but then again, their argument was, well, I think they were appealing it by going a bit higher, but their argument was, well, we didn't get a chance to make our second pit stop because the race was curtailed before we could do it. So they were on course to make it. So, as you say, it's that comment is not to sort of kind of speculate or kind of say what could one or the other. It's simply because that's something that could potentially come up in people's minds, thinking, well, a few cars haven't made their stops, others have. Is there going to be a penalty for that or not? Or is there going to be a leeway of, well, you didn't have a chance to make it because of the fact the weather came in and pretty much halted things as it was. So that could be something that could be looked at.
Absolutely, and you can see there on our screen the course car is still making laps around the circuit. Maybe our camera crew who are braving the weather, and all the lovely marshals out there, the Orange Army, have braved the conditions, but I haven't seen any thunder or lightning for a while. It's still quite muggy out there as well. It's still quite warm, so the one thing to think about is if the water could disperse off the track very quickly, I think most of it will evaporate quite quickly as well, and that's one of the danger zones down there, obviously going down the Craner curves into the old hairpin. So we'll have a look at the course car as it comes down and actually see if it makes any so there's a bit of a river there. You just saw a bit of water leaving. Not too bad down into the old hairpin.
Yeah, I think there's more water, a little bit more water on the curb rather than on the apex, it looks like at that.
Yeah, but getting the curb in the wet is a serious no-no anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of common sense for most drivers out there anyway. As I say, in terms of out there, dare I say, it looks, in terms of light-wise, looks a little bit brighter.
Yep.
2, there's a bit of a breeze out there, but it's not substantial as it was, so it's not pulling the flags to high heaven, so it's a bit easier out there at the moment in time. Even looking at the rains I was going to say it looks a bit easier, but you can see just on the little standing water falling right on the edge of the green curb. It's still falling a bit steadily, but not as heavily as it was. No. So perhaps, and also it's a good point you make about the fact that because it is 21 degrees, it's quite a warm ambient temperature, so therefore that might play some part in helping to possibly, sort of help the conditions a little bit. Yeah, it is still falling steadily, but it's not to the point where it's looking treacherous or unmanageable. It's kind of at least you can see what's going on out there, rather than being part of that huge like rain cell or weather cell that was falling down the circuit in the last 10-15 minutes. The clock is still ticking, still an hour and 20 minutes to go. So if we do get racing back underway, I have a feeling that because the rain has kind of abated quite a lot when it was in that middle of that rainstorm, it still is falling steadily enough, but maybe it's my untrained eye. So when you look at it from like an untrained kind of his commentator's point of view, from a race driver's point of view, I'm sure you'll be looking at it as well. For look at those conditions, even though there is some steady rain still falling and the ambient temperature that's around there, where do you think we are at the moment at this point in time? Do you think that it's kind of got to the point where it's looking a little bit easier potentially to try and go out there and do a few laps, you think?
I think so. There's certainly a bit of movement up and down the pit lane amongst the teams, so they're all... I think if they were expecting it to be pack up and go home time, then there won't be a lot of the teams out. But, the track already, a lot of the rivers have kind of died off. There's not a lot going across the circuit anymore, which would have been a big issue. So hopefully a lot of the water has sort of dissipated to a point. We also had the Download Festival here last week, so what that water could potentially done is brought up a lot of the beer bottles that maybe got left behind and floated them to the surface, so we'll keep an eye out for that. That's the state of the Melbourne Loop as it is at the moment. There's not a lot of massive puddles there as well. There is a tiny bit of standing water, but nothing too deep. But we have seen the course car actually enter the pit lane, so I'm hoping shortly we should get a rough idea of when we're going to go again. But that clock ticks down, Scott, so as it stands we've only got an hour and 20 minutes left. So what do you do now if you're in those teams? Do you just get all your driver changes out of the way and done now, or...?
It's an interesting one, because you might know this more than me, but in terms of rules for under the red flag, what can and can't the teams do at this point in time under the red flag?
Well, it's effectively at the moment the cars are in parc fermé.
Yeah.
You do not touch those cars. It's so the teams can't work on them. There was a couple of teams that maybe made the mistake and pulled up to their garage, didn't quite get the message, but no, that there will be no team members allowed to unless instructed by the officials. The drivers can't get out. Effectively, they are under certain conditions at the moment. Although, to be fair, in wet conditions, if you are a driver, you don't want to get out, because if you then introduce water into the car, that's where you get steaming up.
Yeah.
Slightly easier with these cars because they do have their onboard heater systems and everything's still there and in use.
Yeah. If you look at the water just on the right-hand side, I would suggest that the rain is almost just about dying off.
It does look like it.
It looks like it's, because it was still steady, but it's actually looking a lot lighter now, which means it suggests to me that now essentially the rain has stopped and we've allowed that kind of weather cell to pass, and the fact that the circuit looks a bit more kind of legible in terms of being able to see bits of the circuit, and at least whatever drainage there is seems to be doing its work. Call me optimistic, but I think we might get a restart hopefully very soon.
Needs to be done, doesn't it?
Because it does look as though the conditions are at least a lot more manageable out there, a lot more manageable than they were at that one point. Because you had those shots coming around. If you probably have to watch back on the stream to see it, but the shots going around, the cars going through, it was absolutely pelting it down. You had lots of standing water around and anything else. So they were trundling around behind the safety car at something like either 5-10 miles an hour at one point. It was quite the situation. But I think there's some instruction possibly from the marshals having a chat to at least the Trojan 508 car. I'm trying to pass it on a little bit. I think that's possibly at the top of the pit lane in the Brscc jacket. It might be Mr. Greg Graham, I think, at the top there. He's possibly wearing a hat as well, I think. Which you don't often see with Greg, but I think it looks like Greg.
I think you'd be used to this kind of weather in Scotland.
Potentially, but yeah, it's quite intriguing to see how that's all playing out at the moment. So the clock continues to tick down, then an hour and 17 minutes still to go. But in terms of up to this point, of course, we've had that. The rain fell with about, an hour and 45 minutes to go. Up until that point, we had the two Trojan cars in the lead. There was a battle going on for third between WRC Developments and Silverlake, and TGR were getting in the mix. From your point of view, how were you reading how this race was playing out? Because it was the two Trojan cars pretty much had the race on lockdown this first half, but had yet to make any pit stops. The first 9 cars haven't made any pit stops. And the highest place, if you want to call it, front-running car within the top 10 or so is the Melbourne Racing Car 589. But these first 9 cars in the mix have not made a pit stop yet. So how were you reading how this place was likely going to play out? What sort of strategy were you thinking the likes of Trojan, WRC, Silverlake were playing out here that would cause them to possibly go and make a pit stop this late in the race?
It certainly looked like potentially they were going to leave some, if not all, of their pit stops until the very last hour. Now, the WRC Developments car, that's got David Drinkwater at the wheel. You know, he's no shrieking violet when it comes to endurance racing. He's been there, done that, got so many T-shirts, Scott, he's got a wardrobe full of them. You've got the likes of the Silverlake 2 car with young George Davis at the wheel with the Fiesta Junior alumni as well. You know, he won't be no shrinking violet. He's got the car qualified up there, but what he's doing there is he's handing over to the experienced hands of Mike Chapman. He's raced the car for a few years, and although he may not have the hot shoot raw single lap speed, he is very consistent and he's still quick enough to keep the car up there. So it was really boiling down to when David Drinkwater handed over to Nicole Drought, who's in that car. She is a brilliant pilot as well, and a credit to Irish Motorsport. You've got TGR Racing as well with Luke Harberman in, and it was setting itself up to almost be a 3, maybe even a 4-way battle for that podium. But you also had Quattro Formaggio that had also made their first stop. And the team were sort of bemoaning that it was a bit of a slower stop than usual. But you cannot discount that team as well. The car is beautifully prepared. It's a very small team, but they're drilled, they're fast, they know exactly what they're doing. And you will also have these teams slightly know that obviously Emax Motorsport, Car 346, Stuart Ratcliffe at the wheel. You can't discount them as well.
No.
Very fast drivers, although we haven't got Little and Large in the car. It's just Little this weekend. So we've got Little Senior in the car with Stuart Ratcliffe, and you cannot discount those guys as well. They've, albeit they haven't made their pit stops, they're always good for the tactic. And Glenn Finn is surely looking in his notebook now just to check which strategies apply to when the red flag has halted the race at Donington Park in June and 2023. It's in there somewhere.
Don't ask me to try and pick out the whole subsection of which page or which chapter.
Oh, it's volume 3, subsection 9.8.
I see. I'm glad you remember. That's good stuff. Yeah, again, call me optimistic. Here's something. Right,
we
now
have cars being fired up and the safety car firing up, so we are looking to resume racing action.
And the timing screen has gone from red to green and then safety car, which means it looks like the rainstorm has passed. Essentially, the rain looks as if it stopped. It's just probably spitting with rain rather than even just coming down at all. And then as you rightfully say, the safety car lights are now on, which means that everyone's now forming up at the end of the pit lane. And so, thankfully, it looks as though now the rainstorm has passed, and the clerk of the course has deemed that the circuit seems to be at least a combination of drying up rather quickly, because it's 21 degrees out there, so it's certainly helping to dry up a little bit. And also, whatever standing water there is, looks like it's manageable out there, which is good. The rain's practically stopped. The wind has died down completely. The flag's not even fluttering out there at the moment. So, as you can see, the Silverlake C1 safety car, C1 Racing Club safety car, the Citroen DS3, leading the pack out. Of course, with the two Trojan Motorsport cars, 508 and 41, leading them around. So they've got the 2 leaders already. And so, as racing gets back underway then, so as I said, the clock has been ticking down ever since we had the stoppage of the race. We've stood for about roughly 20-odd minutes. So that means it is race order as it was at the red flag. So as a reminder then, in the top 10, it was Trojan Motorsport 1-2 with the 508 Trojan Motorsport car with Austin Monday at the wheel, who was leading the way ahead of Trojan Motorsport's sister car 421, the car that won the 24 Hours a few weeks ago. That's the exact same car, not even changed the livery on that car either. Second place for that, Charlie Freeman. Sorry, is it Chris Freeman, Charlie Freeman? Charlie Freeman, got it right. Should have doubted myself. There's WRC Developments in third place with CB Auto Services, David Drinkwater at the wheel. Fourth place is the Silverlake 2 car, George Davis, car 458. Fifth place is car 311, TGR Racing with Luke Harper at the wheel. Sixth is car 466, Cat DT with Mark Hode at the wheel. Seventh place is MLP Developments with Martin Walsh. Eighth is Emax Motorsport with Stuart Ratcliffe at the wheel. Ninth is Silverlake Racing with Adam Preble at the wheel. And rounding up the top 10 is the Melbourne Racing car number 589 with Stuart Melling at the wheel. He's sharing that car with Dan Boardman. So, cars out heading onto the circuit to one at least check the conditions, see how they're going. But also, this will certainly help when you've got some 40-odd C1s out there. The best you can do is get them out to get a few laps under the safety car. The key thing they will do is to start to disperse water off the circuit, off the racing lines, and it will certainly help because the more they can do that, the easier it's going to be for the track conditions to 1, be drivable, 2, be raceable, and 3, the more laps they can do, the quicker this. If it stops, it stays as warm as it is and as non-raining as it is. If it ceases raining now for the rest of the race, the quicker this will also dry up on the racing line, the quicker it will dry up and get quicker as the race goes on in the last hour and 10 minutes or so.
Absolutely, and of course, I noticed one of the comments coming up on the YouTube sort of supporting the decision to stop the race. You know, safety is paramount, and it is. And what this does is, well, this kind of plays into the rule that they can't pit under safety car, so it gives the drivers, they have no choice. They can assess the conditions and drive to those conditions the best they can, which you'll see a lot of cars going off the racing line at this time. But as you can see, the safety car is already up at McLean's heading down the back straight. I still miss that Dunlop bridge. It's still strange not seeing it there. But as the safety car's leading the troop of C1s down the back straight there, with cars still exiting the pit lane going into Redgate. So it just shows the spread of the field. Everyone will get spread out. I'm sure the boards will go out from the gantry for all cars to have their lights on. And with an hour and 10 minutes to go, Scott, it looks like the last hour is going to be a wet weather race. With that, I'm actually going to head down and test the conditions back in pit lane.
You can play Scott of the Antarctic rather than Scott of me, but you're going to check the conditions out there. But yes, best of luck out there. Hopefully it doesn't rain anymore. But it looks as though even there's a bit. Well, it looks like if there is some rain out there, it's very light spitting rain rather than any more downpours, thankfully. I think we won't get that for the rest of the race. When we do get rain, it'll be substantially less. You can see, yeah, there is still some rain out there. You can see some pooling up, I think, just on where the chicane is on the national circuit. So there is still some rain out there, but it's much better and much more manageable than it was when the rainstorm hit earlier on. I think impressively and thankfully, when the rainstorm did hit, there was minimal to no cars skating off or sliding off immediately, because these cars are quite low powered and front wheel drive. They're able to kind of cope with the conditions better than maybe something that was maybe heavier and more powerful than in that side of things. So cars still behind the safety car. So as the cars make their way around onto the circuit once again, you can see the clock has continued down. 1 hour and 8 minutes still to go, which means that anyone that's got to make their 3 pit stops is going to have to do so within the space of an hour. Now, any teams that would have already made at least 1 pit stop, yes, it will favour them, but of course, the teams now, the likes of Trojan Motorsport, WRC Developments, TGR Racing, Cat DT, MLP, Emax, Silverlake, all of them are going to make their stops. This is going to favour teams like Melbourne Racing, Scuderia C1, and in particular, it's a really good point that Rob made. Quattro Formaggio, probably the fastest out of the teams that have made their first pit stop already. If they're going to stop twice out there, that might be a big advantage to them in terms of track position. So I'd say watch out for the 392 car, which is the bright blue car with the Demon Tweaks running man on the side of it. Watch for that one. Alistair May and Chris Parks. Yeah, I'd watch out for that car, 392. That could be a dark horse to possibly snatch victory when everyone else is going to now make their pit stops basically within an hour. So the safety car leading them around. It is still raining, definitely not as hard as it was, but the track conditions look a lot more manageable out there than they were originally when it was still pelting down with rain, thankfully. There's the Quattro Formaggio car, just the blue car going through shot. Watch for that one. It's quite far back in the order, but of course, as pit stops go through, we'll have to wait and see. Now, what wouldn't surprise me is if we get quite a mass amount of cars when the race gets underway. Actually, no, there is a rule on this one, because there is a rule that when on a safety car or a red flag restart, it says it says unless otherwise specified in the final instructions of our bulletin. This is rule 2.12.1. It talks about pit stops. It says these stops may only take place 15 minutes after the start of the race, or in the case of a restart after a red flag, then 15 minutes after the restart of the race, including any start under a safety car. Any stop commenced before this time will not be counted towards the 3 mandatory stops. So this means that essentially, if we get going underway, let's say with like an hour to go, cars can't pit and make a mandatory stop for the first 15 minutes, which means we're going to get quite a mad dash in the pits to make 3 pit stops for some cars in 45 minutes. That's going to make it quite a lottery out there to see exactly who can take advantage of that the most, who can maximise their stints, because of course there'll be some teams out there which will not get as much driving time as others, because we've missed about 20 minutes or so, half an hour, from waiting for the rain to abate before we can get back out there again. So the cars, at the very least, I think the best thing that they can do at the moment, at least behind the safety car, is get out there and run at a slow enough speed, but at least enough speed to be able to disperse some of the water off the racing line. That will certainly help the circuit get drier. It'll certainly help to make it much easier out there for the other drivers out there in terms of track conditions, and in turn will hopefully mean that we can get the racing done in good time as well. So the timer will continue ticking down anyway, because I think the curfew is at 7 o'clock. We're coming up now to 17:53, so we're literally probably going to be on the cusp of that curfew right at the end. I think have to wait and see how this one plays out. There's a chance potentially, if they have to get all the cars off before 7 o'clock, that they may choose to throw the flag maybe a couple of minutes early to make sure they can get cars in, but we'll have to wait and see. The safety car still leading the cars around again. The Silverlake Citroen DS3 safety car for the C1 Racing Club. Still no lights out on the safety car, so one more. I think what they're doing also is give them a couple of laps under the safety car to adjust to the conditions. I think, because if they hadn't, it would have been quite. If they simply just let them go after one safety car lap and that was it, some drivers would have been more adjusted to it than others at the time. And I think that's the right thing to do, to give them a couple of laps, get them to get out on circuit, understand the track conditions, see what it's like out there, and once they've got the ability to go, right, a couple of laps and they all seem comfortable, that's when the safety car will come in and racing will resume. So as the safety car splashes its way through Breakgate Corner, followed by the 2 Trojan Motorsport cars, I'll be very intrigued to see how this race now plays out, with effectively a lot of teams having to make at least two pit stops in 45 minutes, if not 3 pit stops in 45 minutes. I think the teams that have already made those 1 stops are incredibly, through all of this, in the pound seats, because they're going to have have to make 1 less call in the pits in this shortened period of time. And the key thing that's going to happen here is how quickly, I think for the 2 Trojan cars, how quickly can they get themselves up towards the front, up out in front. Now they are at the head of the field, but how quickly can they progress and get themselves a gap in order to try and minimise any time that they might lose. Of course, they have to make fueling stops, which aren't slow, which aren't quick, and there has to be all procedures to be followed. So I wonder if there might be 1 or 2 teams which, in their haste to make their pit stops, might get a little bit caught out. I hope not. I hope we do get a good, clean, fair fight to the end without any issues, but so let's wait and see how the rest of the race plays out here. An hour and 3 minutes to go, so the clock has been going ever since the red flag came out. I think because we are into the point where if we had a lot more time, probably the clock would have probably halted and we'd have carried on where we were. But because we are essentially under a curfew, the clock had to carry on going in an endurance race, and therefore we're going to get restarted once track conditions are much clearer. But it's now changed the dynamic of the race also, because you now have gone from a completely dry race, a dry warm race, to a wet warm race. This makes it very interesting in terms of temperatures, in terms of how slowly the track dries. I'm going to anticipate that the fact that it is 21 degrees out there, that the circuit might actually start drying up faster than we think, because it's quite usually when the rain comes, it's quite milder, it's quite colder out there. So therefore, because of that, it actually takes longer for the circuit to dry out. Given it's 21 degrees out there, it would not surprise me if this dries up relatively quicker than we think it would. So we'll keep an eye on how the track conditions look and also how the lap times look as well, because you can obviously tell if it's drying out when you can see that the lap time is starting to tumble. And here's a good sign. Safety car lights are off, which means after 3 laps behind the safety car out of the pits, we are ready to get racing back underway for round 4 of the 2023 Silverlake C1 Racing Club. It now falls to the 2 Trojan Motorsport cars, 508 and 421, to lead the crew around. And they will now choose when to put their foot down. In fact, they've gone already, I think, and a big restart, in fact. They've really got the jump on everyone else. As the safety car rounds the final hairpin, into the final corner will come the 2 Trojan Motorsport cars. Here they come, already at full speed, as they come towards the start and finish line to take the green flag in much different weather conditions than when they first stopped the racing. We're started about at the start of the 3 hours. It is back underway here at Donington Park, and it's the 2 Trojan Motorsport cars that will lead them across the line as they come up towards Redgate Corner now with an hour and 48 minutes or so to go. So just over an hour to go then. Now remember, cars cannot make a mandatory stop within the first 15 minutes of a restart of a race after it's been red flagged. So anyone having to make 3 pit stops, which includes the 2 leaders and the Drinkwater car that's coming up the inside here of the 521 Auto Farm car. In fact, the first 9 or 10 cars in the field cannot make a mandatory pit stop or can't make a stop that counts towards as being one of their mandatory stops until 15 minutes has elapsed after the restart. So keep an eye on that, and also keep an eye on when cars start to come in. So I imagine around about roughly probably 45 minutes to go, 3/4 of an hour, they'll come into the pit lane, which means it's going to be very busy for those first few cars that hadn't made any pit stops. They might have been planning to make their last stops, all their 3 stops quite late in the race anyway, but some, I'm certain, would have had to pit within that kind of 30-40 minute window which we lost to reduce the red flag because of the inclement weather conditions that came down, the treacherous rainstorm that we had, which had to force the red flag. So as the leaders then make their way out through McLean's now for the first time back under racing conditions, it's still the 2 Trojan cars who I think realise they've got to make haste here. They got a very quick restart and are already tried to get away pretty quickly here, and they're not hanging around to get this gap out. Of course, David Drinkwater's now got past the 2 laps cars. He's in 3rd place now outright. So he's immediately the next cars in front of him are the 2 cars which he needs to try and pass to try and take the lead. There is David Drinkwater. Down towards the S as they come. Also in 4th place there is the car that they were battling along with the Silverlake car, and that is the TGR Racing Machine, Luke Harberman at the wheel. So as they come down towards the hairpin, and it is still the 2 Trojan cars, and look at the gap they've pulled already. They're trying to put several seconds on everyone else, and as hard as David Drinkwater wants to push, the 2 Trojan cars now they have to try and get away here and create that gap as quickly as possible to try and get any advantage that the other cars might take, particularly those that have already stopped. When they start to come in for their first mandatory pit stop. So this is going to be quite a hive of activity over the next hour or so. Well, in 15 minutes' time, there's going to be a huge hive of activity. I think we're going to get quite a jumbled up order for some period of, 10-15 minutes or so, even for even longer than that before we get to the end of the race. To try and determine exactly who is where, what stops they have to make, and what they can do. Right, now, Autofarm have come in, but I don't think they've heeded the call that you can't actually pit right now. So if they are coming to try and make a pit stop, that's probably not going to work, I don't think, and they're probably going to get penalised for that, or it won't actually count towards their mandatory stops. And either they've forgotten, or they're just trying to take a punt and go, let's just go for it. Right, I'm just looking in the background. Is it a scheduled stop? Just keeping an eye on the top of the screen there with that Autofarm pit stop. Can't quite tell. Maybe Rob can have a look at it for us. There was a door open and possibly a driver around there. I'm not sure if Rob can we can get signal to Rob down the pit lane, but if we can have a properly look at the Autofarm pit stop, Autofarm stop, because whether that's an actual pit stop or an issue for something else, if it's an issue for something else, then that's understandable and it won't count towards a pit stop that they're going to do. If they're trying to bump the system and try and get through, they're going to get penalised by the fact that that pit stop is not going to count. So that's a crucial thing they've got to remember. There's rumbling overhead, but thankfully it's not thunder and lightning. It's one of the regular jumbo jets that are flying across from either to or from East Midlands Airport. So thankfully it's no more thunder and lightning, and it is starting to actually brighten up at some points out on the circuit. Now that rain cell has passed, thankfully it's looking a little bit brighter in the mix there. Now this is interesting. There are several cars pitting, but I'm certain that these pit stops will not count towards their final pit tally, because you've got Quattro Formaggio in, the 370 car is in as well. But as per the rules, surely none of these pit stops are going to count. Surely, there's going to be quite a few teams here that will have to pit a couple more times at least to kind of make these pit stops count. I I don't know, some of them were possibly a little bit low on fuel and had to make a pit stop anyway because they had no choice. But at the same time, they're going to have to come back in again, and that might compromise a few teams, including Quattro Formaggio, because they've made their first pit stop under green flag that was under regulation. But several cars there, I wonder, have they just made stops possibly to try and get fuel in order to do so? The rule, again, to clarify the rule, it clearly states in the regulations, in Rule 2.12.1, and it states, unless otherwise specified in the final instruction or via a bulletin, these pit stops, they have to make 3 mandatory driver changes or procedural pit stops that must be made for races of 6 hours or less, which this is. These stops may only take place 15 minutes after the start of the race, or in the case of a restart after a red flag, which is what we've just had, then 15 minutes after the restart of the race, including any start under a safety car. Any stop commenced before this time will not be counted towards the 3 mandatory stops. So maybe there are some teams that are taking the sacrifice and going, okay, this stop won't count towards our mandatory tally, but we have to come in because we have to try and get fuel. So maybe that's some of the teams. Let's look at it both ways. The regulation is the regulation. At the same time, they might have had a chance to do it. Now, one car that's in, interestingly, is the race leader, which is 508 Trojan Motorsport. So this is quite intriguing. So there are teams in here that haven't stopped, but I think in this sequence, probably these teams are going to have to make as many as possibly 4 pit stops, including this one. This is interesting. So yeah, lots of teams coming in, but I'm certain that they're going to have to make at least, for some teams, 3 more pit stops, which is 3 scheduled ones. Out goes the 508 car. I wonder if this is mostly for cars that just need fuel to get to then, because they've been running around for quite a bit and didn't get a chance to stop and were probably on the cusp of doing so before the rainstorm hit and the safety car came out to bunch them all up, and then before the red flag. So this might well be possibly just fuel stops, but most of the teams will surely know that, at least for the ones that haven't made any pit stops before that red flag came out, they're going to have to come back in. Once it ticks to about roughly 46, 45 minutes, come back in 3 more times to make 3 legitimate pit stops. Let's just wait and see how this race plays out, because I'll be intrigued to see how that's dealt with on that side. Now, 508 have come back out, and they've come out just in front of the 458 Silverlake car, as off the road for the second time today has gone the signature RV with BPC tuning car. It's the Golf livery car. It went off at the first corner at the start of the race, but as expected, once again, after we just got going once more, safety car has been deployed once again. So unfortunately, that means that any more cars that need to try and make a pit stop are going to be in quite a difficult position here. Now, whilst this happens and the safety car gathers the cars back up, we're going to head back down to Rob Lewis, who has another interview for us down in pit lane. Thankfully, now the conditions are much brighter and much less treacherous than they were a few moments ago. Who have you got, Rob?
The rain is no longer falling, and we've got the race leader that's come in, to Austin Mundy from Team Trojan. Austin, first of all, how bad did the conditions get out there?
Yeah, that was horrendous. There was floods across about 3 corners where even at really low speed the car was moving all over the place, so it was the right decision to red flag it, and now the track's good. So
fantastic. So the water's actually dissipated quite quickly due to the ambient temperatures, I guess?
Yeah, it must be. But yeah, the track now, there's no standing water. Probably a little bit at the first corner, that's it.
So let's talk about the race. Great opening stint. How was it for you before the rain came?
Yeah, it was good till the safety car come out, then all the hard work went out the window. But yeah, it was just hard with the track limits. I didn't realise I'd even gone off 3 times, and then I got a radio saying you're on your last warning, so I just had to keep it between the white lines, manage it so we didn't get any penalties.
And is that penalties for the car or just for you?
I think they're clear after an hour. I don't know that for sure, but I think they do.
Fingers crossed. And now, who's out in the car now, and what's sort of the strategy for the rest of the race?
Well, I thought I was coming in after an hour, and I think I've done a lot longer than that, so I ain't got a clue what the strategy is. But Charlie's out now, so, and then we'll have another swap for Adam after. So.
Fantastic, right, well done. Great first stint. I'll let you go and get yourself a drink. So there we go, we've heard from the race leader, Team Trojan, already. Scott, those 2 cars up at the front, they look pretty unbeatable.
They do, thanks for that, Rob, but I've been intrigued to see how this pit stop rule gets played out, given the fact that we're down to the safety car again. Let me just double check how that rule reads with the safety car as well. And it includes any start under a safety car, so this will be interesting. So, yeah, technically mandatory pit stops now, once the racing gets back underway, they're going to wait another 15 minutes until they can make those stops. So This is going to be very interesting to see how this is going to be quite a frantic bit of pit lane work in the last roughly, I'd say, what, 35 minutes? 35 minutes, I think. So this will be intriguing. So yeah, the order now then, now that we've had a handful of pit stops and pit callers, the current situation as it stands right now is Trojan Motorsport lead the way with 40. It's the 41 car in the lead now. Literally 2 cars in the sequence back from them, and the safety car is 318 WRC Developments with CB Auto Services, David Drinkwater at the wheel. 311 TGR Racing, Luke Harberman is in 3rd place. Melbourne Racing, after they made their first pit stop, they've risen up to 4th place now through all of that, as the signature RV with BPC tuning car gets pulled away off screen, and away it goes. So hopefully this time by, maybe even this time, we might get a possible chance to get going again. Maybe not this time by, but next time possibly we could do so. And then it will be 5th place for MLP Developments, 6th for Scooter Race C1, 7th for the now the highest place of the 2 Silverlake cars in 7th place, 8th now for the Trojan Motorsport car that was leading for so long, with Charlie Bingham at the wheel, 508. 9th is the second of the Silverlake cars that's been up there in 3rd or 4th position for quite a long time in this race, which is 9th position. And rounding out the top 10 is BPC Motorsport with Jay Hadley, and that's Jay Hadley at the wheel for the highest placed BPC tuning car, BPC Motorsport car in the mix. Other cars to keep an eye on where they are. 346 in 11th place with James Little at the wheel. The Cat DT car with Colin Hode at the wheel is now currently set 13th place. Quattro Formaggio is in 14th position. The CSC FDL packaging car with Dave Scotting at the wheel is 15th. And the Jelly Snake car 16th place at the moment. Other notable cars. 4G Racing cars currently in 19th position. We've got Jolt Racing car that was out there that we spoke to earlier on. That is currently in 26th. The Has-Been Racing car in 27th place. And everyone, there's not really too many other key cars that are that further down the order. The only cars we've really lost in the race are the Emax Motorsport car number 343. And that's about it. Also, Team Insane are in the pit lane too as well. Now, I believe the rule is that if you pit, also both the Silverlake cars are also in too. So that's the Silverlake 2 car of Davis, and also George Davis and Alan Preble is also in as well in the 558 machine. So as we report in there from Austin Monday, talking about the fact that the track conditions are changing quite quickly. In fact, there's not that much if any standing water out there, and that has to be due to the warmer conditions. If it was, let's say, anywhere between 0 to 10 or 12 degrees, I doubt that the track will be drying that quickly, because it's 20 degrees out there. It probably is drying much quicker than we would normally anticipate. You can see even a little bit of a dry line forming also. You can see, look, on the racing line, so that's just how quickly it's dispersing. And also the fact you've got cars going around dispersing the water off the racing line will certainly be helping the grip levels out there. So compared to what we had under the red flag, this will be quite the interesting conclusion to this race I think we're going to have. Now I think this time by now that the signature RV BPC tuning car has been dragged to a place of safety now, and everything else should be back in place. It wouldn't surprise me if we get race back underway this time by. Less than 50 minutes to go then, and because of the red flag and everything else, we've completed 42 laps, which is not as we definitely thought we were going to, but nonetheless, I think how this race is going to end is going to be quite intriguing, particularly with all the stuff there. That is a section of area where it's gathered quite a lot of standing water. Thankfully, we're not using that section. That's the area where we would be going through the national pits. And in the background, I saw just there the Silverlake safety car lights off, which means that we're going to get racing back this time once again. So once again, it's now up to Trojan Motorsports team, this time for the 41 car, to try and restart the race and get a good jump. Now, WRC Developments, if they can get a good start also and get around the Emax Motorsport car that's directly in front of them, there's a good chance they could possibly get a nice little leapfrog on them and start chasing after Trojan, but it depends on how well Trojan's car can handle these wet conditions. It seems that at the moment, wet or dry, these cars are in pretty good form. So, safety car is way up the road. What about the restart here? Is Charlie Freeman going now? Yes, he is. He's gone for it. And now he heads up the hill. Safety car is well and clear going to be in the pit lane by the time Charlie Freeman gets to the apex of the final corner. As he turns in, the rest of the pack going through. There was the 508 car in the middle of the pack as well. Here comes 41 out of the final corner. Let's try it again, shall we? Green flag in the air and back racing once more with 47 minutes left to go then. And again, remember, on the restart, you can't actually come into the pit lane. So essentially, it means that to make a regulation pit stop means they're going to have to do it in 32 minutes. There are also cars in the pit lane that are also holding there to try and make their stops. Now, I believe I'm correct. Again, making your pit stop in whilst the safety car is out, I believe it's a 6-minute pit stop that you have to, minimum pit stop that you have to make in order to not gain too much of an advantage, from what I understand from the rules. But now, a good restart once again from the 421 Trojan cars. These Trojan cars are pretty rapid on the restart, I'll tell you that. There's a car, unless that's a car on the outside of the circuit was going a bit slowly in the background. It might have been a car that was on the other side of the barrier, behind the barriers and behind the tyre wall. Yes, it is. No, it's not. It was another car that was struggling towards the back. I thought it was, for a second, it was a car driving behind the barrier, but it's not. It's a car actually on track that was going a little bit slowly. Who that was, I'm not 100%. I think it might be one of the. Is it one of the Emax cars? I'm not sure. Ooh, they're 3 abreast in towards the old hairpin at this stage of the race. We've got cars everywhere, and you've got all this water on the circuit as well. Not quite the wisest thing to do on a restart. One car trying to make its carve its way through pretty quickly is the 508 car. It's trying to pick its way through as fast as possible. As we make our way up towards the watching these pack of cars coming in towards McLean's. It's headed by the 508 Trojan car. So Trojan Motorsport are trying to make up some time as much as possible. They've got quite a few cars to get around. And here comes Trojan. Lights ablaze, as are everyone else. You've got Red Sky Racing in there, the 437 car, BPC Motorsport, and also when there is 455. 455 being, if I remind myself, Oakley Motorsport as well. So these 3 cars not battling for position, but they are battling for on-track position at least, to try and get some space. And also getting in there too, is that possibly the, that's the Badger Racing machine as well, I wonder. Is that 423? 427 is in there. I think 427 is that's the Badger Racing. No, AF Racing that is. That's AF Racing that's in that scrap as well. 4 different cars, 4 cars in 4 very different positions in the road, but still trying to pick their way through if they can. So now that WRC Developments has cleared the back marker, as also have several other cars, including the TGF racing car, TGR racing car, excuse me. We're intrigued to see how and if they can actually start to reel in the 421 car. We'll also say as well that given maybe it is these ambient temperatures, but yeah, the circuit, at least on the apex there, you can see is looking substantially drier than it was originally. So I think these ambient temperatures and the circuit really are working. In the pit lane comes 437 for a pit stop, and so are several other cars. But I'm really intrigued to see kind of, and so is 421 in fact, 458 also, so the race leaders are in. But I'll be really intrigued to see how this works with the rule that you can't pit after 15 minutes after a red flag or a safety car, and it won't count as a mandatory one. So I'm just really interested to see how this is going to work. I'm quite intrigued to see how this is going to play out, really, because I'm not quite sure how they're going to get how. There's lots of teams having to come in probably out of necessity due to fuel, understandable, but it's interesting how we tackle this and how this is going to be worked out in the end. There's the one of the BPC tuning cars, the approved marketing car's gone through. The 41 car's completed its pit stop, nice and quick. So it stops at the top of the pit lane, and it's out in front of WRC Development. So you can see that they've both are very quick turnarounds and driver changes in the mix. So into the race once again go both Trojan Motorsport and then WRC Development's not far behind. So very quick stops for both. I think it's Jonathan Monday at the wheel now, and as for WRC Development's Nicole Drought has managed to get in. Another car for another stop as well. It may well be that they might have to sort out exactly who's stopping what and what's being allowed later on, because rather than worry about it too much on the broadcast here, let's just run through the race as it is. And if there is a change in result, I'll have to double check it for you. So 320 in for its mandatory stop. Well, it's in for a stop, shall we say. 320, which is AASP Motorsport, one of the Barons at the wheel of that car now, making a change. The 409 car, BPC Tuning, is in there too. So more cars right in the pit lane making stops. Now, I predicted it was going to be quite a frantic hive of activity for the pit lane in this last stint of the race. Now we're back under green flag conditions. The one thing you're hoping for, of course, is not a red flag, but not another safety car, because touch wood, of course, that would really throw a spanner into the works of anyone else being able to do that. Out of the circuit goes 4G Racing. They're going out on circuit. There's Red Sky Racing circulating with a couple of other cars in the mix. One of them there is that's the Radiation Racing car. There's 409 BBC Motorsport. More cars diving for the pit lane also. So this is probably just be an old-fashioned proper sprint to get everyone's pit stops done. And away you go. We might not get a proper true indication of exactly where everyone is, really, until the last, 5-10 minutes? Because everyone will be pitting in constantly to get all their mandatory stops out of the way and to be able to keep on track. So the Trojan Motorsport 508 car goes through, retains the lead. In second place now, it's going to be Emax Motorsport. Quattro Formaggio is now up to third place. Trojan Motorsport fifth now, because that 41 car has made a pit stop. It's been classified and pushed down a little bit through the order. So up through the order has gone CSC FDL Packaging's 417 car, and also Jelly Snake Racing with Liquid Molly. They are also in for their stop. There's 458 making a stop to put Mike Chapman in the car, as George Davis will jump out. So that car will be pushed backwards shortly, just waiting for the stop to be concluded. More cars in the pit lane scanning Q tags to change the driver. There's the 508 car, Trojan Motorsport, continuing in the lead now. It's got an 11.9 second lead after that stop over Emax Motorsport, which have made a pit stop. Then you've got Quattro Formaggio with Parks in third position, CSE Racing FDL Packaging fourth, and there's WRC Developments in again. So that they're straight back in now for another pit stop, and I think everyone's trying to. It's probably a race to see how quickly teams can do all their pit stops here before they can get back out and just keep on racing. So this will be quite intriguing to see how this all plays out and see how it gets on out there. So there is the TGR racing car, which is now circulating in 8th place. And it has one of the Silverlake cars just behind it. That is the 458. That's the Chapman and George Davis car that's just been in. So that car continues on. And as the race now goes into its final 40 minutes, again, the pit lane just an absolute hive of activity, because you've got lots of cars. Basically every single lap there's cars coming in to make pit stops to try and, I guess, reel them off as much as possible. So just over 40 minutes to go, 4-0, before we get to the conclusion of this rather unusual Silverlake C1 Endurance Series race. Can't see us see one like this for a while, given the fact we had the red flag, the torrential rain, the mix-up with this rather unknown situation with all the pit stops. At the moment, Trojan Motorsport are in the pound seat, but Emax Motorsport, you can never count out Emax Motorsport. They will always be in contention somewhere. So keep an eye out for that. I do genuinely think, looking at the track conditions, I think that the interviews that we had are absolutely right. The track conditions are definitely not as treacherous as they were before. It's a bit of some parts are wetter than others, granted, but it's not to the point where it's absolutely undrivable. It's perfectly drivable out there at the moment. And there's 409 making a refuelling stop. Also, Trojan looks to be on hand to be waiting for a stop also, by the looks of it. And in comes 421. So another of the leading cars in. This is the car, as I mentioned, that took Trojan to their 24-hour race win at Silverstone a few weeks ago. The exact same car. Looks like they've given it a bit of a polish up and a tweak and a service to make sure it's all good and the way it goes again. So a few more fuel stops. So 421 is in. I think at this point now for the team, it's probably just a case of do what you can to get all your pit stops done as quick as possible time. And if there's anything to sort out afterwards, they'll deal with it later, which is probably just the best strategy. Probably just the strategy of some of the teams to, if they have to sort it out later on, I'm sure they will try and take a look and see what the procedure is and see what the situation might have been. So 41 then. Q-tag scanned and away it goes. Also in is the Silverlake car again. That's the 458 car in again. And they've jumped out of the car. So that's another driver change quickly. This really is becoming a proper sprint rather than a 3-hour race. Of course, we've had about an interruption of about half an hour or so, given the fact that we had so much awful rain and awful weather out there. So there goes 421. Has rejoined probably in about roughly towards the base of the top 10, I would imagine. Still, the Trojan Motorsport 508 car has made just the one pit stop so far. Same with Emax Motorsport's James Little. The highest placed car that's made 2 stops is the Quattro Formaggio team, Christopher Parks. And again, this might play into their favour a little bit because the top 2 cars in front of them are literally yet to make their second stops. Quattro Formaggio only has 1 more stop to make, so this could be even playing into their hands and put them into a position where they could potentially even win this race. The CSC Racing FDL packaging team, they won, of course, at Anglesey last year in the special long into the night race that they had in 2022. The Trojan Motorsport car in 5th position has made its stop. TGR Racing also in there not too far away in 6th. 7th for Jelly Snake Racing with Liquid Molly. 8th for CSC Racing. 9th for MLP Developments. And 10th place, for WRC Developments. But again, they're trying to make all their stops at once if they can. Nicole Drout's at the wheel. Now then, that's interesting. That's a driver that's walking back. I think you're missing your car, mate. I'm not sure if that's a car that's stopped anywhere, or if that's a driver who has had an issue somewhere and stopped his car. I don't know. I think there is a car stopped in the background. I think there was. If you pan to the left, yeah, there it is. There's the car off the road. Now, who's that? That's a BPC tuning car, I think. A BPC Motorsport car. Now, it's off the road. It's been pushed behind the barrier, so thankfully it's not going to cause any problems, I don't think. But there's one forlorn-looking driver walking back to the pits. I don't want to make light of his poor situation, of course, but just a lonely driver walking backwards. It's the loneliest feeling in the world, given that you've retired from the race, you have to trudge back to the pits and try and explain what the problem was. So as he walks back to explain his fate, the race continues on. We've got the 458 Silverlake car, which is currently showing at the moment, given we've got quite, again, a lot of this order is very much, I think, very out of sequence, given that we've got not really a proper true order here of cars coming in to make their stops. Incredibly, we've got only one car in the pit lane right now making a pit stop. But I guess teams want to try and make theirs as quickly as possible to get them out of the way. And then if they've got driving time available on their fastest driver, to get them in the car and get them out for the remainder of the race. If they can, if they haven't used it all up, particularly if it also counts when they're stopped under the red flag behind the wheel. So there goes Nicole Drout then, trying to build on the good work of David Drinkwater. Another couple of cars in to make pit stops. Nobody in from the top 10, it seems. Oh no, tell a lie, Emax Motorsport 346 car. So that car's just come in, I think that was the black car, just coming into the top of the pit lane. That's in now for its second stop. And then, of course, you've got Quattro Formaggio, who are, again, the highest placed car that's made 2 stops. And Trojan Motorsport are still to make their second stop too, with Charlie Bingham at the wheel in car 508. So there's Red Sky Racing, 35 minutes still to go. And it's one of those races now, but for everything that's happened, I can't quite predict how this is going to play out. To me, looking at it on paper, the cars that are in the pound seats right now are Quattro Formaggio in 392 and CSE Racing in 417. They're the highest placed. Also, Trojan Motorsport are in there too as well, if you like. But they're the highest 2 cars that have made 2 pit stops. So they've only got to make 1 more and then go to the end of the race without too much issues. So that will be intriguing to see how that all decides to play out. The 346 car has just pitted and, of course, hasn't put its window up yet. I think it will do shortly, I'm sure. As the race continues to tick by with minutes going on. Again, it's a very broken up race at the moment. The Emax car, as you can see, out of the pit lane after its second stop. Trying to pick its way around the... Oh, Melbourne Racing car. That's why everyone checked up, because that was the BPC tuning car that went off the road. Another car in strife. That was the advanced marketing car, approved valeting car, sorry. Yes, it is. He's off the road. Now then, if they can cover that with yellows, oh, don't dig yourself in. If they can cover that with yellows and get to push the car back out again, they might get away with that. The one thing I'm sure some teams will be hoping doesn't happen is a safety car, because that's going to complicate things even further. So the marshals certainly have to get out there. I'm sure if they can cover it with waved yellows whilst they can try and push him back out, that might be the best solution, hopefully. But let's see if what the clerk of the course decides to do, given where we are in the race. There is the 437 car still going. So the tricky thing is, it's such a precarious point of the circuit. Right on the exit of the old hairpin, you really have to throw the double wave yellows and wave them hard in order to slow cars down. That's a really tricky spot to go off there as well. I don't know, I hate to say it, but that might well warrant another safety car, because that's in quite a precarious position, right on the edge of the circuit. The driver's now clambering out, so that might be its car done. So that might well be a safety car. Now, 558 are making their pit stop, and if they've just done that just before the safety cars come out, if it is coming out, they could have played an absolute blinder. That could be intriguing. Let's keep an eye out for that one. So they come up through Redgate Corner and splash some of the standing water out of the way. With 32.5 minutes to go, are we about to see our third safety car? Well, the driver's... he's trying, bless him, he's trying to push it as much as he can. I commend his effort, but he might need a bit of help because, yes, the Citroen C1s are quite light, but they're not quite light enough for you to push them around with your little finger. Thankfully, the marshal quickly on hand to try and sort out the driver. And that car, I'm afraid, looks like it's going no further. So the decision now is it going to? Are we going to go with a safety car, or is there going to be a live snatch with waved yellows down there to try and keep the race going? Because we've had enough of the hold. We had already had enough hold-ups and red flag issues and issues with the conditions, etc. So I think there's going to be an interesting decision here. Right, now it's going to be a live snatch by the looks of it, because the snatch vehicle is on its way now. As it boldly wheels its way towards the stranded C1, and it will hopefully try and quickly put it out of the way. So yeah, I think they're going to cover that by the looks of things with double wave yellows and try and keep the race going as much as possible. 320's had a spin on the exit and they've stopped. Either it is a spin or they have stopped. So 320 also in trouble. 320 AASP, and that currently has at the moment at the wheel of it in 320. That's going to be that's G Barrand, and that's going to be Georgia Barrand. So she's had a spin on the exit of Redgate Corner. I think they're trying to, one, try and get the driver back into the car, and then two, allow him to be able to steer it so they can actually drag him back out without too many issues. Because I think the last thing anyone wants is another safety car to try and break things up further. So the recovery's still going on down there. The master's going to try and instruct him to exactly how to wheel the car to get out of the way. And I thought for a second there was another car sliding wide there, but it wasn't. Just keeping off keeping onto the wet racing line rather than the traditional racing line. Over the crest, down the back straight and towards the SS now once again. The leaders are coming on lap number 48. No, tell a lie. It's 51. They're on at the moment. Now the snatch vehicle is quickly trying to drag the front of the BRSC Motorsport car, sponsored by Approved Valeting car, out of the way as much as possible. Driver's helping to steer the car. And less than just under half an hour to go now until racing concludes. I think we might be quite tight in terms of the curfew, because it's just ticked over to just about 29 minutes past 6, and I'm certain the curfew must be at 7, and there's about 29 minutes still to go. So we might be actually ending the race with engines on or off, literally, unless we flag it a couple of minutes early to try and get all the cars in. I might literally be looking at it as if the race finishes with literally about a minute to go until we hit at least 7 o'clock. So the BRSC tuning car being dragged through the gravel. You can see the tram lines being left by the tyres. Here comes the WRC Developments car, driven by Nicole Drought. A talented Irish woman there. She actually took a class win earlier on in the ClubSport Trophy, along with Matt Mills and the Mini Cooper R53. So it's looking like it's quite a positive weekend all round for Nicole, considering that she's now also back behind the wheel of the WRC Developments C1. It's inside the final half hour now. At the moment there are still teams, including the Trophy and 508 car, is still yet to make a pit stop. As I say that though, into the pit lane they dive, so in for their second stop. As we watch, that was the Jenny Tools racing car trying to get out after its stop. In comes 508 for its second scheduled stop. Turns left, 45-degree angle, and stop. So very quickly, drive it in, drive it out, drive it in, and no fuel taken on it, so it's simply just the driver change, and that's it. And 28 minutes to go then. So 508 is done. Is that also a Silverlake car coming in? Yes, it is. That's the other car. I think that's the 5. That's the Alan Preble car that's coming in. So that is 558 coming in, I think, for its pit stop. Meanwhile, 508 successfully Hugh tags out at the end of the pit lane, and away it goes. So less than half an hour to go then. And again, I still can't really give you a clear indication of exactly who's going to win this race, because you've got cut right now. Interesting enough now, this is one key to watch for here. So Quattro Formaggio and CSE Racing FDL Packaging, cars 392 and 417, are literally making their third pit stops now. So this will be intriguing. If this is their last pit stops, that's Silver Lake's 558 car making its second pit stop. If these two in second and third right now are making literally one less pit stop, there is Quattro Formaggio. Trojan Motorsport has to make one more stop. Also, interestingly enough, Emax Motorsport have made all 3 of their pit stops, and they're good now at this point in time. Also making 3 pit stops, Jelly Snake Racing. So have the Cat DT squad. And so have MLP Developments, and a couple of others have made at least 3 stops now also. So the tricky thing's going to be is that if Trojan Motorsport still lead at the moment in car 508, are they going to be able to hold on when they make their final pit stop? And they've got about a 41-second advantage over Quattro Formaggio, and they're quite quick at turning around pit stops. So I'd imagine if they can put another pit stop in like they did just then, they might well be still in a good seat to take the victory. There's the Jolt Racing car making one of its mandatory stops. 445 is off the road. It's not been an amazing day for Emax Motorsport today, has it? 343 car off the road. A couple of other cars that have been skittering off into the gravel. 445 tracking its way through. Looks like on the exit gravel of Redgate Corner, quite deep in there as well. As Jolt Racing leaves, Auto Farm arrives. Also into his TGR Racing, so that's going to be Anthony Hardman, I think it's going to hand over to Luke. Yeah, Anthony Hardman in for Luke. And the 445 car, it's in pretty deep. And again, what kind of support is that going to need? Is that going to be coverable under local yellows? And possibly then a snatch vehicle to get it out of the way? As they contemplate the fate of that car, what happens next? There goes the 521 Auto Farm car. It's got like a development car, so like a concept car, camo type livery on that machine. I quite like it. Almost blends in a bit. Somebody else also in to take a stop as they're being called in. So 508 then, actually making its final pit stop then. This is going to be interesting. So in for a final stop, but the question's got to be, how quick is this stop going to be, and is it just going to be a driver change? And it is just a driver change by the look of it. Having to very quickly cycle through these driver changes to get them done. The pit stop taking maybe a bit longer than anticipated. Is this going to put Quattro Formaggio into the lead as the snatch vehicle goes to recover the 445 Emax car? But is Quattro Formaggio going to come through here? There goes 508. It's a relatively quick stop. Where are Quattro Formaggio, and also where is Trojan Motorsport's 421 car, and also where is Emax Motorsport's 346 car? So out of the pits goes Trojan in the 508 machine. But have they done enough to potentially take victory in this race by completing all 3 of their stops? There goes the 508 car out of the pits back into the race. That was Jelly Snake Racing just behind them. So let's see, is there any indication of who is where at the moment across the line? So the tracker, I think. So 508 is already down at the old hairpin. But the car we're looking for particularly is car 392. And 392 is... Where is 392 on the tracker? 392, I think it's ahead of it. So I think Quattro Formaggio, I think they've leapfrogged the 508 car, I believe. Look at the tracker. That's interesting. So 421 is circulating right now. But as they come up towards the chicane, there's Quattro Formaggio, and it looks to me as if they are now ahead after that pit stop sequence. This could be now a chance for Christopher Parks and Alistair May to go for victory here with 23 minutes to go. The question's got to be, in these conditions, how good is the Quattro Formaggio car, and also how good are the Trojan cars in the mix? So, looks like Alistair May, I think, is going to be into the lead now. He's ahead of the 421 car. Yes, he's ahead of him. And I think both of those cars are ahead of 508. But yeah, they must be, because 508 is just coming into the chicane now on our tracker. And I think that was it, just coming over the crest. So I think we have got a new leader then. And remember, Quattro Formaggio is showing us having made their 3 stops. They won't have to stop again, and neither, I think, will 421. Through goes Quattro Formaggio. Do they take the lead, yes or no? The answer is... yes, they do. So they're into the lead they go then. So Quattro Formaggio leads here at Donington Park with 22 minutes to go. It's now into second place, the 421 Trojan Motorsport car. And then in third place now after that final stop, it's now 508. And they just saw them at the top of the screen. They just flashed into view, the little yellow flash at the top of the screen just then. That was the 508 car just exiting out of the Goddard's hairpin. And that's just interesting. The 311 car, Anthony Hardman, that's the TGR Racing car. That's now just been given a 3-lap penalty. Let's see if there's anything in race control about that. Nothing in race control just yet. Let's take a look in the regs here. So let's see if we can find how much what a 3-lap penalty. So 3-lap penalty. It says the 3-lap penalty is for. The only thing I can find for 3 laps is for not producing, failing to provide video coverage. It's the only rule I can find within the regulations which suggests that you get a 3-lap penalty. So unless there's been an incident out on track, which they needed footage for, and the team weren't able to provide it. So that's interesting. So apart from that, I can't think of possibly anything else that car would be getting a 3-lap penalty for, but that's going to drop it way down the order anyway. That's been applied, I think, straight away, which means that the TGR Racing car is now sat at the moment in 3 laps down in 32nd place. Meanwhile, Alistair May is trying to pull away as much as he can. There's the 421 car. In fact, there's been a change, in fact. So 421 with Jonathan Monday at the wheel is wasting no time in getting past Alistair May there. Last lap time by, the gap was 3.2 seconds, but in that sequence on this lap alone, Jonathan Monday has really pulled a blinder here and actually put in a superb lap time and a great effort to catch up with and pass the Quattro Formaggio car with 20 minutes to go. So the car that won the C1 24 hours, but no, they're into the pit lane. So, and they've got, one more stop to make actually. So I should have seen that, but that's me being silly. So, in fact, they make their pit stop, but they got the track position, which means now, once again, this car leads the race. Car 392, Quattro Formaggio, Alistair May at the wheel then. He and Christopher Parks could be 20 minutes away from taking victory in round 4 of the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. Here comes the 421 car for its final stop. 320 car's also back in as well after it stopped on track. That's Georgia Barron's car that stopped, but they're going to be in for a mandatory service. I think also one of the Silverlake cars is coming in for a mandatory stop too, and that's going to be, which one of those is it going to be? Silverlake 2 or Silverlake Racing? They both have made stops. It might just be the car team that's, I might misjudge the car that was next to them. Out once again now, having finished the stop, is Trojan Motorsport. And out of the, there they go. Looks like it was a good job all round from Trojan. Don't forget the Hugh tag, and away they go again. There goes 320. As they come down to out of the pit lane, just filtering into traffic, and see how that works out. Meanwhile, race leaders in through Coppice now for what is currently. Oh, goodness me! That's the 588 car's gone over. So 588. So certainly giving everyone a fright there, at least on the screen. Just pops up in front of me. 588 is Scuderia C1, and they were running in 11th place at one point. So again, it's the old hairpin catching drivers out, and as predicted, safety car has been deployed. Now then, one team, a couple of teams this will catch out. One team in particular, it's going to catch up WRC Developments because they currently have only made 2 stops. They need to make 1 more. Now, under the safety car, depending how long this is, it might be a bit tricky. They're going to have to possibly sacrifice some track position and a few positions in general in order to make that 3rd stop. one thing this does do also is one thing it does is it helps Trojan Motorsport 41. There they are. They've just made their stop, which means they can bunch back up again and be in the fight. It helps Emax Motorsport 346. It helps 508's Trojan Motorsport car. And but it doesn't really help is Quattro Formaggio, because they had quite a nice lead, which is now going to be completely evaporated depending on how many cars might be around them in lap traffic. It's going to help Quattro Formaggio. It's not really going to help Quattro Formaggio unless, well, it does in a small way, because it means that the longer this race does carry on, the longer they can stay in front and potentially go forward to take a race victory. But it depends on how quickly they can recover the C1, put it back on its roof. 445 has also now stopped behind the barrier, it seems, I think, for good, and that's down at the chicane, but it's way out of the way anyway, so I don't think that's going to be a problem either. And the 445 car was one that we saw stuck in the gravel on the exit of Redgate Corner, so that's one to keep an eye out too. Thankfully, the Scuderia C1 car is back on its wheels, but it ain't going any further, I'm afraid. Marshall's going to just delegate what they're going to do next. What's that one? Waves the yellow flag to signal that we are under yellow flag and safety car conditions. So let's just try and take stock of where we are then with 16.5 minutes to go. So Quattro Formaggio lead the way then. The gap was 6.5 seconds last time they crossed the line. James Little in second place is in Emax Motorsports 346 car. Third is the first of the Trojan Motorsport cars, Adam Willis at the wheel currently in car 508. Car 417, which is CSC Racing and FDL Packaging, which has been driven by, I believe that's Scott Cunniff, I think. Car 417. Stephen Cunniff, he's sharing that car with Dave Scottin. And then we have the Jelly Snake Racing team, which has charged up to 5th position. Now has Cannings at the wheel. 6th for the second Trojan Motorsport car, which was at the front of the field and chasing its teammate, currently P6 at the moment. Car 41, Jonathan Monday at the wheel. 7th place for the WRC Developments with CB Auto Services car, with Nicole Drought at the wheel. They've got one more stop to make, so they might tumble down the order once racing gets back underway. 8th is the Cat DT car with Cat DT with Colin Hode. 9th is the 513, the second of the CSC FDL packaging cars, and that car is being driven in car 513 by James Cunniff, sharing with Nicholas Cunniff. And then rounding out the top 10, it's MLP Developments with Manford at the wheel in car number 451. So they've just quickly got the driver back in the seat so they can quickly wheel this car back out of the way. And as they head down to the hairpin and up towards the end of another lap behind the safety car, we might get, not this time by, but next time by, the safety car has picked up the leader. And interestingly enough, it's also picked up second and third place right behind him. So the top 3 cars are literally nose to tail behind the safety car. And if this is going to play into the hands of either James Little or Adam Willis, then so be it. Less than 15 minutes to go then in this 4th round of the Silverlake C1 Endurance race. It's not quite like a C1 race that I've ever really seen before. It's been quite extraordinary in this race, particularly with the weather, the red flag, the constant switching around of pit stops. The order's been changing around in the last roughly, 40 minutes or so. Now that pit stops we appear at least to be being allowed and being okay. So under the safety car here, this is only going to extend the chances of a Quattro Formaggio win even further, but of course what will also worry him is the fact that he's got Emax Motorsports James Little and Trojan Motorsports Adam Willis on his tail, and they're going to certainly want to pounce on the restart. So quite frankly, there's pluses and minuses to this safety car. It helps Quattro Formaggio in some ways, but it hinders them in others, particularly in the fact that it keeps their competition closer than they would like. So I think they would have. I think it looks like they've probably cleared the danger from down at the old hairpin already, which means with about roughly, once they get back round to the line, probably around about 11.5 minutes, 12 to go. Looks like we are probably going to get racing back underway to hopefully go all the way to the flag and decide who wins this rather crazy Silverlake C1 Endurance race. Is it going to be Quattro Formaggio? Is it going to be Emax Motorsport? Is it going to be Trojan Motorsport? Will it be somebody else who will pick their way through the field and get to the top step? Only sands of time will tell. But quite a safety car filled race at Donington Park. It's one of those circuits again where there's a couple of corners that are quite deceptive, and the way you take them can determine whether or not you're taking it well or taking it poorly, and actually could be in a world of trouble. That's a story for another time, as the cars are just making their way out of Coppice and up towards the back straight once again. There's the 421 car in the order. That's 6th in the actual race, but it's shuffled further back behind back markers by the look of it. There's the WRC Developments car, which is now in 7th place. But again, that car with Nicole Trout at the wheel, that's got to make one more pit stop in order to be kosher with the regulations. A couple of cars circulating towards the back. So 11 3/4 minutes to go. So the MLP Developments cars come into the pit lane. So pit stop from 9th place. So they're going to drop down outside the top 10. A few more cars that have been errant. Meanwhile, looks like the safety car lights are out. So hopefully we're going to get now an 11.5 minute sprint to the flag to decide who wins round 4 of the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. Can Quattro Formaggio hold on, or will the advances of both 346 Emax Motorsport and Trojan Motorsport be enough to try and overhaul them? Let's find out. Just over 11 minutes to go. Green flag in the air, and we're back to racing once again. And immediately on the toes of Quattro Formaggio. A good restart from James Little. An equally good start from Adam Willis. Let's put them both on the bumper of Alistair May here. 3 quite experienced drivers. Let's see who can win this one out in the wet conditions. Through Redgate. Good run for Emax there, right on the tail. Good, also slightly different line for the Trojan car, but Willis is going to hold on to 3rd place and slot back in behind. So as they were, nose to tail, the Stephen Cunniff 417 cars up there in 4th. It's then Jelly Snake Racing 5th, Trojan Motorsports 421 in 6th. 7th for WRC Developments, but they've got to make one more stop. 8th for Cat DT, 9th for MLP Developments, have just made their final stop by the looks of it right on the restart. And running out the top 10 is the 2nd CSC Racing FDL packaging car with James Cunniff at the wheel for that. There's WRC Developments. Again, yet to make that final pit stop, but up there in 7th. And the Silverlake cars, even though they showed a decent pace, one of them there, I think that's possibly the 458, haven't really been on the pace that they would like to be, particularly in these mixed conditions. The 2 Silverlake cars, Greg Rose is in the wheel of a number 4558 car in 20th place, and it's Mike Chapman is at the wheel of the 458 car in 24th. So, the rest of the field comes pouring through on the restart. It's that lead battle we need to try and possibly concentrate on, and rightly so, because here it comes. This is the chance for James Little to go down the outside into the S's. Does he dare go on the outside line where there's a wet curb, there's a wet painted lines? Does he try and go through? He goes a little too deep and goes possibly over the chicane. And just to cut to a shot there, the 445 car, his teammate, parked against the barrier after it retired earlier on. 9.5 minutes to go. And Alistair May surviving for the time being, but he's got, again, 2 very feisty C1 drivers right behind him. He's got James Little, and on top of that, Adam Willis. And they're going to make their way down to the hairpin now and up towards the Goddard hairpin for the 58th time in this race. So that was a bit of indecisiveness from 41 there, thinking, do I go up the inside? Do I make a pass them for a lap? Do I not? Let's wait and see. And eventually he backed out of it. Wasn't quite keen on it. So, 9 minutes then to see if either James Little or Adam Willis can find the victory here, or if Alistair May is going to do it all by himself. He's going to hold on to it all by himself, with the help, of course, of Christopher Parks. And can they take a victory for Quattro Formaggio? So into Redgate they go, all 3 together. The 417 Cunniff car is back some 5.8 seconds back in 417. In fact, there it is, the white and green car. And now on this part of this run, you can see that the battle for second is closing up. More cars coming in to make their final pit stops, including the Red Sky Racing and I think more critically WRC Developments. They're also in too. They probably had no choice. They had to come in. Otherwise, they would have not made a stop and it wouldn't have worked out. Driver change is underway for 527 Red Sky Racing, all the Shepherds. BPC tuning car just behind that in the background, making a pit stop too. That is, I can't tell the number, 409 by the look of it. So a couple more pit stops. Let's come back towards the right-hander at Coppice. Still putting under pressure as the Red Sky Racing car gets the signal to make sure to tap the hue tag or scan the hue tag at the end, which it usually does. Now then, back to the lead. Here comes James Little with headlights ablaze. Is he going to try and set up the Alistair May Quattro Formaggio car for another move here? It's a nice clean run through the chicane for all three. What about on the run down towards the hairpin? Are they going to be able to hold on? Is Alistair May getting under big pressure here? He looks like he is. And here comes possibly James Little up the inside line for the lead in towards the Melbourne Loop. He's got the inside line. Matt May takes the wide approach into the hairpin to get the undercut, but he can't do that because he's got the Trojan car right on his inside too. So the strategy to try and get the undercut hasn't quite worked. He might be on the inside line possibly to try and get back past Emax Motorsport, but a move up the inside there for James Little is going to put him and Stuart Ratcliffe into the lead here with 6.75 minutes to go. And is there a chance for Quattro Formaggio to get back in front? At the moment, no. And 3-4-6 back into the lead here. So Emax Motorsport back in one of their customary positions. They won, the last 4 races on the bounce in 2022. Both races at Snetterton and both races at Croft prior to that. So these guys know how to win, and Glenn Finn might have just pulled a slight masterstroke here if James Little can hang on for the next 6.5 minutes. The top 3 nose to tail. This might be one of the closest finishes in the C1 Racing Club since we started, particularly across the top 3. It's been a really bizarre and crazy race with all the stoppages and the safety cars and the extreme weather and the way it's been still warm out there, so 19-20 degrees, but there's been heavy rain, torrential stuff, and there goes Alistair May getting very sideways, looking up the inside to try and get back past James Little, trying to force him into a mistake. It was a tighter run through the apex of the corner. Meanwhile, here comes the 311 car, which has got the 3-lap penalty, battling with 458. That's the Michael Chapman, George Davis car. Cat DT's in the mix as well. They're all stacking up behind each other. Several cars in the gaggle. There's at least 2 cars in there battling for position. That's going to be Cat DT in 7th place. And who else is in there too? You've got possibly DF, that's 466 or 465 is in there too. Meanwhile, back to the leaders. Now for 2nd place there. There goes Adam Willis, but the better traction on the outside of the corner through Coppice is going to give Alistair May the track position he needs, but he knows the harder he tries to fight Adam Willis, he knows that he's watching James Little drive away from him in the lead of the race that he's held for so long and inherited after being fortuitous enough to take that first pit stop before the torrential rain came down, the red flag stopped the race. Is there anything there for Alistair May? Can he try and get back past James Little, or is it going to be another masterstroke for Glenn Finn and his boys at Emax Motorsport? Pick up another race win in the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. They're still battling further back. This is mostly for track position rather than actual positions on track. Just looking at who is where on that battle. You've got in there, that's the car in the mix there too. Now, Alistair May has lost a bit of ground here. There's a lapped car in the mix with these 3 leading cars too. And the Trojan car seems more occupied. We're trying to get up the inside here of both the back marker and possibly even the Emax car. Up the inside he goes. No, that was that was Alistair May car getting up the inside, trying to undercut on the exit, got very sideways and crossed up. I thought it was the back marker, but it wasn't. They got past the back marker, which I think is the Fuzzy Duck car, the Fuzzy Duck racing machine. But again, all that battling is just helping James Little in front pull away at this point in time. So 4 minutes to go then. James Little leads for Emax Motorsport. 2nd for Adam Willis now for Trojan Motorsport, the car that has started from pole position, led for so long in this race. If they've got any pace left over, can they possibly try and get themselves a victory here? Are we going to get a grandstand finish like we had at the 24 hours? Is there going to be possibly a last lap skirmish? Well, at the moment, James Little thinking not having any of that, because he's now trying to pull away here to get as much gap as possible to try and leave him, as there goes Alistair May sideways. He's almost getting sideways over the curb, and so too was the Trojan Motorsport car. Adam Willis was out of shape too, but a huge tank slapper for Alistair May, just about held it by boots to the throttle and praying that it would come around again, and thankfully it did. There's the 451 car further back, more lappery going on. The Jolt Racing car's in there too. This is, I think, for position, that was the MLP Developments car, 451 behind it. Meanwhile, as they come back through, more cars battling for on-track positions. The TGR car there with a 3-lap penalty. Here's that scrap that's going on further back. Now, Alistair May might have possibly presided himself to third place here, I imagine, because he's not really closing in at that point. Now, in terms of... Well, they're going to go on to the last lap this time by. Now, if Adam Willis wants to try and win this, he's got to try and bring down what's essentially about a 1.5 second gap in the space of what? A couple of miles or so. One more time around the Donington Park GP circuit. I can't quite see that happening unless he really goes for it on this last lap in a bit. And that gaggle of cars is battling is still carrying on here. You've got the Team Brick car with the mix, the TGR cars in there, the Cat DT car in there too. Cat DT on course for 7th place, with currently at the moment Colin Hode at the wheel, and the Alistair May's coming back at the Trojan Motorsport car 508. Adam Willis seeing his mirrors thinking, really, you're going to attack me now when we're both trying to catch up to James Little? But thankfully, I think that James Little is probably laughing to himself, thinking, you two keep scrapping, I've got one more time around here to try and hold on. I think these two might be residing and thinking, screw this, we can't get the victory, let's go for 2nd place. So they're going to go battling possibly all the way to the end. A little too wide there for Alistair May. As the last lap board comes out, they're getting the encouragement on the pit wall. And as the back marker comes through, the black car number 346, that's the car we need to focus on, and also the 2 cars behind. I think the rain's come back as well. It's coming down quite hard at the end of the race, so just though it wasn't even more drama, the rain's shower is back once again. You can see it spotting on the camera. Is there going to be one last twist here on this final lap of the race as the clouds burst once again? So rain falling here on this final lap of the race. Is this going to affect Emax? Will it affect Trojan? Will it affect Quattro Formaggio? Let's wait and see. Into the old hairpin we go. And Emax is through safely. So is Trojan just about. And so is the... there's the Quattro Formaggio car widening over onto the grass. That might be his race game, set and match. He might be still stationed in 3rd place there, I think. There's the OPC car that had some problems earlier on. But up towards McLean's now for the final time as the rain starts to come through on the final lap of the race. It looks as though we've possibly got our top 3 set here because the Quattro Formaggio car was dropped back after running wide at the exit of Old Hairpin. So James Little, despite not having Jake around in this race, along with Stuart Ratcliffe, once again playing the strategy from Glenn Finn and the Emax boys to absolute perfection, even in extreme circumstances. He finds a way. These guys find a way to get themselves to the front of the field. So up, down the straight towards the S's for the final time, onto the GP loop. The rain continuing to fall down here, so you wanted an extreme finish to the race. Here you go, rain falling once again. As they come into the right-hander here at McLean's, they're all still fighting amongst each other. That's the Has-Been Racing car. You've got, I think that's AF Racing in there, Silverlake, Snail Speed Racing. You've got the car 513's off the road. That's another one of the FLD packaging cars. That was from 11th place, so off the road that goes. So these cars here are going to make up a positions already at the checkered flag anyway. There goes Silverlake battling one of the red cars in the mix. Meanwhile, here come the top 3 out of the hairpin in what's been, I think, certainly one of the most bizarre and crazy races I've seen for a while in the Silverlake C1 series since it started. But out the final hairpin they'll go. You can't keep a good team down, and up to the hairpin once again. They're going to do it once again. Can you stop Emax Motorsport? Seemingly not. Up to the checkered flag. 3-4-6, Emax Motorsport, James Little and Stuart Ratcliffe take victory in round 4 of the 2023 Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. 2nd place for Trojan Motorsport 508 with Adam Willis at the wheel, and it's 3rd place for Quattro Formaggio with Alistair May after leading it into the final 10 minutes. They will get a podium finish out of that. It will be 4th place for CSC Racing and Trojan Motorsport were only 0.3 of a second behind them in the end. So that was a very close finish between CSC Racing and Trojan Motorsport. 0.3 of a second between 4th and 5th. That was close. It's now 6th for Jelly Snake Racing. Good effort from them. Bit of a slightly mixed up top 10 apart from the top 3 really. You've got Jelly Snake Racing 6th. Cat DT are going to come across the line in 7th place. Here they come. Set the checkered flag. They're all over the place across the line. Several of them together. Lights ablaze. Wipers going 10 to the dozen. It's going to be 8th place for WRC Developments with James Poulton at the wheel. 9th for DFTS. And 10th for Oakley Motorsport. And the Jolt Racing car is going to come through in 13th place. As you can see, yet again, here comes the rain. And wonderful timing right at the end of the race, just when the team's got to start packing up now in a moment. It's going to be Alton Park all over again, I'm certain. Either way, across the line comes the rest of the field. And I'd say, braving the conditions, and even with a mid-race stoppage, they still managed to do the best job they could and hold on. I think the last car we're going to have to cross the line, I think, is actually the 3. There's a couple of cars still to cross the line. But again, as we mentioned, Emax Motorsport, you can't ever count them out. They will always find a way to take victory, and they've done so once again. James Little and Stuart Ratcliffe didn't even need Jake in the end. But I'm sure he will enjoy the fact that his team has once again won. And if you want to call it that, it might be a little bit of a silver lining for missing out on the 24-hour victory to take the immediate race after that, which is the 3 hours here at Donington Park. Well, it's more like 2.5 hours, really, given that we had a red flag stoppage for about half an hour. Here comes WRC Developments. James Poulton will bring the 318 car to the checker flag. He's the last of our top 10 finishers across the line. He's just going to beat, to the flag at least, the 18th place 4G racing car of Ross Macker. And across the line they go. That's the pre-valeting car as well that had the BPC tuning car as well. And that's the OPCPR car as well. I think that and Jam First, I think, are the last 2 cars to cross the line. In fact, yes, they are. And yeah, I think we've still got CSE Racing, I think, and MLP Developments. But while we're still waiting for a couple of the cars to come in, and the Philip House 500 car has been given a time penalty for car 500 CSE Racing, but they were in the pit lane for a while anyway, so that's not really going to count to their positions too much. But the top 3 are already heading to the top of the pit lane, so I'm sure that Rob Lewis will be down there to have a chat with all 3 teams to see exactly how they found that incredibly bizarre and crazy C1 race, all parked up in the top 3 of the pit lane. Great stuff from them. And I think rather than we might give the results afterwards, in fact, actually, if we've got time to do so. But whilst they're down there, let's head to the final time for our final top 3 of the weekend, the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series, Round 4 at Donington Park. It's won by Emax Motorsport. Let's hear from them, Trojan and Quattro Formaggio down the pit lane for the last time with Rob Lewis.
I'm looking forward to this one. The drivers embrace the winning car, the Emax Motorsport car, and I've got both winning drivers. I'll let James take his kit off first. Stuart Ratcliffe, you got the win at Donington Park. Is that a bit of redemption for 24 hours?
Oh, no, not really. I mean, there's 24 hours is a completely different race, completely different deal. I mean, there's a good close fight today. No contact, which is good. And it's just nice to win around here. So it's my local circuit, home win for me. So it's really all down to James and the rest of the team. I just brought the car back to start with, and the boys did the rest of the work in the pit stops. And the wet weather driver, the master here.
The wet weather master, is that true?
He is.
I like the rain, but those other boys are going fairly quickly as well, you know. Yeah, it was good out there. Enjoy it.
Fantastic, proper racing. How was that last stint for you?
Hot, funnily enough. Really, really treacherous. You've got to be very careful. You've got to be conscious as well of the marshals when they're working on cars in the gravel. So, yeah, just good all round. And the 2 guys behind me, it was really a great sprint to the finish. Good fun.
Fantastic. Well done.
It's all about the team.
Oh, it's all about the team. That's Team Emax behind us here. Actually, it's about that man over there, Glenn Finn of Emax Motorsport. He's certainly enjoying it at the moment. Our second place team has currently been nabbed by the circuit commentators, so we're going to interview third place, and I'm looking forward to this. They've got 2 cracking drivers. So Alistair May and Chris Parks, front and centre. Third place, about time.
I know, it's been a while, hasn't it, Rob?
How was that for you, the last few moments? I know I was watching the screen a bit tense.
Couldn't watch. I had to walk out the garage. Couldn't watch it. It was just too much.
I can imagine, certainly. Now, Alistair, first of all, when did you start drifting?
Straight away. As soon as the safety car went in. It would have been nice if we'd have finished under the safety car. That's what I was kind of keeping my fingers crossed for, but it wasn't going to happen. I tried to get my elbows out, but you know what these 2 are like. They're too good. They're too quick. So, you know, just got to try and keep up with them.
Superb, right? And it's great to see this car particularly on the podium. Robin always rates it. It's immaculately prepared, well built. You're a close-knit family team, aren't you?
We are. And there's one guy called Paul Elwell does an amazing job. We bring it back, he preps it back at the factory. He's superb. What an amazing guy.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Congratulations on a superb third place, guys. It's a pleasure to see you up here on the podium. And finally, it's time to... he's been released from the clutches of the circuit commentator, which is really good. Adam Willis, No, I'll just let Scuderia Polo Rosso that weren't in this round. We've got still got a few of their team members in. But Adam, fantastic second place. That got a bit feisty towards the end. That was good fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a little bit of contact, but yeah, I think it was just wing mirrors really. So nothing really too bad. But yeah, it was hard work. That was the hardest 10 minutes of my life, I think. But yeah, credit to Emax and Quattro. They drove really well, to be honest. And yeah, we P2 with it. So
with the conditions as well. I mean, predominantly you're a team that have done a lot of karting in the past, so yeah, the instincts, I guess, kicked in as soon as the rain came.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, but it is a lot different because we raced in karting on slicks in the wet. So you come onto a groove tyre and there's a lot more grip in this car in the wet than you would in a car on slicks. So yeah, and to be honest, that's our first wet race in the C1, so we're still learning the wet setup and bits and pieces. So yeah, we'll take P2, but obviously would have liked to step on the top step, but no mind.
Fantastic. Well, I think it's time you go off and join your teammates now. I think it's time. Are we doing the podium here, Rob?
Down there with the race winners. No trophies.
Yeah, we're just going to hand the trophies out.
Yeah, I think so. We're just going to gather.
So we'll get the drivers and we'll introduce them with their
great race.
in their trophies. So in first place has actually finished James Little and Stu Radcliffe. So they're collecting their trophies now. In second place we have Austin Mundy, Adam Willis and Charlie Bingham for Team Trojan. And in third place it's Quattro Formaggio with Chris Parks and Alistair May holding up their trophies. Very, very happy there.
The win overall from...
But ultimately it's been a very good, very, very wet race. Some quality C1 racing. A vast majority of the drivers did manage to keep it out of the kitty litter, and for the ones that did manage to sneak in there, well, they'll be back soon. I don't think there's a lot of damage up and down the field. Certainly the first race I've been to where it's been red flagged like that, and the first wet C1 race. Who knows, we may have some more in the future, but for Scott Woodwist that must have been very entertaining. So it's time to head back upstairs for Scott to close out the day for this Brscc summer race weekend. It's been a pleasure doing the podium interviews and the interviews down the pit lane, but it's a goodbye from me, Rob Lewis. It's time to head back up to Scott Woodwist.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rob. Top job all weekend. I think we can possibly quickly run through, if we can, and possibly give you the result from that C1 race before we close up, I think. Just quickly to run through, it was Emax Motorsport take the victory, Trojan Motorsport in second place, Quattro Formaggio in third, and CSC Racing in fourth. It's going to scroll through the run here. So it's Emax with the victory, Trojan second, Quattro Formaggio third, CSC Racing FDL Packaging in fourth place from Trojan Motorsport's 421 car fifth, and Jelly Snake Racing, Cat DT, WRC Developments, DFTS and Oakley Motorsport on the top 10. The rest of the result will scroll through as you go through the order. Quick thank you to everyone here at Donington Park for battling the heat, the warmth, the rain, the storm that we had just now. All the marshals for a fantastic job. All of our teams and drivers from, I think from the top there, we've got the Evolution Trophy, Audi TT, BMW Compact Cup from the, I'll forget what, I'm certain, MG Metro Cup, National Formula Fords, also from the ZEO Prototypes, from the ClubSport Trophy, SuperSport Endurance and the C1s. If I've forgotten one of them, apologies for that. It's been quite a long weekend. Thanks to all of them for their hard racing and support. Thanks to all of our marshals, our officials, our volunteers who've been fantastic this weekend, particularly, of course, in this various weather of heat and rain and very weird weather conditions. Thanks to all of you for watching. Thanks to all our production crew for their amazing job at Digitex TV. And thanks to everyone for making it another fantastic summer race weekend, come rain or come shine. Now, the next race we've got coming up in terms of actual racing from Brscc is next weekend, and that's at Anglesey. That's the special Into the Night race weekend, where that's not being live streamed, but we have got the Fun Cup Championship for two of their special Into the Night races, including the 2 3-hour races. We've got Mazda X5s, we've also got the City Car Cup, and also the Super Classic Formula Fords on top of that as well. The next live stream action, it's not just one, it's two. It's a double delight, and that's going to be towards the end of July. That's going to be the 22nd and 23rd of July. And the first of which is going to be at Snetterton, where we've got more Silverlake C1 Endurance Racing action, plus all three championships for the Mazda MX-5s, the Gas Shocks MX-5 Championship, the Downforce Radio MX-5 Clubman Championship, and the Clapham North MOT MX-5 Super Cup, plus City Cars and SuperSport Endurance back out again once more. And it's not just Sesserton, but you also have as well a bumper race weekend at Knockhill, because it's TCR UK once again back at Knockhill once more, and that is an absolutely packed race entry too as well. Not just TCR UK for not one, not two, but 3 TCR races over 2 days. You also got the Fiesta Junior Championship, Miltech Sports Civic Cup, the AirTech Fiesta ST240s and Vinyl Detail ST150s, Evolution Trophy, Audi TT Cup, and Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, and the Knockhill Mod Sports as well. That's going to be one to watch. We'll have 2 separate streams on the Brscc YouTube channel, so you can tune into each one separately if you want to as well. Be sure to subscribe to the channel, hit like and hit notifications, so when you do go live, you get notified as we go as well. That's been an amazing weekend, come rain or come shine. Thank you so much to everyone that's been a part of it. Thank you for watching, thanks for being a part of it, and from myself, Scott Woodward, from Rob Lewis, from all of us here at Donington Park, thank you very much for being a part of it from our Brscc summer race weekend at Donington Park. Join us next time for 2 race weekends in one, Knockhill and Seston at the end of July. But until then, take care, stay safe, and we'll see you next time. Bye for now.